Chapter 7:18. There were often people like Yi Xian in the heavenly prison, but out of 100 nihility gods, there were probably only 5 of them with the earth and wood attributes. As for the 100 earth attribute nihility gods, perhaps not even one of them had comprehended the earth shrinking technique. Therefore Yi Xian had a huge advantage in doing this. In less than a few minutes Yi Xian annihilated another team. 2 stage 2 great emperors and 1 stage 1 great emperor. His cultivation base had improved once again. At this rate, I might be able to break through to stage 3 great emperor today. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. His current strength was comparable to Wu Shang's. If he reached the 3rd order great emperor realm, even Lord Jiao and Lord Chen would die in his hands. At this time Yi Xian was hiding outside Yiqing City. This speed, a stage 4 great emperor? Yi Xian hid behind a mound of dirt that he had built, only revealing his eyes. He saw that after a figure left the city, that figure was rapidly flying toward him. This person's speed was very fast, even faster than Wu Shang's. Therefore Yi Xian guessed that this person was a stage 4 great emperor. He should have the ability to fight against a stage 4 great emperor, but this was the enemy's territory. If he did not kill this person quickly, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Just as he was about to burrow into the ground and hide, he suddenly realized that this person was not a stage 4 great emperor. I see, it's a stage 3 great emperor who has comprehended the underground movement technique. When he came to his senses, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Since this person was not a stage 4 great emperor, he was confident that he could kill this person. He quickly burrowed into the ground and started counting the time. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough for the stage 3 great emperor to pass by him. Then he circled around to the side and flew out. A few thousand meters away, the stage 3 great emperor sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already swung his sword. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Annihilation Samsara. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword chi that instantly killed the 3rd order great emperor. However, the sword chi suddenly turned back, slicing the 3rd order great emperor in 2. Sword Annihilation Samsara was an extremely powerful martial art. The power of that strike was even stronger than sword cleaving 8 desolations. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian could control this sword chi to continue attacking others, just like the deadly wind formation. Similarly, this move drained Yi Xian of his Jinqi. At the same time, controlling this sword chi required a large amount of Jinqi. If Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would only be able to control it for a second at most. This move is very good for a sneak attack. Yi Xian was very satisfied. The Sword Annihilation Samsara would be controlled by Yi Xian. When the opponent thought that they had dodged, the Sword Annihilation Samsara would suddenly turn back and kill them. The 8 Desolations great emperor who could create this martial art was definitely a super genius. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the other party's universe ring. This stage 3 great emperor's luck was yellow. It increased Yi Xian's luck by more than 50 points. It was very good. Another 2 or 3 stage 3 great emperors and I should be able to break through to stage 3 great emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to Yiqing City. There were many experts in Yiqing City. While Yi Xian was waiting, he saw several stage 4 great emperors leaving. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were not small factions. The heavenly prison seemed to have been formed for hundreds of years. Who knew how many experts had gathered inside? Yi Xian waited outside Yiqing City for half a day. After killing a few groups of experts, he finally broke through to stage 3 great emperor. At the same time his luck was yellow. It had reached 120 points. Now that my luck is yellow, I can't take the red and orange luck. Sigh, it seems that it's not that easy to exchange for a twin fruit. Yi Xian was helpless. High-level luck could not be taken from those with low-level luck. If he wanted to leave the heavenly prison, he would need at least green luck. He would have to kill his way up layer by layer. Otherwise he would have to rely on numbers. Even if Yi Xian's strength had increased, those of the same level as him could exchange all their luck and only have red luck left. Then they would go and rob others. That way they would be able to obtain more. Suddenly, a group of black figures swept towards Yiqing City. Although it was night, Yi Xian cultivated the aura observation technique. It was hard for him not to notice that group of people. It's my Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's people. There are so many of them. Are they going to attack the city? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was in trouble. There were more than 50 people in the group. Most of them had orange and yellow luck above their heads. There were also a few who had green luck. It seemed that they were really going to attack the city. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that I Ching City had activated the Great Defensive Array. At the same time, a large number of Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts swept out. In fact, the Great Defensive Array had always been in place. It was to prevent people from the enemy camp from killing their way in and destroying the shops. Even a Stage 9 Great Emperor would not be able to destroy the Great Defensive Array. Hence the city was very safe. However, the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's experts had already arrived. Hence, a large number of experts immediately gathered in I Ching City, ready to fight. Soon, dozens of experts rushed out of I Ching City. Kill. The Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's experts did not waste any time and rushed over. What a big scene. This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly joined the battle. In such a large-scale battle, he definitely could not rush into the crowd. This was because a large amount of Great Emperor's intent would press down on him. It was very dangerous. 8 Desolation Sword Art, Sword Annihilation Reincarnation. Yi Xian quickly slashed out and broke the 8 Desolation Sword. A powerful sword chi and 8 sharp blades swept into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, many people were killed. The Heavenly Prison Secret Realm judged that Yi Xian had dealt a fatal blow to these people. Hence, these people's luck all gathered above Yi Xian's head. At the same time, Yi Xian's body was not idle. 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layers of earth pulse. Fierce attacks swept out and killed the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts. Then Yi Xian used the dual space to plunder the Qianquan ring. In such a large-scale battle, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all had their eyes on the corpses. How dare you come and try to rob me? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly slashed out with his sword, killing a person who wanted to rob his Qianquan ring. Moreover, the person he killed was from the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's camp. Chapter 719. In the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory, one would be killed by the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's army. However, Yi Xian wasn't stepping on the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory, but the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. There wouldn't be any Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's army here, nor would there be any Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army. Hence, there wouldn't be a problem in killing his own people. Although this group of people was here to attack the city, many of them had devious thoughts. They would suddenly kill their own people and escape. After killing a person who overestimated himself, the surrounding people didn't dare to provoke Yi Xian anymore. They felt that Yi Xian wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. At the same time, Yi Xian was targeted by a 4th stage Great Emperor. Brat, you're courting death. When the 4th stage Great Emperor saw that Yi Xian had collected a lot of yin and yang rings, he immediately charged towards Yi Xian. You dare to find trouble with me? You've got guts. Go. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he controlled the Sword of Reincarnation and the 8 sharp blades to attack the 4th stage Great Emperor. Petty tricks. The 4th stage Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian and deflected the 8 sharp blades. However, at this time, 2 forces suddenly appeared on his body, restricting his movements. What? The 4th stage Great Emperor's eyes widened as he forcefully used his Emperor's will. However, his speed was greatly reduced and he could only move at 40% of his peak. Xiao. The Sword of Reincarnation swept past his head and sliced off the top of his head. Overestimating yourself. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he kept the 4th stage Great Emperor's yin and yang rings. His strength increased once again. When he entered the battle just now, he took a look and saw that the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had 5 4th stage Great Emperors. Now that one was dead, there were only 4 left. Killing 10 3rd stage Great Emperors was better than killing 1 4th stage Great Emperor. Hence, Yi Xian charged towards one of the 4th stage Great Emperors. At this time, the 4th stage Great Emperor was fighting with the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's experts. When the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's experts saw Yi Xian charging over, he immediately barked, "Scram! What arrogance! I'll kill you first." Yi Xian was infuriated. He directly reformed the Bahuang sword and used his recovered true energy to slash out. Sword of Reincarnation. Just now, after the Sword Annihilation Samsara killed several people, it was disintegrated by Yi Xian himself. To kill a 1st or 2nd stage Great Emperor, he only needed to use ordinary 36 overlapping images. After all, controlling the Sword Annihilation Samsara consumed too much energy. See, this Sword Annihilation Samsara directly killed the expert of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty who told Yi Xian to scram. What? His opponent was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Xian to instantly kill a 4th Order Great Emperor. Estes Reincarnation Tesses? Him Reincarnation's Reincarnation Great Reincarnation Reincarnation Reincarnation. S reincarnation as reincarnation. CT. The fourth stage Great Emperor was killed by Yi Xian. Swords reincarnation collapsed. Yi Xian kept the two Qiankuan rings. He turned around and saw that there were only slightly more than 20 people left on the battlefield. Only slightly more than 20 people were left. It was obvious that the battle was intense. At that moment, those people that had obtained benefits all dispersed in a hubbub and turned around to leave. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian targeted a fourth stage Great Emperor from the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty and chased after him. The fourth stage Great Emperor noticed Yi Xian. He had seen how Yi Xian killed two fourth stage Great Emperors. He jumped in fright and quickly ran while attacking. However, he had only raised his hand halfway when his speed dropped drastically. Then a ferocious slash came at him. The middle-grade Void God weapon in the fourth stage Great Emperor's hand vibrated hundreds of times. Kacha. The middle-grade Void God weapon shattered, and the fourth stage Great Emperor was sent flying. He was terrified. A middle-grade Void God weapon was extremely tough. It was not something that an ordinary person could break. However, Yi Xian did it. At this time, his right hand that was holding the sword had been shattered by the Earth Pulse 64 layers. He could not feel anything. Die. Yi Xian slashed a few more times and killed him instantly. When his head flew up, Yi Xian had already taken his Qiankuan ring. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently you are a fourth stage Great Emperor. The melodious system notification sounded out once more as Yi Xian's cultivation broke through once more. At the same time, his luck had also increased. However, at this time, how dare you act so presumptuously in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty? You are courting death. Suddenly there was a loud roar. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in armor charging towards him. This is the Deyuan army? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Deyuan army was composed of at least 6 stage Great Emperors. They were constantly roaming in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. If they saw someone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty killing someone from the same camp, they would immediately attack. Unfortunately, this Deyuan army soldier was heading straight for Yi Xian. Green luck. Yi Xian thought for a while. In the end, he decided to retreat. After all, there might be other Deyuan army experts around. If he was surrounded, he would be in trouble. At this moment, he turned around and left quickly. He did not chase after the others. One had to know how to be content with what one had. Only then could one live a long life. Although he might have the ability to fight against this Deyuan army expert, he still had to be careful. He would wait until he had exchanged for the twin fruits. Don't even think about leaving. The 6th stage Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian. A wave of Great Emperor's intent pressed down on him. Yi Xian activated the pulsating guard 64 layers that had merged with the Great Emperor's intent. Even so, his speed was reduced by 20%. However, he still had the dual space that he had yet to use. When the 6th stage Great Emperor reacted, his speed had also decreased by 20%. Now both of their speeds were equal. This place is not far from the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory. I'll lure him over and kill him along with the others. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty or the Deyuan army, they were the official armies of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. Their strength and wealth were not something ordinary people could compare to. Therefore Yi Xian did not use the earth shrinking technique to leave. Bastard, don't go. The Deyuan army soldier who was chasing after Yi Xian kept roaring. Tisk, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Yi Xian was filled with disdain. If he wanted to leave, he would have used the earth shrinking technique to escape. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Their speeds were extremely fast. The Deyuan army soldier knew that Yi Xian wanted to escape back to the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, his speed could not catch up to Yi Xian. Moreover, he did not want to give up. After a while, I will enter the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory. I hope a 5th or 6th stage Great Emperor can help me, Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, even if there was no one, as long as he entered the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory, Yi Xian would counterattack. Chapter 720. Yi Xian was confident that he could kill this 6th stage Great Emperor by himself. After all, they had been running for quite some time. His opponent's true Qi and Great Emperor intent had been depleted, while he was still in peak condition. At this moment, the 6th stage Great Emperor was in a dilemma. Should he chase after Yi Xian? However, he recalled that he had been chasing for quite some time. Yi Xian was fast, but his true Qi and Great Emperor intent were much less than his. Therefore he decided to charge in. Pa. Yi Xian stepped into the Sunflame's sacred dynasty's territory. Now, he wasn't afraid of encountering the Great Yuan army. The probability of that happening was very small. Keep running for a while more and I'll take your life. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he continued running. The sixth-stage Great Emperor from the Great Yuan army chased after him for a few minutes. However, he didn't dare to go any further. Forget it. Consider yourself lucky. He snorted in his heart. He stopped running and turned around. However, at this moment, 8 Desolation Sword, Sword of Annihilation. Yi Xian held the 8 Desolation Sword and slashed at the Great Yuan army soldier. The sword light flashed and appeared in front of the Great Yuan army soldier in an instant. However, he wasn't a pushover either. He quickly dodged the sword. 8 Desolation Sword, go. When the Great Yuan army soldier dodged the attack, Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation Sword. The 8 sharp blades flew towards the Great Yuan army soldier at various speeds. Umph. The Great Yuan warrior let out a cold snort, then his body suddenly exploded. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. The 6th-stage Great Emperor intent was infused into the raging flames incinerate the heavens. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He blocked it with the 64-layered earth pulse. Back then, Jianghu had detonated 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Yi Xian didn't die from the explosion back then. Naturally, he wouldn't die this time. Raging flames incinerate the heavens consumes a lot of true qi. Let's see how much true qi you have left. Yi Xian thought as he flew backwards. This raging flames incinerate the heavens dispersed the sword of samsara. Not only that, but the 8 sharp blades were also sent flying. It had to be said that this person's battle awareness was very strong. He smelled danger, so he was very decisive. However, Yi Xian's vital energy was rapidly recovering. At the same time, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding. Throbbing Pulse of the World 64 layers has evolved into Throbbing Pulse of the World 128 layers. The Throbbing Pulse of the World had once again increased in power. Yi Xian had been hit by the heaven-burning raging flames and his arm had been set ablaze by the inextinguishable inferno, so he quickly cut it off. If he had comprehended the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse earlier, he could have withstood the raging flames incinerate the heavens and killed the 6th Order Great Emperor. Brat, die. Suddenly, this Dayuan army master dashed out of the smoke and dust, hacking down at Yi Xian with his sword. You want to kill me with that move of yours? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and went up to him. Bang! The sword beam cleaved onto Yi Xian's 128 pulsating guard and instantly vibrated 100 times before dissipating. What? The Dayuan army master was shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5th Order Great Emperor, but it had no effect on Yi Xian. Die. Sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian stabbed his sword into the Dayuan army master's body. In the next moment he turned into an incomplete corpse. Initially Yi Xian wanted to engage in guerrilla warfare, but he did not expect to suddenly comprehend the 128 layers of the Throbbing Pulse of the World. He did not know how much the Throbbing Pulse of the World needed to evolve into the Disintegration Profound. However, all in all, Yi Xian had profited greatly this time. The 128 layers of the Throbbing Pulse of the World had at least doubled his strength. However, just as he was about to put away the interspatial ring, a figure suddenly dashed towards him. One of us? Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly retreated, keeping a distance from the figure. The figure was a young man in his 30s. He had an ordinary appearance and wore black clothes. He glanced at Yi Xian, then dashed towards the corpse of the Dayuan army master and took out a lantern. Little brother, do you still want this corpse? The young man in black asked. Want it? Yi Xian glanced at the corpse that had already shattered into countless pieces and shook his head. He did not understand what the young man in black meant. However, in the next moment he was stunned. The lantern in the young man's hand suddenly flashed. Immediately, a ray of white light flew out from the corpse of the Dayuan army master and entered the lantern. This is the will of a great emperor? Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock. When an empty god realm great emperor died, the great emperor's will would quickly dissipate. However, some people could preserve the great emperor's will. Jianghu had refined such a great emperor's will to break through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor realm. At this moment, the young man in black's method was to preserve the 6th Order Great Emperor's will of the Dayuan army master. Many thanks, little brother. At this moment, the young man in black cracked a smile and his eyes shone brightly. What kind of method is this? Yi Xian could not help but ask. The black-robed young man was slightly surprised. He said, It seems like little brother doesn't know about our nether spirit sect. Apart from ordinary cultivation, The Nether Spirit sect can also extract the Great Emperor's will that hasn't completely dissipated from a corpse and refine it. Ghost cult. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this faction. However, it was a good method to extract the Great Emperor's will that had yet to dissipate. Jiang Tianjin was a third-order Great Emperor. His Great Emperor's will was stronger than a second-order Great Emperor's will. However, if he continued to refine the Great Emperor's will, it would be faster than ordinary cultivation. It seems that little brother has not heard of it. Little brother, are you interested in joining my ghost cult? The young man in black saw that Yi Xian was strong and wanted to recruit him. Do you have any requirements? Yi Xian asked. No, just come. My ghost cult is in urgent need of geniuses like you. If you are willing to join, the Hall Master will definitely nurture you. The young man in black shook his head. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, what if I don't join? He felt that this ghost cult was a little strange. Perhaps it was a wanted organization. My ghost cult is indeed wanted by the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Therefore, if you don't agree, I will at least take away your Great Emperor's will. The young man in black's eyes suddenly turned cold and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Yi Xian considered for a moment and nodded in the end. All right, I will join. Great. You are now a fourth-order Great Emperor. Follow me to see the Hall Master. He can quickly raise your strength to sixth-order Great Emperor. The young man in black's eyes lit up. He felt that after he mentioned this benefit, Yi Xian would definitely not reject. It seems that the ghost cult is quite powerful. Chapter 721. Wait. The first condition for joining the ghost sect is to give me your interspatial ring, the young man in black said cautiously. What about the weapon? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Put it in there too. The young man in black replied. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and put the Bahuang sword into his devouring space. Then he put the useless medium ethereal god weapons into his interspatial ring. He had already devoured all the universe treasures from the Deyuan army. Therefore there were not many things in his interspatial ring. He knew that the young man in black wanted to be safe in case Yi Xian suddenly attacked him. Here. Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and threw both of them to the young man in black. The young man in black took the interspatial ring and felt it. He did not find any other interspatial ring on Yi Xian. At this moment Yi Xian had already obtained his trust. Of course, the young man in black did not notice that Yi Xian's Bahuang sword was not in the two interspatial rings. After all, a weapon that was not his own was useless to him. Very good. Follow me to see the hall leader. I'll return the items to you after we meet, the young man in black said. Yi Xian nodded. His plan was to follow the young man to the ghost sect and learn how to preserve the Great Emperor's will. He would leave after that. Of course, he was also guessing whether the young man in black had such a method in his interspatial ring. If so, he would not have to see the hall leader. However, after following the young man in black for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly bumped into an expert from the Scorching Sun Army. Damn it. It's the Scorching Sun Army. Let's take a detour. The young man in black quickly took a detour. However, the Scorching Sun Army expert in armor was walking towards them. He naturally saw Yi Xian and the young man in black. Stop right there. The Scorching Sun Army expert shouted. The young man in black and Yi Xian stopped in their tracks. Sir, what can I do for you? Asked the young man in black as he turned around. The warrior looked at the young man in black carefully. Then his eyes lit up and he shouted, Xiao Yong, the wanted criminal, surrender now. This black-clothed young man had killed a member of the same camp. Coincidentally, he was seen by the Sunflame Army, so he was wanted. He recognized me. Damn it. Let's kill him together. The black-clothed young man threw the universe ring back to Yi Xian before swiftly dashing over. Yi Xian paused for a moment as he pondered whether or not to make a move. If he made a move and was seen by others, he would also become a fugitive. However, if the young man in black was killed by the Sunflaming Army, then his plan would be ruined. Therefore he was somewhat conflicted. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed youth and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army began to fight. Yi Xian glanced around. Although he didn't see anyone else, if he made too much noise, it would definitely attract other people's attention. If he was discovered, he would become a fugitive. Then how could he enter the city to exchange for the twin fruits? Therefore he decided to forget about it. Bastard! Aren't you going to help? The black-clothed young man shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he stood there quietly. He didn't make a move, nor did he reply. If that's the case, you can die first. The black-clothed young man shouted and suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. You want to kill me? Then I will kill you first. Yi Xian suddenly took out his 8 desolate sword and attacked the black-clothed young man. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse. The black-clothed young man thought that Yi Xian would be easy to deal with. After all, he was stronger than an ordinary rank 6 Great Emperor. However, he was wrong. Yi Xian was ridiculously strong. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows easily dispersed his sword chi and killed the black-clothed young man. Not only that, but the sword chi also swept past the black-clothed young man and killed the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. *CK. I killed him by mistake. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his sword to kill 2 people in a row. It was too unbelievable. 36 overlapping images combined with the throbbing pulse of the world, the power actually surpassed the sword of Samsara. Just what is the background of that mysterious mountain man? Yi Xian was shocked. The third layer of the 8 desolate sword art had 3 moves. The first was Sword of Desolation, the second was Sword of Star Shattering, and the third was Sword of Reincarnation. However, Yi Xian's normal attack was stronger than the Sword of Reincarnation. This 36 overlapping shadows was probably much stronger than the 8 desolate sword art. What mysterious mountain man needed was the disintegration profound. This meant that Yi Xian's earth pulse could be improved at least once. When that time came, who could block Yi Xian's sword? We killed the Blazing Sun Army by mistake. Retreat. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the bodies of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Killing people on the same side wouldn't result in luck stealing, so Yi Xian's luck was still yellow. He quickly found a place and checked the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. After searching for a while, he found the method to store the Great Emperor's will. It was very simple, but it required a special spirit lantern. This spirit lantern can't be used after it's filled with the Great Emperor's will. It's a one-time use item. Yi Xian was helpless. However, the black-clothed young man had a full spirit lantern and a less than half-full spirit lantern in his interspatial ring. Yi Xian took out the spirit lantern that was filled with the Great Emperor's will and muttered the word, "Devour," in his heart. This time he didn't use the special devour method. After all, the Great Emperor's will belonged to other people, and he had broken through on his own. If he randomly absorbed other people's Great Emperor's will, he didn't know what would happen. Therefore it was better to use the normal devour method. He couldn't use the special devour method. The spirit lantern in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared, and his cultivation level suddenly soared. Great Emperor's will can be devoured. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he would gain more experience points after killing someone. He didn't use up the other spirit lantern, so he didn't devour it for the time being. However, he hadn't devoured the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Great Emperor. The system notified. When Yi Xian entered the heavenly prison, he was only a rank 1 Great Emperor. Now he had broken through to rank 5 Great Emperor. With his current strength, he could probably fight against a rank 7 Great Emperor. My cultivation level has increased, but my fate is still yellow. Next time it'll be green. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I'll need green fate. As for the twin fruits, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Chapter 722. Now that I only have half a lantern, I should be able to fill it up very soon. In that case, I shall make a trip to the Nether Spirit Sect's hall. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The Nether Spirit Sect was a powerful force in the heavenly prison. However, they were wanted by the 3 great leaders because they had massacred those from the same faction. However, there was another problem. The dead young man in black knew where the Nether Spirit Sect's hall was, but he did not have a map in his interspatial ring. Therefore Yi Xian could only give up. After all, if any member of the Nether Spirit Sect had a map, how could the hall still exist? If it was discovered, the 3 great leaders would have sent people to destroy it. It seems like I can only store half of the Great Emperor's intent. Forget it, I should increase my luck in exchange for the twin fruits first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed towards the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. With his current cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to massacre those small cities. Using the Earth Shrink Ultimacy, he soon arrived at the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, this time he was not going to massacre the cities. He was going to find trouble with the Great Yuan army. In the heavenly prison, there are many Great Yuan armies camps in the wilderness. With my current cultivation level, I should be fine as long as I don't run into the captains or generals of the Great Yuan army. Yi Xian thought to himself. The captains of the Great Yuan army were rank 7 Great Emperors. Above the captains were the generals, and above the generals were the marshals. They were all rank 9 great emperors. Yi Xian could only fight against rank 7 great emperors for now. If he ran into generals, he would be immobilized just like when he ran into Lord Jiu. He was not weak. What he lacked now was luck. As long as he had enough luck, he would go to the main cities of the 3 great leaders to exchange for a twin fruits and form his second doppelganger. At that time he would have 2 lives. Even if his original body died, as long as his doppelganger was still alive, he would still be alive. At this time he suddenly changed into the Great Yuan Army's armor. It was the spare armor in the interspatial ring of the Great Yuan Army's expert who died. Although most people could tell that Yi Xian was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty by looking at the providence above his head, there were always people who made a mistake. In that case, Yi Xian would be able to ambush them. Under normal circumstances, there would be a military camp next to a city. Yi Xian rushed to Yiqing City and began his search. In less than half a day he found the military camp of the Great Yuan Army. "Who are you?" Just as Yi Xian approached, he was spotted by the Great Yuan Army. However, the other party was just a 6th-order Great Emperor. Die. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used the 2 layers of space to suppress the other party. Even though the other party had the will of a 6th-order Great Emperor, Yi Xian was still a 5th-order Great Emperor. His speed was reduced by at least half. In a battle between experts, even 5% of one's speed could determine the outcome of a battle, let alone 50%. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Yi Xian swung his sword and killed the patrolling Great Yuan Army expert. After that, Yi Xian obtained the yin and yang ring. At the same time, Yi Xian's providence above his head increased a little. 950 points of providence. If I kill one more, my providence will increase to green. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even though the 6th-order Great Emperor was killed in an instant, Yi Xian's shout attracted many experts from the Great Yuan Army. All of them were 6th-order Great Emperors. These people had red, orange, yellow, and green providence. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged over. The strength of his single attack had already surpassed the Sword of Reincarnation, the last move of the 8 Desolation sword art. No one could withstand a single strike from him. Soon he had killed nearly 10 6th-order Great Emperors of the Great Yuan Army. His luck had finally risen to green. One more round of increase and I can leave the heavenly prison. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly charged towards the barracks of the Great Yuan Army. This was because he saw an old man wearing battle armor charge out. "Brat, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death." This old man was the leader of this camp. He shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Now Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Great Yuan Army. There were plenty of small camps like this in the heavenly prison. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. A powerful slash tore through space, and the 7th-order Great Emperor shuddered. His instincts told him that he couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment he quickly dodged. Gravitational space. Wind space. Great Emperor intent. Just as the 7th-order Great Emperor dodged, Yi Xian closed the distance between them and used dual space to restrict his movement. However, this 7th-order Great Emperor was quite strong. Moreover, he was of the wind attribute. Hence, Yi Xian's dual space only had a 10% effect on him. "Brat, you have 2 attributes. Take this." The 7th-order Great Emperor glared at him. Yi Xian also felt a pressure on his body. His speed was reduced by 30%. I didn't expect this Great Yuan Army captain to have comprehended wind space. I underestimated him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, he was standing on land. Wind cleaver, earth walking technique, wind acceleration, gravitational space acceleration, wind space acceleration, and 4 agility advancements. Even if Yi Xian's speed was reduced by 30%, he was still faster than the Great Yuan Army captain. 8 Desolation Spirit, go. Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation sword. He then used Wind Dragon Slash and slashed at the Great Yuan Army captain. It had been more than a year since he broke through to the Void God realm. He had been nurturing the 8 Desolation sword all the time. However, his opponent obviously didn't want to fight him head-on. Using Wind Dragon Slash was enough. "You dare to show off your petty tricks?" The 7th-order Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian. His 7th-order Great Emperor intent shattered the 8 Desolation Spirit. However, the 8 Desolation Spirit was only used to attract aggro. 8 Desolation Wind Formation, Sky Break. Yi Xian attacked while controlling the 8 sharp blades to form a cone and pierce towards the 7th-order Great Emperor. Clang. The 7th-order Great Emperor was multitasking. He attacked and dodged while using his Great Emperor intent to repel the 8 sharp blades. However, the 8 sharp blades were too far apart. It was very difficult to deal with them. At this moment he realized that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Hence he decided to retreat temporarily. "Captain, we're here to help you." More than 10 Sixth Order Great Emperors rushed out from the Great Yuan Army's camp and charged towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited. This was his first time facing experts of this level. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them. He dodged while attacking. Chapter 723. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 8 Baron Wind Formation, go. Yi Xian stopped attacking the 7th stage Great Emperor. Instead, he used the 8 Baron Sword to attack the other 6th stage Great Emperors. The 7th stage Great Emperors might be able to dodge his attacks, but what about the 6th stage Great Emperors? Not good. All of you retreat. The Daiyuan army commander shouted, but it was too late. Swish. The 8 sharp blades split into 2 and killed 2 6th stage Great Emperors in an instant. Then they went for the people nearby. The 8 Baron Wind Formation, enhanced by the wind acceleration in dual space, was very difficult to deal with. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Daiyuan soldiers were killed. However, the Daiyuan army commander was no longer restrained by the dual space. He went straight for Yi Xian. Tisk tisk. Yi Xian laughed dryly. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind blew in front of him. The second level of the wind blade, Death Storm. Not good. The Daiyuan army commander's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated and used his Great Emperor's will to protect himself. Even he hadn't comprehended the Death Storm yet. He didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended it. Huff huff. The Death Storm started to blow. Moreover, Yi Xian deliberately reduced the range of the Death Storm to increase the strength of the attack. The Daiyuan army commander couldn't dodge the Death Storm and could only take it head-on. Soon the Death Storm was over. The Daiyuan army commander was unharmed. However, none of his subordinates survived. All of them were killed by Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian collecting the interspatial rings, the Daiyuan army commander gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm going to kill you." The leader of the Daiyuan army roared at the sky. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, Yi Xian was much stronger than before. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth, 128 layers. Yi Xian continued to attack. Every time he attacked, he gained something. Currently, his 36 overlapping shadows could fuse the 128 layers of throbbing earth 10 times. This meant that his attack could cause up to 1,000 vibrations in an instant. Even an 8th Order Great Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it unscathed. Yi Xian's main body attacked, and at the same time he also had the support of the dual space and the 8 blades. In just a short while, the 7th stage Great Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and was injured. What a pity. Originally, it would have taken me some time to deal with you, but your subordinates actually came to their deaths. Yi Xian thought to himself helplessly. If he had not taken the Chengkuan rings, he would not have been able to do anything to this Daiyuan army commander. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. The expression of the Daiyuan army commander grew increasingly gloomy. He knew that if the battle continued, his life would be in danger. Therefore he immediately turned around and fled. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he burrowed into the ground. Ground shrink. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them and dashed past the Daiyuan commander. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 128 layered waves. Boom. The captain of the Daiyuan army didn't expect Yi Xian to have even comprehended shrinking earth into an inch. He was immediately blasted flying. The upper-grade Void God weapon that he had nurtured for more than a decade was knocked out of his hand. Oh no. The Daiyuan commander's face turned pale. He quickly stabilized himself, but the 8 blades were already coming for him. The whistling sound of the wind entered his ears, and it was very frightening. Deadly wind formation of the 8 Baron Sky Break. Rip. The 8 blades formed a cone that pierced into the chest of the Daiyuan commander. In the blink of an eye, his chest exploded over 100 times. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Plop. The corpse of the Daiyuan commander fell heavily to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest and his flesh was mangled. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Phew, he's finally dead. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of a Daiyuan general who was a rank 8 Great Emperor. If that happened, he would have to retreat. The Daiyuan commander only had yellow luck, which was even less than Yi Xian's. Therefore Yi Xian didn't obtain much. However, he did obtain a rank 7 Great Emperor's Chen Kuan ring and the Great Emperor's will. He quickly dashed over and kept the Chen Kuan ring. Then he took out the Ghost Cult's lantern. A rank 7 Great Emperor's will was very strong. Therefore it would take some time for it to dissipate. This lowest grade lantern already contained half of the Great Emperor's will. When Yi Xian stored the Great Emperor's will into the Ghost Lantern, the Ghost Lantern was already in a saturated state. What a pity. This is only the lowest grade Ghost Lantern. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This time he didn't collect the Ghost Lantern to devour it. He wanted to leave it for his family. Jiang Tianjin had obtained a rank 3 Great Emperor's will and broke through to rank 3 Great Emperor. If he gave the Great Emperor's will in this lantern to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song, they would at least be able to reach rank 7 Great Emperor. At this moment Yi Xian finally understood how powerful the Ghost Cult was. With this method of collecting Great Emperor's will, the Ghost Cult could quickly grow stronger. They would first kill others, then collect the Great Emperor's will for their own people to refine. Although refining other people's Great Emperor's will would be much weaker than breaking through on their own, it could create a large number of Void God Realm Great Emperors. What a terrifying Ghost Cult. I wonder where they came from. Yi Xian shuddered. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It seemed like someone was attracted by the commotion. Yi Xian turned around and saw that it wasn't someone from the Diyuan Sacred Dynasty. It was someone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Brother, you're quite strong to be able to kill a Diyuan army captain. May I know which branch are you from? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He looked at the lantern in Yi Xian's hand and asked directly. When Yi Xian heard this he was slightly stunned. In the next moment he understood that this middle-aged man was most likely a member of the Ghost Cult. I'm from the ancient Nether Branch's 100 Battle Hall. You are? Yi Xian suddenly said. He didn't make up this name on the spot. He learned it from the remains of the black-clothed young man. I see. Brother, are you out of ghost lanterns? You used the lowest grade ghost lantern to store the Great Emperor's will of a rank 7 Great Emperor. What a waste. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed helplessly. Yeah, I used them all. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I still have a few mid-grade ghost lanterns here. Here, take them. The middle-aged man kindly took out a few lanterns and tossed them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the lanterns and his eyes lit up. Many thanks. He quickly cupped his fists. Chapter 724. Although the Great Emperor's intent is not good, it's still better to create a rank 7 Great Emperor than a rank 5 or rank 6 Great Emperor, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course he was not forcing anyone to refine it. He would give it to anyone who wanted it. Brother, are you here to try your luck at White Dragon Mountain? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. White Dragon Mountain? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It was his first time hearing about this place. You don't know? The White Dragon Mountain under the Diyuan Sacred Dynasty's territory has produced twin fruits. I heard that there are already 3 of them. The middle-aged man nodded. 3? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, one twin fruit required 1 million fate points, which was purple fate points. And now he only had green providence. He only had a few thousand points of providence. Since there are 3 twin fruits, many experts must have gone there, right? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. The battle has already started and it's very intense. Our spirit sect is preparing to form a team and charge in. The middle-aged man nodded. Charge in? What if we can't get out? Yi Xian was helpless. Don't worry. The White Dragon Mountain is shrouded in fog. Even a rank 8 Great Emperor might get lost in there. The 3 twin fruits were harvested in the fog. The middle-aged man said. I see. Yi Xian paused. He originally wanted to get purple fate points, but now that there was a new way he naturally wanted to take a look. Perhaps he could refine a clone in advance? Brother, what do you think? Shall we go together? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. This was a great opportunity. Even if he could not obtain the twin fruits, he could still obtain a large amount of fate points or wealth. Not only that, if those disciples of the ghost sect were to die, wouldn't those ghost lanterns be his? All right. In another day, our spirit sect will break through the enemy's defense line and enter the White Dragon Mountain. Brother, follow me. The middle-aged man said as he led the way. Yi Xian followed closely behind. He was surprised to find that this middle-aged man did not suspect him at all. The middle-aged man was also of the earth attribute and had also comprehended the world walking technique, so the 2 of them were not slow. Half a day later, the middle-aged man brought Yi Xian to the location of the Nether sect's secret meeting. In fact, on the way Yi Xian was also guessing whether there would be people from the ancient Nether Branches 100 War Hall. If there were, his identity would be exposed instantly, and he would be attacked by a group of people. Therefore he had to be very careful. The location of the Nether Soul Cult's secret meeting was in the depths of a mountain. This mountain was extremely barren and normally no one would come here. The middle-aged man brought Yi Xian in. Immediately someone came out and shouted, "Who is it?" "I am Huang Ziyuan of the ancient Nether Branches Heavenly Cloud Hall." The middle-aged man cupped his fists and threw an identity token over. The Nether Soul Cult's disciple took the token and looked at it. He used the Qi observation art to size up Yi Xian and the middle-aged man. When he found that they were on the same side, he did not pay much attention to them. "Come in. Walk straight and you will find a cave," the disciple said and threw the token back. "Many thanks." Huang Ziyuan cupped his fists and thanked the disciple. Then he entered the cave with Yi Xian. The cave was not dark. There were night-luminescent pearls embedded in all four sides, making it very bright. When Yi Xian and the middle-aged man entered, they found that there were already more than 20 disciples of the Nether Soul Cult inside. What powerful auras! There are 2 8-stage Great Emperors. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and stood at the entrance with the middle-aged man. 2 more came. "One is just SOSO. A gray-robed old man said faintly. He could sense that the middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Great Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor. It was not worth mentioning. "In a few hours we will attack directly. I heard that another twin fruit appeared yesterday. I wonder if it is true." Another black-robed old man said. He was a 8th-stage Great Emperor. "As long as we stick together, even a 9th-stage Great Emperor will have to think twice before coming. As long as it is not a half-step Supreme Being, everything will be fine," the gray-robed old man said. "There are not many half-step Supreme Beings in the heavenly prison. They have all consumed the twin fruit and condensed the second void spirit. All of them are comprehending a new profound. They don't have time to come and join in the fun." Yi Xian was extremely shocked as he listened to the discussions of these experts. He did not expect that there would be half-step Supreme Beings in the heavenly prison. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one. 9th-stage Great Emperor was the highest realm in the Void God realm. After breaking through to 9th-stage Great Emperor, one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body. Sealing the Great Emperor's will into one's body could greatly increase the strength of one's body, which was the sovereign golden body. However, after 9th-stage Great Emperor, one would not be a Supreme Being, but a half-step Supreme Being because the sovereign golden body had yet to be formed. If one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body, one would be able to trigger the Supreme Being Tribulation. The Supreme Being Tribulation was the lightning tribulation. If one could withstand it, one would become a Supreme Being. If not, one's soul would be destroyed. The stronger one's body was, the more lightning tribulations one could withstand, and the stronger the sovereign golden body would be after breaking through to the Supreme Being realm. However, Yi Xian was a 5th-stage Great Emperor now. Hence, he did not think too much because he heard that there would at most be a 9th-stage Great Emperor in this operation. There would not be a half-step Supreme Being. It's a pity that even though I am a 5th-stage Great Emperor, I am still unable to refine that sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Xian sighed. After all, sword intent was a powerful ability that could harm the sovereign golden body. If he had learned it earlier, he would be able to sweep through the entire heavenly prison. Yi Xian stood there quietly. Following that, there were still some members of the Nether Soul Cult who came to meet up. After a few hours, there were already more than 40 people. However, among the 40 people, there were only 3 8th-stage Great Emperors and less than 10 7th-stage Great Emperors. The number of people is about right. Although we aren't strong, we should be able to break through the obstructing defenses and enter the White Dragon Mountain. The gray-robed old man and 2 other people acted as the leaders. Then, they led Yi Xian and the other 40 people towards the White Dragon Mountain. Until now, 4 twin fruits had appeared in the White Dragon Mountain. Although it was just a rumor, it had attracted many people. Among these people, there were people from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty and Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Anyway, their goal was the same, which was the twin fruits. Alright, we'll be able to see the White Dragon Mountain in another 5 minutes. The reason why we've gathered here is to enter the White Dragon Mountain. Once we've entered, we'll go our separate ways. The gray-robed old man shouted. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, was already full of energy. Although he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor and seemed to be the weakest among the group, his true strength had already surpassed the 7th-stage Great Emperor. He was only second to the 3 8th-stage Great Emperors. Chapter 725. If I can get the twin fruits, then I'll be so awesome. Yi Xian was fantasizing in his heart. 5 minutes later, everyone saw a white mountain. No, to be precise, it was a mountain range shrouded in white fog. Some of the peaks were more than 1,000 meters tall. In the Heavens Prison, one was not allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters or less. This was just a restriction. Yi Xian had encountered some obstacles along the way, but it was only a restriction on his movement. There was no danger. However, this did not mean that he could not climb 1,000 meters tall mountain on foot. Many people came to the White Dragon Mountain because of the twin fruits. Most of them were from the Great Yuan Army. The Great Yuan Army had sealed off the entrance to the White Dragon Mountain range for their own people to explore. Yi Xian and his group's goal was to break through their defense and enter the White Dragon Mountain range. The White Dragon Mountain is right in front. There are a few Great Yuan Army generals guarding the entrance. Later, the three of us will stop this general. When the time comes, you will have to rely on your own strength. The gray-robed elder shouted and led the charge. Enemies. In the distance, the Great Yuan general guarding the entrance of the White Dragon Mountain discovered Yi Xian's group and immediately shouted. In an instant, the experts of the Great Yuan Army immediately came forward to welcome them. A great battle began. Before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, I better raise my cultivation realm. It's safer. Yi Xian said in his heart and held the 8 desolate sword tightly. Although he could kill a rank 7 Great Emperor, the White Dragon Mountain range was extremely dangerous. There might be many rank 8 Great Emperors or even rank 9 Great Emperors inside. If he could break through before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, his chances of survival would at least double. At this moment, the Great Yuan Army generals and the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors had already started fighting. Come, let's have a great battle. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited and he immediately burrowed into the ground. When the two sides started fighting, he suddenly appeared from the side. 8 desolate wind formation. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. With Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, his casual sword attack was his strongest attack. No one below rank 8 Great Emperor could block his sword attack. There were many captains in the Great Yuan Army, but they were all attracted by the rank 7 Great Emperors. Hence, Yi Xian was crazily reaping the lives of the ordinary Great Yuan Army soldiers. It was a battle of 2 against 1. In the first wave of attacks, more than a dozen of the Nether Sect's disciples had fallen. Come here, interspatial rings. As Yi Xian killed the enemies, he used the dual space to store the universe ring. After all, these were all disciples of the ghost cult, and there were many ghost lanterns inside. Tsich, this sort of attack wants to break through my 128 layers of pulse guard. Yi Xian was full of disdain. This was an attack from a rank 7 Great Emperor. However, when the sword light landed on Yi Xian's 128 layered earth pulse, it vibrated for 100 times before disappearing into nothingness. Among the people present, there were a few with the earth attribute. However, they had only comprehended the earth pulse. The strongest one had only comprehended 32 layered earth pulse. They were far from Yi Xian's level. So strong. If I had comprehended 256 layered earth pulse, would even a rank 8 Great Emperor not be able to hurt me? Yi Xian immediately felt the power of the earth pulse. However, he did not think too much about it. Collecting the spoils of war was more important. The battle between the 150 people was very intense. In less than 3 seconds, 50 people had fallen. However, most of them were from the ghost cult. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors from the ghost cult were being beaten back by the 4 Great Yuan generals. Stop fighting. Go in. The gray-robed old man shouted. The rest did not dare to fight anymore. They joined forces to break through the defense and charged towards the White Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors were also retreating as they approached the White Dragon Mountain. In terms of the number of people killed, Yi Xian had killed the most. Hence, he had obtained the most rewards. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, he is a rank 6 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The ghost cult had 3 rank 8 Great Emperors. However, there were 4 Great Yuan generals here. Hence, they were still missing 1 person. However, with such a huge commotion, if a Great Yuan marshal were to appear, they would all be done for. Forget it. Let's enter the White Dragon Mountain first. Yi Xian did not intend to find trouble with the 4th rank 8 Great Emperor. Instead, he used ground shrink and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the White Dragon Mountain. The 3 tier 8 Great Emperors of the Nether cult roared as they charged in as well. As for the Great Yuan Army's captains and generals, they could only give up on pursuing. The White Dragon Mountain was shrouded in white fog. Even rank 9 Great Emperors could get lost if they entered. What kind of danger is there in the White Dragon Mountain? More than 1,000 people have entered, but only a dozen or so have come out. Moreover, all of them left in a hurry. The Great Yuan Army's experts were confused. Hence, they began to clean up the corpses. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered the White Cloud Mountain range. However, he hid underground and was counting the spoils of war. Tsk. There are more than 50 ghost lanterns. I've made a huge profit this time. Yi Xian could not help but grin. He estimated that these 50 ghost lanterns could create at least 10 rank 6 great emperors and dozens of rank 4 or 5 great emperors. Not only that, he still had hundreds of empty ghost lanterns on him. He could store more of them. He first kept these items, then he braced himself and returned to the ground. I wonder what dangers lie in the White Dragon Mountain. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian began to move forward. He was very careful with every step he took. In such a dangerous place he could not run. He walked for about 5 minutes but he did not find anything. Suddenly he frowned and quickly retreated. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. There's poison in this white fog. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise he would have been poisoned. If it was not for the notification, he would not have noticed anything strange about this place. However, in the next moment his footsteps paused again. He could not help but grip the Bahuang sword in his hand tightly. This was because he heard the sound of a flute. Although the sound of the flute was pleasing to the ear, Yi Xian felt that it was very strange. After all, this was the White Dragon Mountain range. The poison just now is a mental poison. It will weaken one's mental strength and great emperor's will. Then it will be easy for one to be controlled. Chapter 726. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a feeling that the White Dragon Mountain was not what he had imagined. There might be a huge conspiracy here. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw someone approaching. He quickly looked in that direction with vigilance. Soon this person entered his sight. It was a young man. Yi Xian had seen this young man before. He was one of the dozens of disciples from the Nether sect. At this moment, this young man closed his eyes and slowly walked towards the sound of the flute. After seeing this, Yi Xian was sure that his guess was correct. Indeed, someone is using this poison and the flute sound to lure people over. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He quickly went over and took the young man's interspatial ring. Should I follow and take a look, or? He poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space and pondered. In the end he decided to follow this young man and take a look. At this moment the young man was already bewitched. When Yi Xian took his interspatial ring he did not move at all. It was as if he was sleepwalking. Yi Xian followed behind him and slowly approached the flute sound. Along the way, he saw another person who was bewitched by the flute sound. However, this time, it was a captain wearing the Dayuan army's armor. Naturally, Yi Xian would not let go of his interspatial ring. He immediately took it. The flute sound was getting closer and closer. Yi Xian was also getting more and more cautious. Although he could not see anyone in the fog, he could feel a powerful aura in front of him. It was at least a rank 8 great emperor. Is this the work of a rank 8 great emperor? Yi Xian thought about it and felt that something was wrong. After all, there seemed to be another rank 9 great emperor in the White Dragon Mountain. He quickly burrowed into the ground and continued to approach. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting on a big rock 1,000 meters in front of him. He held a green flute in his hand. The flute sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. However, when it entered Yi Xian's ears, it was a little noisy. Another 3 have come. Let me see how much wealth you have. At this time, the white-robed young man suddenly stood up and directly released his domain, killing 3 people who were approaching him like walking corpses. Then he dashed over to collect the interspatial rings. Why are there 2 people without cosmos rings? The young man in white was a little surprised. In the next moment, his expression froze and he abruptly turned around. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 128 layered waves. All of a sudden Yi Xian appeared behind him and slashed out 36 times in an instant. These 36 slashes were so fast that they left afterimages as they attacked the white-clothed youth. Among them, 15 of them contained 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world. Bang, 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 bang. The white-robed youth's reaction was quite fast, but he couldn't withstand the thousands of vibrations and was directly killed. It's so cool to shrink the ground into an inch. It's an ultimate sneak attack skill. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He quickly walked over and took out a high-level ghost lantern to preserve the will of the great emperor of the white-clothed youth. The willpower of an 8th-order great emperor, what a great gain. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Those low-grade Great Emperor's willpower were all combined in a spirit lantern, but this 8th Order Great Emperor's willpower was stored separately by Yi Xian. This was because the more chaotic a Great Emperor's willpower was, the weaker it would be. Previously, Jiang Tianjin had refined a pure 3rd Order Great Emperor's willpower and broke through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor. However, his strength was much weaker than a 3rd Order Great Emperor. If he refined a random Great Emperor's willpower, his strength would be even weaker. I'm not in any danger for now. I'll store these Great Emperor's willpower first. If I need it, I'll suddenly devour it. If not, I'll leave it for others. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Although it wasn't good to refine the Great Emperor's willpower, there were countless people in the Eastern Continent and Skywater Continent who needed it. If Lin Wenyue, Zhao Pan, and the others refined the Great Emperor's willpower, they could instantly become Void God Realm Great Emperors. Most likely they would never have thought that such a day would come in their lives. Of course, this would have to wait until Yi Xian successfully left the heavenly prison. The 8th Order Great Emperor's willpower is really rich. There are also many spirit lanterns inside. It seems like he has killed many people. Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield and left quickly. He knew that the white-robed young man wasn't the only one who did this. The White Dragon Mountain range was so big, there must be an organization. Their goal was to lure others in and kill them. It seemed like the news of the Twin Life Fruit was spread by them. There was no such thing as the Twin Life Fruit here, only a group of wolves waiting for lambs to come to their doorstep. Although the poison is fierce and no one below the 8th Order Great Emperor realm would be spared. Even 8th Order Great Emperors would be affected if they weren't careful. However, it's useless against me. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was a 6th Order Great Emperor. His body's resistance to poison would increase as his cultivation increased. Therefore he could move freely in the white mist. Now that Yi Xian knew what was in the White Dragon Mountain range, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He walked forward for a while and as expected, he heard the sound of a flute again. He immediately burrowed into the ground and sneaked over. When the other party was busy killing the sleepwalkers, he suddenly made his move. Just a 7th Order Great Emperor? Forget it, he's not bad. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He took off the cloth bag hanging on the waist of the deceased. Inside the bag were interspatial rings. If this continues, I can at least break through to the 7th Order Great Emperor realm, or even the 8th Order Great Emperor realm. This White Dragon Mountain was truly a treasure trove for Yi Xian. After all, these people had already killed quite a few people. However, Yi Xian knew that behind these people, there might be a very powerful 9th Order Great Emperor or even a half-step supreme. Therefore he didn't dare to let his guard down. However, after Yi Xian killed the 3 flute men, his luck increased to an azure color, reaching a value of 10,000. Now, I can already leave the heavenly prison, but I'm still far from being able to exchange for the twin fruits. Yi Xian shook his head. A single twin fruits required a purple luck, which was 1,000,000 points of luck. He only had 10,000 points now, so he was still short of 990,000 points. It was really difficult to exchange for a single twin fruits. Others want the twin fruits to condense a second void spirit, but I want to use it to condense a doppelganger. Yi Xian thought as he walked. He was very careful because he suspected that there was a half-step supreme here. A half-step supreme was someone who had successfully sealed the Great Emperor's will. Even if it was only 10%, such an expert wasn't someone a 9th Order Great Emperor could fight against. Chapter 727. At that moment, Yi Xian had almost reached the peak of rank 6 Great Emperor and was about to break through to rank 7 Great Emperor. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a flute entered his ears. His body trembled and he quickly followed the sound of the flute. However, after searching for a while, he felt an extremely strong aura. So strong. I am afraid it is a rank 9 Great Emperor. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He was only a 6th stage Great Emperor. If he encountered a 9th stage Great Emperor, although he could block the other party's Great Emperor will, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a 9th stage Great Emperor. However, Yi Xian thought about the spirit lanterns in the devouring space. They were useless. Forget it. I will increase my rank first and continue to collect more. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he directly devoured all the Great Emperor's intent in the devouring space. Ding. Host has broken through. Current rank is rank 7 Great Emperor. A notification came from the system. Anyway, he still had many empty spirit lanterns in the devouring space. He could just go out and collect more. After breaking through, he quickly burrowed into the ground and flew in the direction of the sound of the flute. The sound of the flute was played by a middle-aged man. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and there were many corpses around him. The smell of blood filled the air and it was very pungent. The blood had seeped into the ground and the ground was bright red. Hiss. 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 More than 10 empty God Realm great emperors were heading towards the middle-aged man. Some of them were from the Sunflame Sacred Court and some were from the Deyuan Sacred Court. Among them, there was even a general from the Deyuan Sacred Court. The general of the Deyuan Sacred Court was at least a rank 8 great emperor. However, he had accidentally inhaled the poisonous fog into his body and was in a trance. Big Brother is now breaking through the bottleneck and needs a large amount of treasures. The Sunflame Sacred Court and the Spirit Sect will greatly reduce Big Brother's time. As long as Big Brother breaks through to half-step to Supreme Being, he will be able to stand out in the final battle and be noticed by the officials of the Deyuan Sacred Court. He will be able to reach the top in one step. The middle-aged man thought to himself as he started to collect the Qian rings of the corpses. The luck above his head had already turned blue. However, at that moment, swoosh! Suddenly a sword light pierced through the air. The middle-aged man's body shook and he quickly left the place. Swish! The sword light slashed through his afterimage. Who? The middle-aged man shouted. He was a dignified 9th-rank great sovereign. Yet someone dared to sneak attack him. That person was courting death. However, a person who could launch a sneak attack on him was definitely not an ordinary person. He scanned the surroundings but did not find anyone. Boom, boom, boom. Wall after wall of golden walls rose in front of him. At the same time he was also covered by golden armor. Which scoundrel is this? Come out! The middle-aged man shouted. However, there was no response. The one who had launched a sneak attack on him was naturally Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared behind him using the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man was not weak, and Yi Xian did not succeed in his sneak attack. Metal element, huh? That's great. I'm the one who counters it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and rose from the ground, revealing his true form. Brat, did you sneak attack me? Asked the middle-aged man, not daring to be careless. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. That's right. It was me. So, you have comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. However, you have guts to launch a sneak attack on me as a mere 7th-rank great sovereign. The middle-aged man was furious. Hee, I'm gutsy enough to kill you. Yi Xian grinned and his face was filled with mockery. You're courting death. The middle-aged man could not stand the mockery and launched an attack. In an instant, he formed hundreds of golden swords and shot them at Yi Xian. Petty tricks. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's right hand shattered. 8 sharp blades struck out and destroyed the golden swords one by one. Wind acceleration? The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shrinking earth into an inch and wind acceleration were two different types of profound mysteries. Now that they appeared on Yi Xian's body, it meant that Yi Xian had 2 types of void spirit souls. Immediately, a look of envy appeared on his face. The twin fruit was a legendary item. After working hard in the Heavens prison for so many years, he only had blue providence. He was still halfway to purple providence. Who would have thought that Yi Xian had eaten one before? Brat, I can't let you live. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red and he launched a powerful attack. Come at me. Yi Xian shouted and clenched his wind dragon slash. 9th-rank great sovereign intent. The middle-aged man glared at Yi Xian and a wave of pressure enveloped Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's 128 layers of pulsating guard blocked at least half of the power. Under the suppression of his great sovereign intent, Yi Xian's speed was only reduced by 20%. At the same time, Yi Xian's dual space that had merged with the 7th-rank great sovereign intent enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's speed was also reduced by 20%. Both sides were evenly matched. Gravity space, wind space? This time the middle-aged man was shocked. These 2 profundities were the hardest to comprehend among the earth and wind attributes. He had heard of how powerful these 2 profundities were when stacked together, but he didn't expect to see it today. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layers of pulsating earth. A cold light flashed as the middle-aged man hurriedly condensed several golden walls. In addition to his 9th-rank great sovereign intent, ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, this kind of defense couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xian's sword chi easily broke through more than 10 golden walls and closed in on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked. Only now did he realize that Yi Xian had comprehended 128 layers of pulsating earth. A single pulsating earth would cause more than 100 vibrations. In addition to the attribute suppression and the attack count of the 36 overlapping shadows, The golden walls were like pieces of tofu. The middle-aged man quickly dodged. At this time he already had thoughts of retreating. Although Yi Xian was only a 7th-rank great sovereign, his talent was unparalleled. He definitely wasn't someone the middle-aged man could match. He immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Haha, a 9th-rank great sovereign is actually afraid of me, a 7th-rank great sovereign. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Yi Xian mocked as he attacked. What a joke. This was a 9th-rank great sovereign. If he could preserve his great sovereign intent, he could create another 9th-rank great sovereign. Although he was only slightly stronger than an 8th-rank great sovereign, there were very few Void God Realm great sovereigns in the Eastern continent. A 9th-rank great sovereign was simply a legend. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian continued to attack. He definitely had to take this middle-aged man's life. Chapter 728. Damn it, I have to find Big Brother. The middle-aged man cursed in his heart. His big brother was currently in seclusion, trying to break through to the half-step Supreme Being realm. However, he couldn't care less now that his life was in danger. Big brother, save me. The middle-aged man shouted. This sentence stunned Yi Xian. This 9th stage great emperor isn't the mastermind. There's someone stronger. Yi Xian's face darkened. He estimated that the middle-aged man's big brother was at least a 9th stage great emperor, or even a half-step Supreme Being. If it was just a 9th stage great emperor, he might be able to deal with it. However, if it was a half-step Supreme Being, he had to escape immediately. If his dual space was infused with the great emperor's will, it would have some effect on Void God Realm experts. However, a half-step venerable would seal the great emperor's will in their body and condense it into a venerable, which could greatly enhance their physique. He estimated that his dual space would not be effective on a half-step venerable. Should I leave? At this moment Yi Xian was hesitating. This 9th stage great emperor's physical strength was very strong. However, if he continued to chase, his life would be in danger. Let's go all out and kill this person, then escape through the earth. Yi Xian made his decision. Now, his courage was much smaller than before, but he still had to give it a shot every now and then. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Yi Xian's attacks were very beautiful. Every time he attacked, a series of afterimages would be sent towards the middle-aged man's back. The middle-aged man had to escape while dodging Yi Xian's attacks. At this moment he couldn't even be bothered to form the golden rampart and was running for his life. However, at this moment Yi Xian launched another round of attacks. 8 Barren Wind Formation. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't know when 4 sharp blades appeared in front of him and blocked his escape route. Get lost. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he sent the 4 sharp blades flying. However, at this moment 4 sharp blades suddenly shot out from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosions, the middle-aged man's legs exploded and he fell to the ground. The throbbing pulse of the world had 128 layers. As long as one's attack landed, it would instantly cause 128 vibrations. This was the terrifying aspect of the throbbing pulse of the world. Ah, die. Yi Xian laughed loudly. His eyes turned cold as he crazily hacked at the middle-aged man. 36 overlapping shadows. However, at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, an explosive shout entered his ears. Stop. Actually, when Yi Xian heard those 2 words he could have stopped, but was that possible? Swish. A cold light flashed and the middle-aged man was instantly cut in half by the sword chi. At the same time the sword chi cut him, a series of violent vibrations occurred, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Yi Xian immediately burrowed into the ground. Boom. In the next moment, the place where he was just now exploded. This was the attack of the great emperor's will. At the same time Yi Xian rushed to the corpse and took everything away. Stay here. The mysterious voice sounded again. Yi Xian felt a huge pressure on his shoulder, but it was not enough to suffocate him. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Bastard, how dare you kill my second brother? You're courting death. A figure rushed out from the white fog. He glanced at the corpse, then looked around. After locking onto an aura, he immediately chased after it. Yi Xian, who was escaping with the earth shrinking profound, suddenly felt that something was wrong. His heart trembled. What a powerful person. He must be at the peak of the 9th stage great emperor. I can't fight against him. At this moment he had already obtained the middle-aged man's treasures. He had devoured everything, but he did not have the slightest confidence. If he had been hit by the great emperor's will, he would have been seriously injured. If he had been intimidated, although he could still move, his speed would have been reduced by at least 50%. Fortunately, the middle-aged man's elder brother was not a half-step supreme, but a peak great emperor. If he was a half-step supreme, he would not have used the great emperor's will. He would have appeared in front of him in an instant and killed him. A half-step supreme not only had a strong physique, but could also burn their true chi. After burning their true chi they could recover. No matter what, they were much stronger than a 9th-stage great emperor. Yi Xian ran and dodged at the same time. At this moment, the ground was shaking from the peak great emperor. This peak great emperor wanted to force Yi Xian out, so he attacked indiscriminately. In a few more seconds I will be out of the White Dragon Mountain range. At that time, I might be able to escape from this guy with the help of the Great Yuan army. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he ran at full speed. Boom, boom, boom. This peak great emperor was very angry. After all, his brother had died in front of him. If he did not catch Yi Xian, how could he face his dead brother? However, the earth shrinking profound was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the soil in the heavenly prison could conceal most of the aura. Therefore he could only follow Yi Xian. After a few seconds, Yi Xian came out of the White Dragon Mountain range. He poked his head out and glanced around. He noticed that there were many Great Yuan army soldiers in front of him. Immediately he rushed towards the Great Yuan army. A second after he left the White Dragon Mountain range, the peak great emperor also rushed out and roared. What? The Great Yuan army's experts were shocked when they noticed him. Among the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army in the heavenly prison, only the marshal was a 9th-stage great emperor. Now that they saw a peak great emperor, they immediately retreated in fear. Sir, what are you doing? When a Yuan general saw the middle-aged man rushing towards him, he immediately shouted out explosively. Get lost. The peak great emperor shouted as he continued to bombard the ground with his great emperor's will. The peak great emperor's will attack could cause an explosion of 10,000 meters. There was a formation 1,000 meters underground in the heavenly prison. Every time he attacked, the formation would be exposed. However, he could still see Yi Xian. He could only feel the aura left behind by Yi Xian. Disperse, disperse quickly. The great Yuan general shouted anxiously. However, he was still too slow. Boom. The peak great emperor attacked indiscriminately. He did not care about the Great Yuan army and directly bombarded them with his great emperor's will, killing dozens of Great Yuan army experts. There were less than 10 people left in this army of 50. Of the 3 Great Yuan generals, 2 were dead and only 1 was left. However, this peak great emperor was from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. His face had been seen. If he let these people go, he would be wanted. Therefore these survivors must die. Boom. 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 The peak great emperor glared again. The remaining Great Yuan army experts were all killed. Their corpses were torn apart and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 729. Damn brat, don't let me see you again. The peak great emperor roared at the sky. Earlier, he had been bombarding the ground with his great emperor's will because of Yi Xian's aura. However, he was obstructed by the Yuan army and lost track of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fled far away. Huff huff, that scared me to death. That guy is already a peak great emperor. If I were to face him head-on, I would definitely be the one to die. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of a rank 9 great emperor was actually divided into different levels. Only those who had condensed their great emperor's will to the peak could attempt to break through to the half-step supreme realm. That peak great emperor was obviously qualified. He did not dare to be negligent. He did not even dare to show his head as he was afraid that the peak great emperor would lock onto his aura. He advanced towards the Sun Flames Sacred Dynasty's territory. After running for half a day, he finally returned to the Sun Flames Sacred Dynasty's territory. Now that I'm a rank 7 great emperor, as long as I don't encounter a peak great emperor, I won't be in danger. Yi Xian looked at the blue providence above his head. It was the providence he had obtained after killing the middle-aged man. TSK, I actually obtained 200,000 providence after killing that middle-aged man. With another 700,000, I can exchange them for the twin fruits. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Now that he had so much providence, he could almost obtain all of the low-grade providence such as red, orange, yellow, and green ones. This time he decided to go to the 3 main cities to take a look. There were 3 overlords in the Sun Flames Sacred Dynasty's territory in the Heaven Prison. Yi Xian was currently in the territory of Jianghu, one of the 3 overlords. Jianghu was a half-step supreme realm expert, but no one knew how many great emperors' wills he had sealed. At the same time, the main city under his rule was called Jianghu City. After killing for so long, Yi Xian's internal organs, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were tired. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he did not need to sleep. This time he wanted to go to the main city to have a good meal and then sleep. Now he had the qualifications to leave the heavenly prison, but his goal was the twin fruits, so he wanted to rest for a while before working hard again. He spent 2 days rushing all the way to the front of Blue Fire City. The fate above his head was blue, and it was very eye-catching. Many people stopped to look at him. "Brother, your luck, right?" Just as Yi Xian entered Green Fire City, a wretched-looking man suddenly approached him and asked in a low voice, "His luck is still there?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. At the same time he glanced at the wretched man. He only had a red light above his head. However, that wretched-looking man was a rank 7 great emperor. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover. "Brother, you don't know? It's true that you can only buy things from the shops under the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty, but you know." The wretched man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment Yi Xian understood. That wretched-looking man also had a shop, but he wanted to do some buying in private. For example, he wanted Yi Xian to pretend to buy things and then deduct his luck to earn some fees for exchanging his luck. "What's the price?" Yi Xian asked in a low voice. 100,000 luck for 120,000 luck items. "What do you think?" said the wretched-looking man. Yi Xian paused. It seemed that this was a good deal. He also knew that the item that was worth 120,000 luck was paid by the shop owner himself. Then the shop owner could share Yi Xian's luck with others who needed it. After all, the twin fruits required 1 million luck. Not everyone could get that much. "Sorry, I don't need it yet." Yi Xian shook his head. If he used up the luck, he might not be able to break through. However, with his current luck, if he killed those low-level people, he could almost completely plunder their luck. If he returned to the red light, the difference would not be big and he would not plunder much. It was a loss. Hey brother, don't go," the wretched-looking man chased after him. Yi Xian could not be bothered with him. After all, no fighting was allowed in Blue Fire City. After all, this city was full of hidden experts. There must be more than one half-step supreme. If anyone dared to fight, even if they escaped, they would be wanted. If they were wanted, how could they leave Heaven's prison in the future? "If I need you, I will come to you." After saying that, Yi Xian left quickly. To him, luck was not much different. It could be used to improve his cultivation level. He could not use it to show off, but he could plunder more luck from others. After all, if he died, it did not matter whether a part of his luck was taken or all of it dissipated. He found a restaurant and ordered some dishes. Fortunately, not all the shops in Blue Fire City belonged to the Sunflame's sacred dynasty. One didn't need luck to eat here. "I haven't eaten for a few months. I'm going to have a big meal today." Yi Xian looked at the delicacies that were brought up one after another and immediately had an appetite. In fact, he did not need to eat for a long time. He could absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi to satisfy his hunger. However, the heaven and earth yuan qi did not have any taste at all. Therefore, the restaurant was still very popular. The restaurant was very big and people came and went. As Yi Xian ate, he listened attentively to see if there was anything new. He had made the right choice in coming here. It was said that there would be a great battle in half a month's time. This great battle would be a chaotic battle between the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In every great battle, there would be countless experts who would fall. There were also countless geniuses who stood out. There were even people who obtained purple luck and exchanged it for the twin fruits. Half a month's time, Yi Xian was suddenly interested. At this time he was already a rank 7 great emperor. If he participated in this great battle, he might be able to break through to rank 9 great emperor. He just did not know if a peak great emperor needed something to break through to a half-step supreme. Just as Yi Xian was planning in his heart, a man suddenly walked towards him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was because he felt that the man's aura was not any weaker than the peak great emperor he met in the White Dragon Mountain range. Another peak great emperor. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Blue Fire City was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He originally thought that the man was just passing by and was also here to eat. He did not expect the man to come straight to him. "Little brother, my master invites you to the 3rd floor for a gathering." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned his head. He realized that the peak great emperor was actually talking to him. "Your master is?" Yi Xian paused and asked in shock. Chapter 730. "Little brother, you'll know when you get here. Don't worry, no one will dare to make a move in Green Fire City," said the man. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was very curious about the master that this peak great emperor was talking about. In the heavenly prison, anyone who could recruit a peak great emperor as a helper was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be a half-step supreme being? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Perhaps this half-step supreme being saw that he was young and had good aptitude, so he wanted to recruit him or take him as a disciple. All right, lead the way. Yi Xian nodded and stood up. The man did not waste any time and directly led Yi Xian upstairs to a private room. Master, he's here, said the man respectfully outside the door. From time to time, an old voice drifted out from inside, come in. Then the man pushed the door open and let Yi Xian in alone while he guarded the door. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. When he entered the private room, he saw an old figure. After seeing this person, Yi Xian could not help but exclaim, "It's you?" The master, sitting in the private room, was actually the barbecued old man that Yi Xian had met when he first entered the heavenly prison. He was the white-haired old man who gave him a flask of flame dragon wine and asked him a few questions about the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. "Hee, I didn't expect you to recognize me." The white-haired old man grinned. "Senior, why are you here?" Yi Xian was very shocked. When Yi Xian first entered the heavenly prison, this white-haired old man was the first person that Yi Xian met in the heavenly prison. At that time, Yi Xian felt that this old man was not an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian was only a first-stage great emperor at that time. Now, the man who invited Yi Xian upstairs was a peak great emperor. The difference was so big that Yi Xian couldn't accept it for a while. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to break through from First Order Great Emperor all the way to Seventh Order Great Emperor in just a few months. That's amazing." The white-haired old man poured a cup of flame dragon wine and delivered it to Yi Xian using his true energy. Yi Xian drank it all in one gulp. Then he asked in astonishment, "May I know what Senior is looking for me for?" "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." The white-haired old man nodded and said, "I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In his estimation, this white-haired old man was very likely to be a half-step supreme being. However, there was nothing on him that could make a half-step supreme being covet. "One twin fruit in exchange for your weapon," the white-haired old man said directly. "Weapons?" Yi Xian shuddered. The first thing that came to his mind was the Bahuang sword, followed by the Wind Dragon Slash and the Thunder Sword. Previously, I told you that the Wind Thunder Emperor stole a key. Now that the 9th Wind Thunder Palace has been found, only the corpse of the Wind Thunder Emperor was found. However, the key was not found. The white-haired old man stood up and said, "Therefore, I suspect that the Wind Thunder Emperor has fused the key into the Wind Thunder Slash or the Thunder Sword." This news frightened Yi Xian. The Wind Dragon Slash was only an upper-grade Void God weapon. Not many people would covet it. However, if the Wind Dragon Slash contained the key to open the ruins, it would be a crime to possess a treasure. "Senior, are you sure?" Yi Xian frowned and asked. "I'm not sure, but I can try. Therefore, I'll use a twin fruit in exchange for your Wind Dragon Slash." As the white-haired old man spoke, a red and blue fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. Yi Xian had seen the picture of the twin fruit before. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. This was indeed the twin fruit. It's really the twin fruit. If I have it, I can directly condense a doppelganger. It's equivalent to having 2 lives. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. He was very eager to obtain this twin fruit. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, the white-haired old man asked again, "Little brother, what do you think?" "But the Thunder Sword is not with me." Yi Xian frowned and said, "It doesn't matter. The Thunder Sword is only the Wind Thunder Emperor's secondary weapon. The Wind Dragon Slash is his main weapon. If you don't have it, you can get it for me." The white-haired old man replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian glanced at him. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. "Okay, I'll do it." Yi Xian agreed immediately. He could already leave the heaven prison, but he did not leave immediately. His purpose was to obtain a twin fruit. Now that there was a twin fruit in front of him, how could he not exchange it? Immediately he took out the Wind Dragon Slash. "It is indeed the Wind Dragon Slash. Good little brother, this twin fruit is yours." The white-haired old man recognized the Wind Dragon Slash as the Wind Thunder Emperor's main weapon. Yi Xian received the twin fruit and excitedly put it into his devouring space. "Little brother, you already have dual attributes. You can keep this twin fruit for others." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he added, "If the Wind Dragon Slash is not with you, you can get the Thunder Sword. So, little brother, please stay in Greenfire City for a day or 2. The Thunder Sword is outside the heaven prison." Yi Xian added, "It's fine. When the time comes, I can bring you out of the heaven prison." The white-haired old man smiled. Bringing someone out of the heaven prison casually? It seemed that this white-haired old man's identity was not ordinary. For such an expert, even if he was killed in a restaurant, no one would find out. Even if he was discovered, nothing would happen. Otherwise Yi Xian would not have made this deal directly. Fortunately the other party was principled. He only wanted the Wind Dragon Slash. If it's only a day or two, it won't be a problem. I want to participate in the final battle in half a month. Yi Xian nodded. It won't take long. 3 days at most. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he left directly. As for Yi Xian, he also left the restaurant and found a place to stay. As for the Peak Great Emperor who had invited him upstairs, he followed him and stood outside his courtyard. So be it. Let's take a look at my doppelganger first. In the room Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Ding. The host has successfully condensed a doppelganger. The host is currently in a merged state. The system beeped. Yi Xian was wild with joy. He hurriedly summoned his doppelganger. 2 identical Yi Xian stood opposite each other. They shared the same thoughts and the same devouring space. Even if my original body dies, as long as my doppelganger is still here, I will not die. Yi Xian's expression was aghast. Both his original body and doppelganger were himself. At this moment he was in a non-merged state. In other words, he also had the doppelganger's vision. However, if the original body and doppelganger were not merged, the doppelganger would not break through. Chapter 731. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the devouring space is shared. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Only then did he realize that the cloud of providence above his clone's head was red in color. It seemed that he had to leave the heavens prison with his original body while his avatar remained in the heavens prison. First, I'll spend all my providence and leave behind 10,000. Then, my avatar will leave the heavens prison and return safely. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Yi Xian's original body merged with his avatar and left the heavens prison. This time he was going to spend all his providence until he was left with only 10,000. When the Peak Great Emperor saw him coming out, he followed behind him. Yi Xian's original body merged with his avatar, but the providence cloud above his head was still blue. He came to a shop under the Sun Flame's Sacred Dynasty in Greenfire City and exchanged all his blue providence for heaven and earth treasures, leaving him with only 10,000. Then he returned to his residence. Devour. At this moment Yi Xian's original body and avatar were in a merged state, so both of them could improve. I'm still a distance away from becoming a rank 8 Great Emperor, but I'm not afraid of that Peak Great Emperor now. Yi Xian thought to himself and stayed in the house for 3 days. After 3 days, the Peak Great Emperor knocked on his door and said, "Little brother, you can leave now." Yi Xian, who was resting in the house, immediately sat up when he heard the news. He could leave, which meant that the relic key was indeed in the Wind Dragon Slash. Forget it. I shouldn't expect too much. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have the strength to go to a relic that even a half-step supreme coveted. Besides, would they let him go? When Yi Xian opened the door, the Peak Great Emperor had already left. Now it was time for Yi Xian to leave. I have 10,000 providence. I'll exchange for a prison release token so that my avatar can leave the heavens prison and return safely. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately went to exchange for a release order and a release document. He was the only one who could use the jail leaving document that had his face on it. However, the clone was still him, so it didn't matter. Then Yi Xian merged with his body and left Greenfire City. Then he found a place where no one was around and created a clone. He had the clone head to the exit point. His original body, on the other hand, was heading to the location of the final battle between the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. Since the devouring space was shared, he wanted to take advantage of the time when his clone returned to the Eastern continent to get more Great Emperor's will. The final battle will take place in 3 days. The Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty has already formed an army of 10,000 people. All of them are high-level great sovereigns. There will even be half-supreme experts. Tisk. Yi Xian had arrived near the location of the final battle. Countless people had set up camp here, waiting for the start of the battle. At the same time, his clone had already left the Heaven Prison and was preparing to cross the Death Desert and return to the Eastern continent. The Death Desert is just child's play to me now. Yi Xian ordered his clone to enter the Death Desert. However, before that, his original body wanted to go to the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty's territory and break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. At the same time, he could get some Great Emperor's will for others to break through. However, Song Suijing and Song Caijua did not need it. As long as they had enough cultivation resources, they could break through quickly. After making the decision, Yi Xian used ground shrink to enter the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty's territory. The final battle was imminent, so the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty had gathered a large number of troops. Those who dared to find trouble with these troops were usually experts. Yi Xian was very strong now. As long as he did not encounter a half-step supreme, he would be fine. There's 100-men battalion there. Yi Xian suddenly poked his head out and took a look. 100-men battalion would at most have a rank 8 Great Sovereign General. There would not be a rank 9 Great Sovereign Marshal. Even if there were 10 rank 8 Great Sovereigns, they would not be as threatening as a rank 9 Great Sovereign. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide. He directly revealed his true form and charged over. Enemy attack. Although Yi Xian was fast, the Great Yuan army immediately recognized the providence above his head. So what if you see me? Yi Xian snorted coldly and charged into the camp. In the next moment, the Great Yuan army's camp was filled with bloodshed. At the same time, the Great Yuan army's camp quickly sent out a signal to ask for reinforcements. Unfortunately, they could not block Yi Xian's sword. In less than 10 seconds, the 100-men battalion was destroyed by Yi Xian. The 2 Great Yuan generals in charge were killed by Yi Xian. Hundreds of Qian rings and hundreds of enemy providence. Before the enemy's experts arrived, Yi Xian had already escaped. At this moment, the providence above his head had turned green again. He was only one step away from breaking through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. As long as I break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign, no one in the Void God realm will be my match. If I break through to rank 9 Great Sovereign, I might be able to contend with a half-step honorable. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. With the dual space, various ultimacies, and bloodline, he had the strength to challenge those of a higher rank. At this moment, he was looking for his next target. As long as he destroyed another camp, he would be able to break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. Oh, a camp about 3 times the size. There might be a rank 9 Great Sovereign Marshal. Yi Xian found another target, but this time he hesitated. The camp in front of him was 3 times the size of the previous one. There might be a rank 9 Great Sovereign inside. There were differences in strength between rank 9 Great Sovereigns. He did not care about ordinary rank 9 Great Sovereigns, but he was afraid that he would encounter a peak Great Sovereign. Although he was confident that he could deal with a peak Great Sovereign, if he couldn't destroy the camp in half a minute, it might attract the attention of the surrounding experts. After all, this was a decisive battle and there might be a half-step honorable. Hence he made a plan for himself. 10 seconds he would go there and after 10 seconds he would retreat. This was the same as an experienced assassin. If the first attack failed, he would immediately retreat. Kill. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the camp with hundreds of people. Enemy attack. A Deyuan captain discovered Yi Xian, but in the next moment he was killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not even have time to collect his Qian ring, and directly killed his way into the camp. Another bloodbath was set off. The war between the 2 great sage dynasties had left millions of corpses, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The death toll in the Heavens prison was in the tens of millions every year. Some years it could even reach 100 million. Every great sage dynasty had Supreme Being experts who had passed the Supreme Being tribulation. Void God Realm kings and Void God Realm emperors were nothing more than cannon fodder in the eyes of Supreme Being experts. Chapter 732. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yi Xian charged into the Deyuan camp. While using the 8 Baron Wind formation to kill the enemies, he held an ordinary high-grade Void God weapon in his hand and harvested the lives of the enemies. Every second there would be yin and yang rings flying towards him. The entire camp was like a slaughterhouse. It was chaotic. Kid, you're courting death. A loud roar rang out. There was originally a 9th stage Great Emperor and 5 8th stage Great Emperors in the camp. However, before Yi Xian charged in, there was a peak Great Emperor patrolling the area. Peak Great Emperor. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He actually encountered a peak Great Emperor. However, he was not afraid of a peak Great Emperor now. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. Yi Xian looked at the Great Yuan army's marshal who was charging towards him and attacked with all his might. The Sword God bloodline, the Beast God bloodline, the 8 Desolation sword, the Earth Pulse, and Yi Xian could kill a 9th rank Great Emperor with a casual swing of his sword. Unstoppable. The peak Great Emperor's face darkened. This was because his Great Emperor's intent did not have much effect. If he forcefully blocked this attack, he would be severely injured. He quickly dodged and launched a fierce attack on Yi Xian. At the same time, the 9th stage Great Emperor and 5 8th stage Great Emperors in the camp arrived and launched a group attack on Yi Xian. Ah, good one. Yi Xian laughed 3 times. At this moment, it had only been 5 seconds since he charged into the Deyuan camp. He estimated that if no one else interfered, he would need at most 5 seconds to deal with that peak Great Emperor. However, there were now 6 extra people. Therefore he could not deal with that peak great emperor first. He had to deal with the other 6 first. 8 Barren Wind Formation Go. Each of the 8 desolate swords contained the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse. Only a 9th Order Great Emperor could barely withstand it. However, the other 5 8th-stage Great Emperors could not block it. Boom, boom, boom. As Yi Xian fought with the peak Great Emperors, he used the 8 Desolate Sword to kill the 5 Rank 8 Great Emperors. At the same time, he controlled their interspatial rings to fly toward him. Under such circumstances, the peak Great Sovereign and the other Type 9 Great Sovereign could not care less about the storage rings and focused on attacking Yi Xian. But they never expected that Yi Xian would have a devouring system. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a Rank 8 Great Emperor. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's serious face couldn't help but reveal a trace of an evil smile. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had increased by a large margin, and he directly slashed out at the 9th Order Great Emperor. This slash was at least twice as fast as the previous one, slicing the 9th Order Great Emperor in half. Instant kill. A 9th Order Great Emperor. The peak Great Emperor was shocked. He couldn't figure out why Yi Xian was so powerful. He immediately turned around and left, because there seemed to be a half-step sovereign who had just broken through nearby. Sovereign White Dragon, save me. The peak Great Emperor roared, and his voice traveled over 100,000 meters. Sovereign. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but in the next moment he understood that the other party was probably only asking for help from a half-step sovereign. Even if you call your father, it's useless. Yi Xian slashed out. Pung. The peak Great Emperor turned around to receive the slash, but he could only withstand a few 128 layered earth pulse before he was killed. Now, not only could Yi Xian kill a 9th Order Great Emperor, but he could also kill a peak Great Emperor. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the spatial rings of the peak Great Emperor and the 9th Order Great Emperor, then quickly burrowed into the ground. The peak Great Emperor had asked for help from a half-step Supreme. With Yi Xian's current realm, he could not fight against a half-step Supreme, so he had to retreat. Not long after Yi Xian left, a middle-aged man came over. This person was dressed in white. If Yi Xian was still here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man as the peak Great Emperor who had chased after him back then. Even a peak Great Emperor has fallen. Who did it? When the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. In the next moment his eyes flashed. This aura, it's that brat. Sovereign White Dragon's aura suddenly surged. He turned around to look at the frightened Yuan army commanders and shouted, "You guys who saw that brat's face?" The experts of the Great Yuan army had all hidden themselves. However, amongst the people present, there were still a few who saw Yi Xian's face. They hurriedly described him in their own words. "Bastard brat, consider yourself lucky to have run fast." Sovereign White Dragon couldn't help but roar in his heart. After all, Yi Xian had killed his younger brother. Huff, huff, what a powerful aura, it must be that Sovereign White Dragon. Yi Xian had already fled far away. Before he left, he felt an aura that was at least several times stronger than a peak Great Emperor. It scared him so much that his legs were very nimble. However, he didn't know that Sovereign White Dragon was the peak Great Emperor from White Dragon Mountain that day. He also didn't know that the other party had already broken through. Now that I've broken through to the 8th-stage Great Emperor, the Deyuan army should be on guard after this incident. I better go back and wait for the 3 of them for the final battle. Yi Xian thought in his heart and immediately fled back to the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory. Before the final battle, there would be many experts from both sides coming to harass them. However, they wouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, the final battle was a battle between tens of thousands of people. The scene was so grand that it could scare Void God Realm kings. During these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed in the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's territory obediently. At the same time, his clone had already passed through the Desert of Death and arrived at the Eastern Continent. At that time he was separated from Wu Shang and the others and was captured by the Desert Bandits. After that, Wu Shang escaped with serious injuries while he was sent to the Heavens Prison. It had been a few months since then. If Wu Shang returned to the Eastern Continent, Yi Chong and the others would be very anxious. Therefore Yi Xian hurriedly sent his clone back to the Eastern Continent. He quickly returned to the Sword God Pagoda and flew up. "Who's there?" Immediately, a disciple of the Sword God Palace shouted. "Tai Palace Yi Xian." Yi Xian's clone directly reported his name. After hearing this name, the disciple's body trembled. How could he not know Yi Xian? "Are 8 Desolate Princess and 4 Moon Palace Master here?" Yi Xian quickly asked. Yes, the disciple quickly nodded. After hearing that Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan were still in the Sword God Palace, Yi Xian directly flew to the 8 Desolate Palace. Chapter 733. There had been no news from Yi Xian in the past few months. Wu Shang had also returned to the Sword God's Palace through the Desert of Death. Therefore Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan were very worried about Yi Xian's safety. Yi Xian was afraid that Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan had gone out to look for him. Therefore when he returned, he immediately rushed to the 8-Wind Palace. Coincidentally, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, Duanmu Yun, and the others were planning to go to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty to inquire about Yi Xian. "Father, Mother, I'm back." Yi Xian hastily rushed in. When the three saw Yi Xian, their bodies trembled. They immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Yi Xian? Father, Mother, I'm sorry. We ran into some trouble some time ago, but it's solved now. Is senior brother Wu Shang back?" Yi Xian hastily said. "Phew." The three heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Xian was fine. "Wu Shang is fine too. We've been looking for you for the past few months," Yi Chong said with relief. Yi Xian also understood that the Sword God's Palace had a force in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty guarded by the Peerless Sword God. After he went missing, Wu Shang should have brought the news to him and asked him to help find him. However, there was no need for that now. "What about Jiang Tianjin?" Yi Xian asked again. "He went missing like you. There's no news about him." Jiang Xinyan shook her head. "No news." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That day Jiang Tianjin had used 3 layers of heaven-burning flames to injure him. After that, he had escaped, causing him to be captured by Lord Jiao and sent to the heavenly prison. Although it was thanks to Jiang Tianjin that he had broken through to the 8th-rank Great Sovereign Realm, he had to take revenge. "What happened? Did Jiang Tianjin attack you?" Yi Chong frowned. "No, father. That day, a group of us joined forces to fight against the desert bandits. In the end, we couldn't win and scattered. I was accidentally caught. Later, a senior passed by and saved me." Yi Xian made up a lie on the spot. "I see." After hearing those words, Yi Chong and the others finally understood. In any case, Yi Xian was standing in front of them alive. As for Jiang Tianjin's life or death, they didn't care. "By the way, father, mother, Uncle Duanmu, I have a few gifts for you." Yi Xian suddenly grinned. "What?" The three of them were astonished. Next, Yi Xian took out 3 high-grade ghost lanterns. Inside were the wills of 3 great emperors that had fallen from the 8th Order. This is the Spectre Lantern. It contains the wills of 3 8th Order great emperors that I have collected. After you refine it, you can break through to the 8th Order Great Emperor realm." Yi Xian said calmly. "What?" Yi Chong and the other 2 were stunned. 8th Stage Great Emperor? One had to know that the 3 of them had just broken through not too long ago. Among them, Yi Chong had managed to reach the 2nd Order Great Emperor realm with the help of the 6th Sword God. But now, Yi Xian suddenly said that he had a way to help them break through to the 8th Order Great Emperor realm. Immediately they thought of the same person. Jiang Tianjin. That Jiang Tianjin had obtained a 3rd Order Great Emperor's will from the 9 Heavens Sword God. After refining it, he had broken through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor realm. Although he was weaker than the average 3rd Order Great Emperor realm, he was still stronger than the 3 of them. I'm lucky to have encountered a fortuitous encounter. My current cultivation realm is already at the 7th Order Great Emperor realm." Yi Xian said calmly. This news was like a bomb that exploded in the hearts of the 3 of them. After not seeing each other for a few months, Yi Xian had actually broken through to the 7th Order Great Emperor realm. However, what they didn't know was that the current Yi Xian was only a clone. His main body had already broken through to the 8th Order Great Emperor realm. As long as he merged with his clone would also break through to the 8th Order Great Emperor realm. "Of course, father, if you want to cultivate on your own, I can help you get cultivation resources," Yi Xian continued. He wasn't forcing them to break through to the 8th Order Great Emperor realm. It was just a suggestion. He let the 3 of them make their own choice. "Although this is a forced breakthrough, my family is already reunited. I don't have the motivation that I had back then. So I'll choose to refine it," Yi Chong said directly. The 9 Heavens Sword God is only a 5th Order Great Emperor, but he's always pulling a long face. If we break through, he'll have to beat around the bush when he sees us. Duanmu Yun also made her choice. "I'll refine it too. If I cultivate on my own, who knows how long it will take for me to break through to the 8th Order Great Emperor realm," Jiang Xinyan said. Hearing that the 3 of them had unanimously chosen to refine the 8th Order Great Emperor's will, Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. The 8th Order Great Emperor's will was just the beginning. In the future, he would get the 9th Order Great Emperor's will and nurture everyone to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Previously, because of the White Dragon Sovereign, Yi Xian only took the Chen Kuan ring and left. When the time for the final battle came, he would definitely collect a large amount of Great Emperor's will and strengthen his family. Immediately, the three of them began to refine the will. Yi Xian stood guard at the side. He was going to wait for the three of them to finish refining before heading to the chaotic astral ocean to check on the situation. While the three of them were refining the will, in the distant heavenly prison, the final battle had finally begun. Woo! Woo! A bugle horn sounded. The Sunfire Army and Great Yuan Army on both sides of the heavenly prison's final battle were ready to set off. The two armies had sent 20,000 men each. In addition, the two great sage dynasties had sent 10,000 men each. They were all at least 6th order great emperors. The scene was extremely grand. At this moment, Yi Xian was already holding the 8 desolate sword tightly, waiting for the leader to appear. Father and mother will be done refining soon. Now I'll go and get some 9th order great emperor's will. In the heavenly prison, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Although his avatar was only a 7th order great emperor, it did not matter. If he broke through to 9th order great emperor, he just needed to merge once and his avatar would break through to 9th order great emperor. What he had to deal with now was the final battle. Everyone, the bugle horn for the final battle has sounded. This time the final battle will be led by the three of us. Suddenly 3 experts flew out. Yi Xian turned his head. Although the three of them had concealed their auras, Yi Xian knew that the three of them should be half-step to sovereign. But he did not know how much they had sealed the great emperor's will. Was it half or 10%? So they are the generals under the 3 great leaders. Among them, Feng Xiang from Greenfire City is the strongest. I heard that he had sealed 10% of the great emperor's will. I wonder which 3 half-step to sovereign the great Yuan sacred dynasty will send. Half-step to sovereign will only lead us. Their opponents can only be half-step to sovereign. They will not interfere in the battle between empty gods. It doesn't matter who comes. You can't say that. If our leader wins, it will be a great boost to our morale. Chapter 734. The people below were discussing in hushed voices. This group of people usually moved in groups. If a fight broke out, they would be able to take care of each other. A person like Yi Xian who acted alone was either a powerful expert or someone with an incomplete brain. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded in the sky again. The final battle would begin when the 3rd horn sounded. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword tightly. He wished that his doppelganger was here. That way his strength would be doubled. Woo woo woo, finally the 3rd horn sounded. The people from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty trembled. Immediately they roared and started running. It's finally starting, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This time he was going to start a massacre. He quickly used the Earth Shrink ultimacy and burrowed into the ground. It was very dangerous to blend in with the crowd. He had to reach the edge of the battlefield so that he wouldn't be surrounded. Anyway, his goal was the same as the others, to make a killing and leave. Kill. Everyone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted the same word as they charged towards each other. Violent Army, go. Whirling Dragon Army, go. Violent Thunder Army, go. The half-step Supreme Being in the sky shouted. The Violent Thunder Army was a hidden army formed by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. They were all fire attribute great emperors who had comprehended the Raging Flames ultimacy. The Whirling Dragon Army was formed by wind attribute great emperors. As for the Violent Thunder Army, they were naturally lightning attribute great emperors. Among them, the Whirling Dragon Army and the Violent Thunder Army added up to less than 100 people. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army was in formation. They took the lead and immediately set up a defensive layer. The Violent Thunder Army, the Whirling Dragon Army, and the Violent Thunder Army immediately used their ultimacies. Raging Flames ultimacy. Death Storm. Myriad Heavenly Thunder. The 3 ultimacies started to bombard their opponents. The first wave of attacks was to see whose defense would be broken first. So scary. This was Yi Xian's first time participating in a major battle, and this scene immediately stunned him. This scene was like the end of the world. Even if a half-step Supreme Being was in the middle of the 2 armies, they would probably be blasted into nothingness. Half-step Supreme Being only had their wills sealed within their bodies. They were able to withstand most of the Great Emperor's wills. Only by becoming a Supreme Being could one condense the Supreme Being golden body and be completely immune to the will of the Great Emperor. Too scary. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. At this time, he had already rushed to the periphery of the battlefield of the final battle and was prepared to slaughter in the periphery. At this time, 3 Void God Realm Emperors who had the same idea as him flew over. Brat, you dare to be alone? You're courting death. The three of them launched a coordinated attack on Yi Xian. You're the ones who are going to die. Dual space. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and the will of an 8th Order Great Emperor fused into the space around him. At the same time, their attacks were blocked by the wind blades and wind walls. Yi Xian did not even raise his hand. Die. Selah. 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 3 crisp sounds were heard, and the heads of the 3 flew up. Yi Xian's luck increased tremendously. What a joke. 3 7th Order Great Emperors dared to find trouble with him, a 8th Order Great Emperor. They were really courting death. 8 Desolate Sword shatter. Yi Xian immediately shattered the 8 Desolate Sword, and it turned into 8 sharp blades and attacked. He was at the periphery and would not be trapped. Under such circumstances, it was a good choice to use the Death Storm. However, it would be too immoral to kill his own people by accident. He was also a member of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty, and he had to consider the big picture. In the distance, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army were still in the midst of exchanging blows. Not only that, but the 3 half-step supreme beings from the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty had also started to exchange blows with the half-step supreme beings from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Although Yi Xian could not see them clearly, he could feel 6 powerful auras. I don't care so much. Kill. Yi Xian controlled the 8 sharp blades and charged towards a group of 6 people. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. No one below the half-step supreme being realm could withstand his attacks. He could even kill several people with 1 strike. Coupled with the 8 sharp blades, Yi Xian's killing speed was unparalleled. There are more people there. Suddenly his eyes flashed. He saw a group of people attacking from afar, and there was no Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's army around. Good chance Death Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a Death Storm was set off. When a great emperor of the 8th Order used profound mysteries, his speed was still much faster than a great emperor of the 7th Order. In an instant, a bloody storm broke out in that area. Countless severed limbs flew out from the sky, and the universe ring flew towards Yi Xian without exception. At the same time, the large number of interspatial rings attracted the attention of some people. What a joke. You want to snatch Yi Xian's things? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He quickly drew his sword and killed those who coveted his interspatial rings. Some of them were from the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty, while others were from the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty. Dozens of interspatial rings fell into Yi Xian's hands. With a thought, Yi Xian devoured everything inside. Now, start collecting the Great Emperor's will. Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. He immediately took out the spirit lantern and started collecting. He's from the spirit sect. Kill him. When the others saw this, they were immediately enraged. Humph, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Yi Xian glared at them. In the next moment, those who were hostile to him were immobilized. 8th Order Great Emperor's will and dual space. Even a peak Great Emperor's movement speed would be reduced by 80%. 80% movement speed was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Die. Yi Xian did not care which camp they were from. Those who dared to target him would not have a good ending. Hiss. 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 Their necks were sliced by the wind blade. Their heads flew up and their interspatial rings flew to Yi Xian without exception. Now no one dared to provoke Yi Xian. They all retreated. Be it the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty or the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, they all hid far away. Not bad, not bad. My goal this time is to create a 9th Order Great Emperor. This is not enough. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This time he directly charged into the crowd. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse, 8 barren wind formation. At this moment Yi Xian was like a harvester. Wherever he went there would be a bloodbath. The number of people he had killed had reached hundreds. Chapter 735. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Come and die. A peak Great Emperor targeted Yi Xian and charged over. You overestimate yourself. Die. Yi Xian casually launched a series of attacks. Within the 36 overlapping shadows, he could already fuse the 128 layers of earth pulse 20 times, which was extremely powerful. In addition to the restriction of the dual space, this peak Great Emperor couldn't dodge in time and could only forcefully block the attacks. Bang, 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 bang. This peak Great Emperor's weapon vibrated thousands of times in an instant. Both his arms were shaken to the point that his bones were fractured. Then he was killed by the remaining force of the 36 overlapping shadows. Umph. Yi Xian swiftly rushed over and took out the highest quality spirit lantern to preserve this peak Great Emperor's will. Although refining a Great Emperor's will was weaker than breaking through normally, it was enough. Now Yi Xian's strength had shocked the hundreds of people around him. They all retreated, but Yi Xian wouldn't let any of them go. Every second there were more than 10 corpses falling from the sky. At the same time, more than 10 interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian like dazzling meteors. At this time Yi Xian's luck had already turned green. It was so dark that it was close to blue. The more he killed, the braver and stronger he became. He kept moving forward and charged towards the direction of the Deyuan army. Death Storm. Yi Xian directly executed a super powerful death storm in the midst of the enemy. Countless wind blades swept up, and another rain of blood fell from the sky. After dealing with this 100-man phalanx, Yi Xian moved on to the second one. Among the people present, other than the 6 half-step supreme experts in the sky, he was the only one who dared to do so. Even a peak Great Emperor would have to retreat when hundreds of high-level Great Emperors attacked at the same time. However, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even if someone managed to hit him, they would be disintegrated by the 128 layers of earth pulse that had merged with his 8th-level Great Emperor will. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian had destroyed a few square formations, and more than 1,000 Great Yuan warriors had fallen. When the 6 half-step supreme beings saw this, the morale of the 3 supreme beings on the Sunflame dynasty's side soared. So strong. Where did this person come from? He actually comprehended dual space. With him here, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty will definitely win this year's final battle. The City Lord's foresight is indeed not bad. This kid has a huge amount of power. He actually managed to lead this great battle. The eyes of one of the half-supreme being flickered. The City Lord he was thinking of was the City Lord of Blue Fire City, the white-haired old man who had met Yi Xian twice and exchanged a twin fruit for the Wind Dragon Slash. The great decisive battle was held every year, but very few people knew that there were huge benefits behind it. The Sunfire Holy Dynasty versus the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. Whoever won the final battle would be able to obtain a large amount of luck from the opponent and become stronger. Last year and the year before, the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty had won. However, this year was different. In the great decisive battle, both sides had agreed that they could only send out 20,000 Great Yuan soldiers and 3 half-step supreme beings. However, this time Yi Xian had appeared, so they did not know who would win in the end. However, at this moment, one of the supreme beings in white from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty glanced over. When he saw Yi Xian's face, his body trembled. It's this kid. This white-clothed supreme being was the peak Great Emperor from White Dragon Mountain. He was known as Supreme Being White Dragon. This time he had applied to participate in the great decisive battle. If he could lead the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty to victory, he would definitely be promoted. However, now that he saw the enemy who had killed his brother, he could not sit still anymore. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Supreme Being White Dragon was furious. He abandoned his opponent and charged toward Yi Xian. What? The other 2 half-step supreme beings from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty and the 3 half-step supreme beings from the Sunfire Holy Dynasty were shocked. They did not expect Supreme Being White Dragon to suddenly charge forward. You have violated the rules. At that moment, the half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City immediately shouted. Supreme Being White Dragon, what are you doing? One of the half-step Supreme Being from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty shouted. We are not allowed to interfere. The other person also shouted. However, Supreme Being White Dragon did not even look back as he charged toward his opponent. Humph. The half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City immediately mustered up all his strength and charged forward, instantly intercepting Supreme Being White Dragon. Your Excellency, you are representing the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. You are not allowed to interfere in the battle between the empty gods. You have violated the rules. The half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City's eyes flashed as he shouted coldly. Get out of my way. Supreme Being White Dragon stared at the figure tens of thousands of meters away and shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the 4 figures in the air had also stopped and approached. Supreme Being White Dragon, you have violated the rules. The gray-clothed Supreme Being from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty said coldly. At this moment, Supreme Being White Dragon remembered that he was representing the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. If he attacked Yi Xian, it would be equivalent to the Supreme Being battle, and the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty would lose. In this way, the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty would lose a lot of luck. At that time he would not be able to escape death. I haven't attacked yet. Supreme Being White Dragon suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, Supreme Being White Dragon had only swept to the side. He had not attacked anyone else, so it was not a violation of the rules. Alright, let's do it again. The 6 of them instantly started fighting again. However, the commotion over here attracted the attention of quite a few people, including Yi Xian. It's him? He has broken through to the half-step Supreme Being level. Yi Xian recognized the middle-aged man in white. He was the peak Great Emperor who had chased after him. He did not expect the middle-aged man in white to have broken through. Just now, if the half-step Supreme Being from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty had not stopped him, he would have been forced to fight with the middle-aged man. Good fellow, he has broken through. Looks like I have to be faster. Yi Xian's heart trembled and he increased his speed. This time his goal was to break through to the 9th stage Great Emperor, and then see if he could fight against a half-step Supreme Being. As long as he broke through to the 9th stage Great Emperor, he was confident that he could fight against Supreme Being White Dragon, who had just broken through. Supreme Being White Dragon in the air kept an eye on Yi Xian as he fought, afraid that Yi Xian would run away. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian would not leave just like that. What he wanted to do was break through. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Xian was like a god of slaughter, constantly shuttling through the Great Yuan army. Everywhere he passed, there would be a large number of corpses. At the same time, Yi Xian's realm was also constantly increasing. He estimated that he would break through in another minute. His strength had fiercely shocked everyone, including the few half-step Supreme Beings. Chapter 736. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had sent out 20,000 troops for the final battle. However, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them had died at the hands of Yi Xian. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Yi Xian continued to kill at the rate of 10 people per second. Almost all of the people who came to participate in the great battle gave their wealth to others or buried it. No matter how bad it was, they still spent all of their luck, so they didn't have much wealth. Yi Xian needed to kill a large number of enemies in order to break through. Fortunately, there was no shortage of people in the final battle. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage Great Emperor. After Yi Xian had killed more than 3,000 people, he finally heard a notification. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between a 9th stage Great Emperor and an 8th stage Great Emperor, one's strength would skyrocket. He glanced at the 6 people in the air, especially the white figure. He revealed a strange expression. He sized up the situation and realized that both sides were still in a stalemate. Hence he hesitated. A half-step supreme martial artist has sealed the Great Emperor's will in their body. They have a strong physique and can burn their true chi without any damage. Their strength is at least several times stronger than a peak supreme martial artist. I wonder if I can fight Sovereign White Dragon with my current strength? Yi Xian thought in his heart. In fact, he was not confident in his own strength. After all, this was a challenge that required him to surpass an entire stage. However, Sovereign White Dragon also had an opponent. If he joined in, he could be of help. However, there were so many enemies below. Why should he go there so early? TSK, let's deal with the enemies below first. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After making a breakthrough, his killing speed had at least doubled. Every time he killed, his cultivation would improve a little. If he could kill all the people present, he might be able to break through to the peak supreme martial artist. I don't have any breakthrough items for now. Let's break through to the peak supreme martial artist first. Yi Xian kept an eye on the 6 half-step supreme martial artists as he killed crazily. Within a minute, Yi Xian could kill more than 1,000 people. At this moment, the morale of the Deyuan army had plummeted and many of them had fled. However, this did not affect Yi Xian. In terms of speed, Yi Xian had never been afraid of anyone at the same level. At this moment, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than the White Dragon Sovereign. However, just as Yi Xian was halfway through his killing spree, he suddenly discovered a unique corpse in one of the interspatial rings. A corpse that shocked him. Devourer Beast. Ding. Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Yi Xian could advance again. Previously, his Beast God bloodline had leveled up, so all his Beast God bloodline had leveled up once. Now his agility had leveled up 4 times. However, now that he had fused with another type of Gemini bloodline, a new advancement path had appeared. The first evolution path of the Gemini bloodline was to fuse the original body with the avatar to increase one's strength. Each evolution would increase one's strength by 10%. The second option was to spend 5 advancement points to create another doppelganger. 10% strength is not bad, but my avatar is in the eastern continent, so I can't increase it. Creating another avatar is not bad, but I still lack 4 advancement points, so I won't consider it for the time being. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. Ding. The beast god bloodline's agility has leveled up. Currently leveled up 5 times. When Yi Xian added the advancement points to his agility, his speed had increased by another 10%. However, this was the speed of running on the ground, not the speed of flight. Now, his speed was naturally increased by 50%. Let's fight to our heart's content. Yi Xian roared to the sky and started the massacre again. 100, 1,000, 2,000 corpses fell from the sky one after another. The battlefield of the final battle was filled with blood and countless broken limbs. This was war. When the 6 half-step supreme martial artists saw this scene, some were happy while others were worried. The final battle was actually divided into 2 parts. One was the battle between the empty god realm great emperors, and the other was between the 6 half-step supreme martial artists. The 6 half-step supreme martial artists were representing the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, so they could not attack the others. However, the others could interfere in their battle. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed back and shouted, "Can I participate in the battle?" Not good. The half-step supreme martial artists from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were shocked. Sovereign White Dragon glanced over and saw that Yi Xian had already rushed over. Yes. The half-step supreme martial artist from the Green Fire City replied loudly. They could not participate in the low-level battle, but Yi Xian could interfere in their battle. In the sky, the judges of the 2 Great Yuan Sacred Dynasties were watching. The Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had lost the battle below. If the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty lost the battle between the half-step supreme martial artists, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty would lose a lot of luck. After getting the approval, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. He knew who his opponent was. It was Sovereign White Dragon. You chased after me that day. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian shouted and attacked Sovereign White Dragon crazily. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layers of Earth's pulse. Although the physique of a half-step supreme martial artist was much stronger than a peak Great Emperor, Yi Xian was not only a rank 9 Great Emperor, but he also had various bloodlines. His attack speed was not any slower than a half-step supreme martial artist. Damn it. Sovereign White Dragon cursed in his heart. He had just broken through to the half-step supreme martial artist. Although his opponent was of the same level as him, he had always been at a disadvantage. Now that Yi Xian was involved, he was under a lot of pressure. When the sovereign in green from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty saw that Yi Xian had joined the battle, he hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, you hold him back. I will be the main attacker." Alright. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He was still aware that he was not a peak Great Emperor. Compared to the other 2, he was still slightly weaker. Therefore, he was in charge of holding them back. Gravitational space. Wind space. Rank 9 Great Emperor intent. Although half a step into the sovereign realm had sealed the will of the Great Emperor into his body, the White Dragon Sovereign had just broken through, so the will of the Great Emperor could only seal his body. Therefore, Yi Xian's dual space still had some effect on him. Under the dual space, Sovereign White Dragon's speed was reduced by 10%. Damn you. Sovereign White Dragon cursed. However, this wasn't the worst part. 8 Baron Wind Formation go. Yi Xian controlled 8 sharp blades to attack Sovereign White Dragon. These 8 sharp blades all contained 128 layers of Earth's pulse. Ordinary peak Great Emperors could not block them. However, the worst was Yi Xian's attack. Chapter 737. Slash after slash left behind long and bright shadows as they continuously attacked Sovereign White Dragon. Even though Sovereign White Dragon burned his true chi and was faster than Yi Xian, he was beaten even more miserably by the cyan robe supremacy under Yi Xian's 3 layers of suppression. Occasionally he would be forced to block Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows. Every time, his hand would go numb as if his entire arm wasn't his anymore. Yi Xian and the cyan robe supremacy chased and fought as they left the battlefield. Peak Great Emperors, where are the Peak Great Emperors? Come and help. Sovereign White Dragon roared as he ran. There were indeed peak Great Emperors on the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's side, but after seeing Yi Xian's strength, they had already run far away. Who would dare to help? Seeing that no one came to help, Yi Xian and the cyan robe supremacy looked at each other, and their fighting spirit soared. Just now, the cyan robe supremacy and Sovereign White Dragon had been fighting for a few minutes, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Both of their true chi had been burned to 1/3. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, Sovereign White Dragon's true chi burned even faster. In less than a minute, his true chi would be exhausted. Sovereign White Dragon knew that he couldn't win, so he turned and ran. Chase. The cyan robe supremacy wouldn't let him go. The three of them represented the Sunflame's sacred dynasty in this battle. If they could kill the enemy's half-step supremacy, it would be a great contribution. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. He immediately used the dual space and chased after him. Even if a half-step supremacy could burn their true qi and fly faster, Yi Xian had the dual space to accelerate. Not only could he increase his speed, but the cyan-robed supremacy also benefited. Moreover, the increase was higher than when used to restrict Sovereign White Dragon. Haha, you're suddenly enlightened. You're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The dual space could only reduce Sovereign White Dragon's speed by 10%. However, if the dual space was used to increase Sovereign White Dragon's speed by 20% or 30%. Damn it, damn bastard. Supremacy White Dragon kept cursing. At this time he was also thinking in his heart. He was wondering if he would die. If he would die, he would definitely drag Yi Xian with him. However, he didn't have that chance. Ding. The throbbing pulse of the world has evolved into the throbbing pulse of the world. Ding, host. By the time he reacted, he couldn't help but stop. The azure-robed sovereign and the white dragon sovereign saw that something was wrong with Yi Xian, but in the next moment they were all shocked. Disintegration profound. Yi Xian fiercely slashed out with his sword. The white dragon sovereign had no way to dodge and could only take the sword head-on. The 256 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth was the disintegration profound meaning. Although Yi Xian had just comprehended it, he could still fuse the disintegration profound meaning 5 times with the 36 overlapping images. Previously, he could already fuse the 128 waves of the earth for 20 times. Now he could only fuse the 256 waves of the earth for 5 times. Although it seemed like the vibrations were reduced by half, the power was actually several times stronger. Most importantly, the disintegration profound had a disintegration effect. Gotcha. Sovereign White Dragon's high-rank Void God weapon that he had nurtured for several decades suddenly shattered. In the next moment he was sent flying backwards. A large hole had been blasted open in his chest and blood spurted out. What? Sovereign Green Robe was shocked. Yi Xian was only a 9th-stage Great Emperor. Yet he could injure a half-step Great Emperor with a single strike. His attack power was truly terrifying. He wasn't much weaker than Sovereign Green Robe. The disintegration profound. He actually comprehended the disintegration profound. That's the most powerful profound in attack power. Sovereign Green Robe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, this wasn't the time to be shocked. He had to kill Sovereign White Dragon first before returning to help. The Sunflame's sacred dynasty had already lost twice in this heaven prison. They couldn't afford to lose again this time. Immediately, the cyan-robed supreme being rushed over. No! Sovereign White Dragon roared at the sky. A half-step Great Emperor was only a half-step Great Emperor after all. He had only sealed the Great Emperor's will in his body to greatly enhance his physique. It wasn't the real sovereign golden body. At this moment, the cyan-robed supremacy approached the heavily injured White Dragon supremacy. Then with a single slash of his sword, his head was chopped off. At the same time Yi Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't kill Sovereign White Dragon with his own hands, he knew that his current strength was probably enough to fight a half-step Great Emperor. Although it was only a half-step Great Emperor, it was still a good sign. Sovereign White Dragon had just broken through, so there probably wasn't much in his ring. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to ask for it. Little brother, here's your stuff. At this moment, the cyan-robed sovereign suddenly threw the White Dragon sovereign's universe ring to Yi Xian. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. After he caught the ring, his cultivation suddenly increased by a large margin. This ring allowed him to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm. At the same time he also heard the system notification again. Indeed, to break through from the peak of the Great Emperor realm to the half-step Great Emperor realm, one needed something called the Supreme Elixir. He had never heard of it before. Let's go back and help. Sovereign Green Robe quickly turned around and rushed back. Yi Xian also used the dual space to support himself and Sovereign Green Robe as they rushed back. Now, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had 4 experts, while the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty only had 2 left. This final battle was more or less decided. In fact, one could admit defeat in the final battle. However, only one person from each side was qualified to represent the Sacred Dynasty. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's representative was the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative, while the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative was an old man with white eyebrows. Forget it. We, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, admit defeat in this final battle of the 10th Heaven's Prison. The old man with white eyebrows had only sealed 10% of the Great Emperor's willpower. The same was true for the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative. They had no advantage in terms of cultivation realm and were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose. If they continued to fight, they might even die. Hearing this, the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative nodded and cupped his fist. Thank you for letting me win. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had already lost 2 consecutive battles in the 10th Heaven's prison. Today they had finally won back some face. However, at this moment, 2 men in gorgeous clothes suddenly descended from the sky. The few half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representatives recognized them. One of them was an official from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, while the other was an official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In this final battle, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty has won both sides. I hope you can deliver the vital energy on time. The official from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty cupped his fist and said. Chapter 738. Don't worry, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty won't go back on our word, said the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's official coldly. The official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted coldly. He didn't look very happy. After all, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had won twice in a row. He didn't expect that this time, they would be disturbed by a young man. Immediately after he left, the battle was over. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's official was very satisfied. He looked at the 4 people below and said, very good. Even I didn't expect that both sides would win this battle. The 3 of you will be given first-class merit. After he finished speaking, the official's gaze fell onto Yi Xian as he said, you're not bad as well. I'll bestow you a baron's order here. Before he could finish speaking, a golden light flashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously caught it and saw that it was a golden command medallion. A baron badge? What's that? Yi Xian hadn't recovered yet. The Cyan Fire City's Quasi-Supreme explained, with this baron badge you can go to the imperial capital and become a baron. Although it's only a baron, as long as you keep making contributions you'll be promoted. At this moment Yi Xian thought of a word. An official and a noble. Our 10th Heaven's prison is the worst of all the heavenly prisons. However, the 3 tycoons of our heavenly prison are all viscounts, said the cyan-robed sovereign. The 3 tycoons of the heavenly prison were Qinghua and the other 2. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there wasn't only one heavenly prison. The one he was in was the worst one. Congratulations, little brother. The 3 quasi-supremes thanked him. If it hadn't been for Yi Xian, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Yi Xian put away the baron badge in his hand and cupped his fists. Seniors, may I ask what a supreme pill is? The 3 didn't know why Yi Xian would ask such a question in such a situation. They glanced at each other and the cyan-robed sovereign answered, a supreme pill is something that quasi-supremes need. If you have a supreme pill, the success rate of sealing your body with Great Emperor intent will increase greatly. I see. Yi Xian nodded. He had more or less guessed it. However, after killing so many people and leading this great battle, he didn't get a single supreme pill. Little brother, if you go to the imperial capital to be conferred the title of baron, you will receive 1 supreme pill every year. As long as you have 1 supreme pill, you will definitely be able to break through to the half-step supreme realm within a year. The half-step supreme realm expert from Cyan Fire City said. Only 1? Yi Xian was filled with disdain. He could only receive 1 baronet every year. How stingy. At this moment he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Seniors, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, he left. The half-supremes of Blue Fire City looked at his back and praised him in their hearts. They were all half-step supremes, but compared to Yi Xian they were too weak. After all, when they were in their early 20s, they were only Void God Realm Great Emperors. The great battle had ended, so there was no need for Yi Xian to continue staying here. He hurriedly went to Blue Fire City and exchanged all of his providence. At the same time he exchanged for a release order. A day later he left the 10th Heaven prison. My original body has broken through to the peak Great Emperor realm, but without merging my clone's realm and ultimacy will not be updated. I should return to the Eastern continent first, Yi Xian thought to himself. Although the Supreme Pill was very important, and it was the key to breaking through to the half-step Supreme Realm, he still remembered Hermit Shen Zhongshan's kindness. Now that he had comprehended the disintegration ultimacy, he could help Hermit Shen Zhongshan. Master is unfathomable. He actually needs the disintegration ultimacy. I'm afraid his strength is not as simple as an ordinary Great Emperor realm. He might be a half-step Supreme Realm expert. Now Yi Xian began to doubt Hermit Shen Zhongshan's strength. If Hermit Shen Zhongshan was really a half-step Supreme Realm expert, he might also have a Supreme Pill. At that time he would be killing two birds with one stone. However, before he went to the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian returned to the eastern continent first. When he passed through the Death Desert and the Great Wilderness and returned to the Sword God Palace in the eastern continent, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, and Duan Muyun had already refined the Great Emperor's will and became rank 8 Great Emperors. Coincidentally, Yi Xian's original body had also returned to the Sword God Palace. When Yi Chong and the other two saw Yi Xian's original body, they were almost scared to death. Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan wondered if they had remembered wrongly. Yi Xian wasn't just one person but a pair of twins? When Yi Xian's original body saw the strange expressions of the three, he stood together with his clone and explained, "Father, Mother, this is also me. This is my clone, a puppet." "A puppet? Xian, don't lie to me. How can a puppet have a body of flesh and blood? How can it be exactly the same as you?" Yi Chong asked in horror. Jiang Xinyan and Duan Muyun nodded. Yi Xian didn't want to explain anymore and merged with his clone. In the next moment, his clone's cultivation level soared to peak Great Emperor, and even the collapsed Profound was at the same level. When they saw that there was only one Yi Xian left after the two of them merged, the three of them started to believe it. "Father, Mother, just treat me as a twin. I'm going to the chaotic astral ocean to bring your two daughters-in-law back," Yi Xian said. In fact, Yi Chong already knew that Yi Xian had a fiancée, but he hadn't seen them before. Now that Yi Xian reminded him, there was actually another one. Two Yi Xian, two daughters-in-law. Of course this was easier to accept than two Yi Xian and one daughter-in-law. Okay. Hurry up and bring them back." Jiang Xinyan didn't care so much anymore. At that moment Yi Xian directly left. However, before that he still left behind 3 ghost lanterns. All of them contained the will of the Great Emperor of the Ninth Order. As for his original body and clone, they had already merged and headed to the chaotic astral ocean. In less than half a day he arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, then used his clone to pick up Song Suijing and the others. He also made a trip to the Skywater continent to pick up Lin Wenyue and the others. As for his original body, he went to the Mystic Mountain. His current strength was very strong, so it was better for his original body and clone to separate to avoid dying in one go. Very soon his original body arrived at the Mystic Mountain. The Mystic Mountain was still the same as before. Many pirates came to comprehend the gravity profound. Yi Xian was filled with emotions. He directly flew above these people's heads slowly. Occasionally he still had to show off to satisfy his vanity. "Damn, the Mystic Mountain is so heavy. I even have a hard time walking, but that person is flying in the sky." It's said that once one comprehends the gravity profound, they won't be affected by the gravity of the Mystic Mountain. He must have comprehended the gravity profound. Chapter 739. The group of people below were discussing softly. As for Yi Xian, he flew into the mysterious mountain range under their strange gazes. "Who's there?" Yi Xian had just entered Mt Xian when he heard a shout. Yi Xian recognized the voice. It was He Yan's voice. His heart skipped a beat. As he was a peak Great Emperor, he had concealed his aura. However, He Yan still managed to discover him. He Yan was indeed not a peak Empty God Realm King and probably not an Empty God Realm Great Emperor. Half-step to Sovereign. This was Yi Xian's guess. "Senior brother He, it's me. I'm back," Yi Xian replied. In the next moment he saw a familiar figure flying over. It was He Yan. "Junior brother Yi?" He Yan was a little shocked. He had been waiting in Mt Xian when he suddenly felt an aura. Hence he flew out. He did not expect it to be Yi Xian. "Senior brother He, I knew you weren't an ordinary person," Yi Xian said jokingly. He Yan smiled and said, "Junior brother Yi, you're not an ordinary person either. You've broken through to peak Great Emperor in such a short time. You're back today. Could it be, that's right? I've comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. I'm back to repay Master's kindness." Yi Xian nodded. "What?" He Yan was shocked when he heard it. Yi Xian had indeed comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. When Yi Xian left Mt Xian Zhongshan Island, Mt Xian Zhongshan had taken in a few more disciples. These disciples had good aptitudes. The earlier one comprehended the ultimacy, the better. The later it was, the harder it would be to comprehend it. If one could receive guidance when one was in the Empty God Realm, it would be easier for one to comprehend the ultimacy. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. "Come, junior brother Yi, give me a slash," He Yan said excitedly. "Senior brother He, this?" Yi Xian was shocked. Looking at He Yan's posture, It seemed like He Yen wanted to receive his disintegration ultimacy. One had to know that even Sovereign White Dragon could not receive his current attack. However, he reacted in the next moment. He Yen was just testing. He Yen did not necessarily need to use 36 overlapping shadows. Senior brother, be careful. Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts as he slashed out an extremely ordinary sword chi towards He Yen. This sword chi was extremely slow. He Yen directly punched out. In an instant, waves of chi surged. Bang, 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 bang. The two forces collided, instantly shook Yi Xian's attack. Junior brother Yi. With me. Calm. Junior brother Yi Xian shadow, calm. 128. 128. Was? Yi Xian also understood that this was what Mountain Master Xian Zhong wanted. At that moment he immediately followed after him. He Yen brought Yi Xian to the bamboo forest and shouted, "Master, junior brother Yi is back." Before he could finish, the door to the wooden house opened and Hermit Xian Zhongshan walked out. "Yi Xian, you really comprehended the disintegration ultimacy?" Hermit Xian Zhongshan asked in shock. Although there was a silent array formation in the bamboo forest, he still heard the movement just now. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master, I have comprehended it." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good. Hermit Xian Zhongshan said good 3 times in a row. He was even more excited than He Yen. However, to be on the safe side, he still tried it himself. After 256 muffled sounds, Hermit Xian Zhongshan laughed loudly. "It is indeed the disintegration ultimacy. Yi Xian, you really did it. I am very gratified." "Master, how can I help?" Yi Xian asked. "I want you to use the disintegration ultimacy to destroy a door." Hermit Xian Zhongshan flew up and said, "There is no time to lose. We will leave immediately. If we succeed, I will give you 100 supreme pills." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In fact, he did not need 100 supreme pills. He only needed one to break through to the half-step supreme realm. Of course, he could directly devour the remaining 99 pills to raise his cultivation. Hermit Xian Zhongshan immediately led Yi Xian and He Yen away from Xian Zhongshan Island. Yi Xian followed behind him and asked, "Master, where are we going?" "To the eastern continent, the desert of death." Hermit Xian Zhongshan explained. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. He had just come from the desert of death. He did not expect that the door that even Hermit Xian Zhongshan, a half-step supreme, could not break was in the desert of death. Yi Xian did not ask further and continued to follow. Soon they entered the desert of death from the chaotic astral ocean. Then, under Hermit Xian Zhongshan's lead, they entered the desert of death. The Death Desert was a dangerous place for low-level empty God Realm emperors. However, among the 3 of them, Yi Xian, who was the weakest, was a peak Great Emperor. How could there be a problem? They used their Great Emperor willpower to push the quicksand away and continued to dive. After a while they came to a mysterious place. There was an array here that prevented the quicksand from seeping in. Yi Xian looked around and asked in shock, "Master, where is this?" Yi Yen replied, "This is an ancient relic. It is the tomb of a general of a sacred dynasty that was overthrown by the Sun Flame's sacred dynasty." General's tomb? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He also knew that this general was different from the one in the 10th Heaven Prison. The general in the Heaven Prison was at most a rank 8 Great Emperor. However, the thing in the general's tomb was something that even a half-step supreme would want. At this moment, Hermit Xian Zhongshan led the 2 of them deeper and finally saw a simple bronze door. On the door there were 2 people wearing armor and holding long swords. They looked mighty and extraordinary. On the other side of the door there were 4 holes that seemed to be keyholes. "This is the door. Even I can't move this door. Yi Xian, try and see if you can break it with your disintegration profound." Hermit Xian Zhongshan said as he pointed at the door. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. Then he took out the 8 desolate sword and slashed at the door. Boom. 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 The slashes hit the door and the defensive array on it. In an instant it shook more than 200 times. Yi Xian's attack could even injure Supremacy White Dragon. However, it had no effect on the door. No effect. Yi Xian, try again. Hermit Xian Zhongshan refused to give up. Yi Xian attacked again without hesitation. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layered earth pulse. Chapter 740. As time passed, Yi Xian became more and more proficient. He could fuse 7, 8, 9, and even 10 times of the 36 overlapping images. However, he still couldn't break the array guarding the door. "Sai, forget it. I heard that this general of the ancient sacred dynasty likes arrays and mechanisms. It's within my expectations that he can't break it. Xian Zhongshan sighed helplessly. Master, it seems that we can only wait for the 4 keys to open it, right? Yen asked. Xian Zhongshan nodded. The 4 keys are in the 4 families of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, one of the keys was lost a long time ago, so it can't be opened. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Lost? Could it be 1,000 years ago? You know? That's right. The last key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Xian Zhongshan nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Wind Thunder Great Emperor is also a senior of the Sword God Palace. You should know, right? Huh? Yi Xian was stunned. He remembered that he didn't tell Xian Zhongshan about this. However, it was strange that Xian Zhongshan knew that he was from the Sword God Palace. Don't be surprised. I'm good friends with the Tai Sword God. Xian Zhongshan answered. This answer shocked Yi Xian. Xian Zhongshan was good friends with the Tai Sword God? What a coincidence. Yi Xian was Xian Zhongshan's disciple in name. He later joined the Tai Palace and could be considered a disciple of the Tai Sword God. He didn't expect the 2 masters to be good friends. It was no wonder that Xian Zhongshan knew that he had joined the Sword God Palace. Since you can't open it, forget it. Xian Zhongshan sighed again and took out a small pouch from his interspatial ring. He threw it to Yi Xian. Although you can't open it, you should need supreme pills now. There are 10 supreme pills here. Take them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This master wasn't bad. Although he didn't help, he still benefited. 1 supreme pill was enough for him to break through. 10 supreme pills were enough for him to improve his cultivation. Junior brother, with these 10 supreme pills, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the half-step supreme realm in a month, He Yen said with a smile. A month? Yi Xian sneered. As long as he wanted to, he could break through on the spot. However, he still held back and did not break through for the time being. When Sovereign White Dragon was still a peak Great Emperor, he had already failed to break through several times. It took him a full year to break through to half-step supreme. If he had a supreme pill at that time, the time would have been shortened to 2 or 3 months. However, cultivation aptitude was nothing to Yi Xian. With the devouring system, he didn't need to cultivate normally. If he had been born as the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's crown prince, he might have been a supremacy by now. Humans were born unequal. Time was unfair to begin with. Then Xian Zhongshan brought Yi Xian and He Yen out of the general's tomb. However, when they arrived on land, they suddenly felt waves of powerful auras. There's an expert. Hermit Xian Zhong growled as his expression immediately turned solemn. He turned his head and discovered a few people flying towards them at high speed. They were at least half-step supreme sovereigns. Only half-step supreme sovereigns could make Zhongshan Xianyi so cautious. However, when Mountain Man Xian Zhong saw the appearance of the person who had come, his serious expression immediately relaxed. He knew the person who had come. Not only did he know them, but so did Yi Xian. Qinghua, why are you here? Zhongshan Xianyi asked in surprise. Qinghua, this name was widely spread in the 10th Heaven prison because he was one of the 3 overlords there. Yi Xian had heard of him before. However, what shocked Yi Xian even more was that he actually recognized the old man in the lead. This old man was the one who had used a twin life fruit to exchange for his wind dragon slash. He was one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison, the master of Greenfire City. Zhongshan Xian, why are you here? Qinghua was surprised. He turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother, we meet again. It was normal to see Zhongshan Xianyi here, but it was strange to see Yi Xian. You know each other? Zhongshan Xianyi was surprised. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian greeted him. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sorted out his thoughts. It was no wonder that a peak great emperor could only be a subordinate. The white-haired old man was the master of Greenfire City, one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison. Haha, I understand now. Zhongshan Xian, you want to try the disintegration ultimacy to see if it can open the gate of the general's tomb? Qinghua understood immediately. That's right. Unfortunately, even the disintegration ultimacy can't open the gate of General Wolf Fang's formation. Zhongshan Xianyi nodded. Qinghua smiled and said, It doesn't matter. The 4th key has appeared. What? Is that true? Zhongshan Xianyi was shocked. That's right. It's all thanks to this little brother. Qinghua smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Yi Xian. Then he explained the whole sequence of events to her. Zhongshan Xianyi felt that he had done something unnecessary. The 4th key had been hidden in the wind dragon slash. Yi Xian had known about this secret long ago. Otherwise, Qinghua wouldn't have let him go. He would have asked for the Thunder Rush Sword. However, he didn't need the Thunder Rush Sword now. Now that the fourth key has appeared, when are we going to inform the other three clans? Zhongshan Shenyi asked. I've already informed them. They know about it and will come soon to open the general's tomb with me. Qinghua nodded. Do you still remember our agreement? Zhongshan Shenyi asked again. Qinghua smiled and said, Of course not. The three clans are powerful. We have to work together. This time I came early to inform the two of you. Good. Since that's the case, I'll make an extra trip and call Tai over. Zhongshan Shenyi said. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the name Tai. Master Tai? Could it be Sword God Tai? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. That's right. I told you before that Tai and I are good friends. The three of us once roamed the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty together. Zhongshan Shenyi nodded and said, It seems that you don't know that Tai is a half-step supreme. Not to mention you, even his son probably doesn't know. That guy is still the same as before. Indeed, Yi Xian didn't expect Tai Palace's Sword God Tai to be a half-step supreme. He didn't even tell his son Wuxiang. He was too low-key. Chapter 741. As long as Tai is here, we won't lose to any of the three major clans. This time I will personally make the trip. After Mountain Master Xian Zhong finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian. You can be considered to have made a great contribution to finding the fourth key this time. If you can break through to half-step sovereign before the three great families arrive, you can enter as well. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly break through to half-step Supreme Master. What was so difficult about that? To be honest, he was very curious about the general's tomb. After all, there would definitely be fortuitous encounters inside. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous it was, the more fortuitous encounters there would be. Anyway, he still had a clone in the Eastern continent. If his original body died, his clone would be his original body. That's right. The three major clans will definitely not bring fewer people than us. It doesn't matter if there are a few more. Qinghua nodded. Immediately, Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan left for the Sword God Palace. In fact, Yi Xian's clone was also leading people to the Sword God Palace. However, due to some reason he did not return to the Sword God Palace for the time being. He was afraid of bumping into Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. Now that the wilderness was accessible, Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan quickly arrived at the Sword God Palace and told his old friend, Tai Sword God, about the matter. Tai Sword God had been in seclusion for many years. This time he finally came out of seclusion and followed Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. At the same time, Yi Xian also found a quiet place to put on a show. Ding. The host has broken through. The current level of the Great Emperor's will seal is 5%. The realm had finally broken through again. Yi Xian consumed a supreme elixir and reached half-step Supreme Master. He could clearly feel that his physique had undergone a tremendous change. His strength was at least 5 times stronger than when he was a peak Great Emperor. If the White Dragon Sovereign was still alive, he would have been able to kill him in an instant with that strike. The Great Emperors will seal the body and greatly increase the physique. Compared to this, the ultimacy is really child's play. Yi Xian thought to himself. After breaking through, those ultimacies were actually not very useful. Only a few of them were still useful, such as dual space, collapse ultimacy, wind acceleration, earth shrink, and so on. All in all, he was much stronger than a half-supreme being of the same level. A few days later, Mountain Master Xian Zhong also returned with a white-haired elder. This person was the Palace Master of Tai Palace, Tai Sword God. Tai, long time no see. Qinghua also hurriedly greeted him. I didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Yi Xian sighed when Sword God Tai arrived. Then he looked at Yi Xian. When he sensed Yi Xian's aura, he was also shocked. Half-step supremacy. He is indeed a genius. Hermit Xian Zhong's eyes lit up. He had only been gone for a few days, but Yi Xian had already broken through from peak Great Emperor to half-step Supreme. This speed was enough to shock everyone. Even though he had given Yi Xian 10 Supreme Sovereign Elixirs, even an ordinary peak Great Emperor wouldn't be able to refine them as quickly as Yi Xian. Normally, it would take several months for them to refine one Supreme Sovereign Elixir. However, no one knew how many Supreme Sovereign Elixirs Yi Xian had consumed to break through to half-step Supreme. However, it didn't matter because there were more important matters at hand. If he is given another 1 or 2 years, he will definitely surpass us, Sword God Tai commented. This evaluation was already very high. However, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He felt that it wouldn't take that long. The 5 of us are at the same level. If we join forces, we can be compared to one of the 3 major families. Qinghua suddenly frowned and said, however, our 4th key originally belonged to the Yang family. Back then their key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. As a result, the exploration of the ruins was pushed back 1,000 years. Are you afraid that the Li family also knows about this? Mountain Master Xianzhong asked. That's right. If the Li family also knows, then we will become one of the 5 major powers. Qinghua nodded and said. I don't think so. The 3 major families aren't that stupid. What good will it do them to have another major power? A middle-aged man behind Qinghua said. He was Qiu Yuanjie, another big shot in the 10th Heavenly Prison. That's not necessarily true. The Yang family has a good relationship with the Li family. Perhaps they will inform the Li family, Qinghua said. His name was Hong Wenming, and he was also one of the 3 big shots in the 10th Heavenly Prison. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. After all, we are outsiders. However, the 4th key is with us. Moreover, the 3 of us have official titles. They can't do anything to us, Qinghua nodded. Hermit Xianzhong added, although we don't know which general this tomb belongs to, there should be a quasi-supreme divine weapon and quasi-supreme martial arts inside. When the time comes, if we fight, they won't care whether you have an official title or not. If that's the case, then we can only split up and not team up with them. Otherwise we may be attacked by a group, Sword God Tai said. Everyone nodded silently. Next they waited for 2 days. After 2 days they saw a large group of people rushing over. Damn it, it's really the 4 major families. Qinghua cursed in a low voice. The group that came was the 4 major families that had the 4 keys 1,000 years ago. They were the Tuoba family, Shangguan family, Li family, and Yang family. Qinghua, you guys are early. A middle-aged man was the first to land. Tuoba family head, why is the Li family? Qinghua asked in a low voice. There's no other way. The Yang family brought the news to the Li family, so we can only rely on the 5 major powers. Tuoba family head shook his head. Soon the experts of the other 3 major families also landed. The 4 major families were originally in the same big city. However, after 1,000 years all the major families had moved away. Therefore they were no longer related to each other except for the Yang family and the Li family. Qinghua quickly glanced around. There weren't many people from the 4 major families, only 24 people in total. There were 6 people from each side. However, all of them were half-step supremes. Among them, only the 6 people from the Shangguan family were all wearing black cloaks and face veils. It was unknown who was who. However, when one of the people from the Shangjia family saw Yi Xian, his body slightly trembled. His eyes flickered under the cloak. At this time the other 3 family heads also flew over. Qinghua, the 4th key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Emperor Lord from our Li family. Therefore our Li family is also qualified to take it, Li family head said. Since you're already here, you can't drive away even if you want to. Fine, we'll just go with the 5 major powers, Qinghua said indifferently. After all, the Li family and the Yang family were on the same side. If he drove away the Li family, what about the Yang family's key? Chapter 742. Since that's the case, let's discuss the distribution. The Tuoba family head said. If we stay together, we'll split it equally. If we're separated, we'll depend on our strength. The Yang family head said. Everyone could accept this distribution because they didn't plan to stay together. They wanted to act independently. Alright, let's go down. The 5 forces reached a consensus and went down to the entrance of the general's tomb. There were some strange words on the door of the general's tomb, but the people present were prepared. They did not open the door but started to read. This general's tomb seems to belong to the ancient Song dynasty's Wolf Fang general. An old man from the Tuoba family said. Wolf Fang general. These 4 words fell into everyone's ears. Some people were familiar with them while others were hearing them for the first time. It's indeed the Wolf Fang general. It said that the Wolf Fang general is proficient in formations and mechanisms. He has 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen under him, and each of them is comparable to a half-step supreme. Someone exclaimed. 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, 3,000 half-step supreme. Everyone was shocked. They seemed to be in luck. Even if the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen are strong, how could they still be alive after so many years? Someone doubted. However, in the next moment, the Tuoba family elder who had deciphered the words on the door coldly snorted and said, This Wolf Fang general is proficient in mechanisms and formations. These 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry are all puppets. I suspect that these 3,000 puppets are in the general's tomb. What? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen are all puppets? That means that the puppets wouldn't die under normal circumstances. If someone got their hands on them, they would have 3,000 half-step supreme. It's said that the Wolf Fang general controls the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen with a general's seal. Therefore, there might be a general's seal in the general's tomb. The old man from the Tuoba family continued. General's seal. Everyone engraved this name in their hearts. All right, let's open the door first. The Yang family had said. Everyone nodded. Qinghua also silently took out a simple and unadorned brass key. The other three patriarchs did the same. They walked over together and inserted the brass key into the keyhole. Rumble. When the last key was inserted into the keyhole, the door trembled violently for a moment before slowly opening. The entrance to the general's tomb was open. The 5 forces had yet to enter, so they had to wait until the door was completely opened. Boom. The simple and unadorned door finally came to a stop, and the things inside were reflected in everyone's eyes. The number of people present, including Yi Xian and He Yan, was exactly 31. Their realms were the weakest among those present. What entered Yi Xian's eyes was a long passageway that was about 10 meters wide. The walls and floor were made of special jade that looked smooth and shiny. Charging Grand Dao. There were 4 words on the stone wall at the entrance. No one moved because this was no ordinary place. This was the tomb of a general of the ancient Saint dynasty. There doesn't seem to be any danger. I'll go take a look first. An expert from the Li family volunteered. The head of the Li family wanted to stop him, but the other party had already rushed into the passage. He ran carefully for 100 meters, but he didn't see any danger. It's fine. Everyone come. The expert from the Li family laughed. But in the next moment, his smile came to an abrupt halt, as if a specially made arrow had suddenly pierced into his head. A headshot. Li Xiang. The people from the Li family immediately shouted. With his head pierced, the expert from the Li family immediately fell to the ground. Blood flowed out and he died with his eyes wide open. I saw it. That arrow was shot out from the wall. Someone in the group exclaimed. Not only him but even Yi Xian saw it. When the expert from the Li family stopped, a small hole suddenly appeared in the wall, and then an arrow was shot out. We can't stop. We definitely can't stop. We have to go all the way. Someone shouted out his guess. That was what everyone thought in their hearts, but no one dared to try again. That arrow wasn't very fast. It shouldn't be a problem as long as we are careful. Suddenly a burly man walked out. He was from the Yang family. I specialize in defensive martial arts. Let me try. The burly man walked to the side of the passageway. The head of the Yang family and the others were against it. After all, the burly man was from the Yang family. No, let's get a few more people to go together. The head of the Yang family suggested. The burly man was from the Yang family. The other families could not sit back and take advantage of the situation. I have the metal attribute. Let me do it. A person from the Tuoba family also walked out. Everyone present was a half-step supreme being with a strong physique. That arrow was able to pierce through the head of a half-step supreme being, so it was obviously not that easy to deal with. If a few people were to form a team, they would be able to take care of each other. As the Li family had lost an expert just now, the Li family would pass by this time. At this time, the 3 families had already sent out 3 people. Only Qinghua's side was left. Let me do it. I have a fire clone. Hong Wenming, one of the 3 giants of the 10th Heaven prison, said. When everyone heard this, they were slightly stunned. They sighed inwardly. That expert from the Li family had died so miserably. Why did he have to try it himself when he had a fire clone? Let's let the fire clone go first. Someone suggested. Hong Wenming did not say anything. He opened up his territory and condensed a fire clone at the entrance. His fire clone stepped into the passageway and then ran quickly. Poof! An arrow pierced through the flame avatar, causing it to dissipate instantly. However, everyone was able to see some clues. We can't stop in this passageway. I'm afraid we can't go too fast either. Let me try with a few more fire clones. As soon as Hong Wenming finished speaking, he condensed 6 fire clones and entered the passageway in a row. Among the 6 fire clones, the first one was the fastest, the second one was the second, and the 6th one was the slowest. Poof, poof, poof. Arrows were shot out from the walls. As the arrows would close after they were shot, no one knew when they would reappear. Hence no one could attack them. Fortunately, only 5 of the 6 fire clones were destroyed this time. The last one maintained its speed and rushed to the end. That's right. This is the speed. As long as we maintain this speed, we can pass through the passageway safely. Everyone was overjoyed. It seemed that they had passed through the path of charge. Soon, the fire clone reached the end of the tunnel, completely unscathed. Let's go. Chapter 743. The 5 factions had been right to be cautious. After all, this Wolf Fang general was proficient in formations and mechanisms. If they had rashly entered, they would have suffered heavy casualties or even been wiped out. Damn, one died before we even entered the general's tomb? Yi Xian silently swallowed his saliva. He reckoned that the general's tomb was also restricted by formations that prevented length contraction from being used. At this moment, the black-cloaked Yang family had all entered. They maintained the speed of their fire avatars and quickly passed through the passage. Soon, only Yi Xian's group of 7 remained. Yi Xian Hien, this general's tomb is extremely dangerous. Even we might die. Do you want to follow? Hermit Xian Zhongshan asked. Hien was his personal disciple, and Yi Xian was also his in-name disciple. Both of them had good aptitudes, and he did not wish to see the 2 of them die here. Yi Xian and Hien glanced at each other before solemnly nodding. If that's the case, then I won't say much. You guys follow behind me. Hermit Xian Zhongshan said. Following which, their group of 7 passed through the charging avenue with Qinghua leading the way and Tai Sword God at the bottom. However, when they passed through the charging avenue, they discovered that the other 4 families had disappeared. How is that possible? They just turned the corner? Hien said in shock. After that long charging avenue there was a corner. At this moment, there was only one path for the 7 of them to take. Although they might have left first, the Tuoba family in front of them had arrived less than a second before them. There's no movement. It seems like there's something here. Everyone be careful. Do not spread out. Hermit Xian Zhongshan warned. However, his warning was useless. Because Qinghua, who was leading the way, suddenly turned his head and discovered that Yi Xian's group of 6 had disappeared. How is this possible? Qinghua was shocked. A second ago he had heard the footsteps of the 6, but now, all of them had disappeared. Even he did not know how Yi Xian's group of 6 had disappeared. At this moment, in a certain area of the general's tomb. F***ck, where is he? Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. As he walked, Hien and Mountain Man Shenzhong, who were walking in front of him, suddenly disappeared as though they had teleported. When he turned around, Sword God Tai was gone as well. Now he was all alone in this passage. Could it be an illusion array? Yi Xian closed his eyes and felt for a moment. He still had the supersonic bat bloodline in his body. Although the range of his senses was only 1,000 meters, he could not sense anything at the moment. There was only the pale wall. It seemed that General Zhong had used some strange method to separate them, such as teleportation. Forget it, one person it is. Yi Xian calmed down. In any case, he was now a half-step supreme master with half of the great emperor's will sealed within his body. In addition to his various bloodlines, his strength was no weaker than 10 or 15% supreme master. First, he tried ground shrink and as expected he couldn't break through the floor. Only ground walking could increase his speed slightly. Behind us is the charging path. There is only one way to go and I can only go straight. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shattered, and then it quickly moved around him. A half-step supreme master could burn his vital energy, and the Bahuang wind-killing array's speed increased by several times. Anyway, he had the divine tree of life bloodline, and burning his vital energy was free so he could use it as he pleased. Yi Xian moved very carefully. He did not have a fire clone, so he could only exchange for some true mystic realm puppets from the devouring system to explore the way. At the end of this passage there was a fork in the road. He first tried one but unexpectedly he walked back from the other. F***ck, there is no other way? Yi Xian cursed and was shocked. It was fine that he disappeared, but why did he not even have a way? Was he going to be trapped to death? No, there was still one way to go, and that was the charging path. Yi Xian hurriedly returned to the end of the charging path. Looking from afar, he found that there was no ancient door at the end of the charging path. This meant that this great path of charge was not the same as the previous one. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a figure appear at the end of the charging path. This was a beast wearing armor, and on the back of this beast there was a person wearing armor. However, this person and the beast were connected, and the armored person was wearing the same armor as the beast. Seeing this, a name suddenly flashed across Yi Xian's mind. Wolf Fang Cavalry. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, this Wolf Fang Cavalry began to charge, and the huge saber in his hand was raised high above his head. In the blink of an eye, he swept in front of Yi Xian and slashed down fiercely. Swish. The huge saber slashed down, but Yi Xian's afterimage was destroyed. 36 overlapping images, 256 layers of the throbbing earth. This slash directly hit the Wolf Fang Cavalry, and in the next moment this Wolf Fang Cavalry was torn into pieces, and the armor scattered on the ground. 256 layers of the throbbing earth was the profound meaning of disintegration, and at the same time, it also had a disintegration effect. Yi Xian's current slash was probably something that even an expert who had sealed 10% of the Great Emperor's will would not be able to block, let alone this Wolf Fang cavalry. This armor is good stuff, keep it first. Yi Xian walked over. The Wolf Fang cavalry was made up of pieces of dark gray armor, and inside there was a vacuum. However, when Yi Xian walked over, he realized that these pieces of armor could not be kept in the devouring space. At the same time, the piece of armor in his hand started to vibrate. What? Yi Xian hurriedly threw away the piece of armor in his hand. In the next moment, these pieces of armor were like magnets, and suddenly reassembled into a Wolf Fang cavalry. F***ck. Yi Xian jumped in fright, and with another slash the Wolf Fang cavalry disintegrated again. The Wolf Fang cavalry's armor could not be kept, and would automatically reassemble. Its defense was strong, and although its individual strength was not strong, these characteristics were enough to cause trouble for others. Yi Xian waited for a while, and when he realized that the Wolf Fang cavalry was reassembling, he slashed again and scattered it. If I can't keep the armor, I can't even keep the weapons. Looks like I have to get the general's seal. Yi Xian thought to himself and then began to explore. He did not know what dangers this charge avenue would have, so he was very careful. However, this time his prediction failed. This avenue was very ordinary and there was no danger at all. After Yi Xian walked on this avenue, he saw a stone tablet with 3 lines of names on it. Calm Heart Lake, Smelting Building, Training Grounds. Behind this stone tablet, there were 3 large doors, each with the 3 names on the stone tablet. Does this lead directly to these 3 places? Yi Xian was a little confused. The smelting building should be a place to forge weapons, mechanisms, and puppets. Needless to say, the training ground was a place used to train soldiers. Chapter 744. Wait, this is the general's tomb. There shouldn't be any soldiers here, only puppets and the Wolf Fang cavalry. The smelting building could be a trap, and the training ground could have a large number of Wolf Fang cavalry. Which one should I go to? Yi Xian thought as he looked around. He didn't see any other passageways. He couldn't even leave the general's tomb, so he had to choose one. Calm Heart Lake is unknown. Eliminated. The smelting building is probably a trap. It's too dangerous for me. Eliminated. I'll go with the training ground. Yi Xian made his decision. Then he pushed open the door of the training ground and walked in. A mystic realm? Yi Xian finally understood why he was separated from the others. The general's tomb was a mystic realm, and they had all gone through different entrances to different mystic realms. This door was also the entrance to a mystic realm. Let me see what's in this training ground. When Yi Xian entered the training ground, the door behind him slammed shut. The training ground was a huge arena, but there were many spectator stands and seats around it. Yi Xian looked around and realized that it was similar to the Colosseum in Rome. There wasn't a single person in the training ground, nor were there any puppets or anything like that. There was only a stone tablet. There were a few lines of words on it. When Yi Xian saw it, he was shocked. Wolf Fang Cavalry Challenge? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the Wolf Fang Cavalry Challenge, 1 Wolf Fang Cavalry rider would appear at the start. After defeating him, 2 Wolf Fang Cavalry riders would appear at the same time, and so on. From the 5th to the 10th stage there would be rewards. At the same time, the rewards were very generous. The reward for the 5th stage was 100 Supreme Pills. The reward for the 10th stage was a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Only those who passed the 5th stage could leave the training ground. Otherwise they would die of old age here. It starts with 1 Wolf Fang Cavalry rider and so on. If you want to leave the training ground, you have to fight from 1 to 50. Isn't this 2F** King cruel? Yi Xian was shocked. He had seen the strength of the Wolf Fang mount. If the White Dragon Sovereign had seen the Wolf Fang mount, he would not have been able to defeat them in a short period of time. To defeat 50 Wolf Fang cavalrymen in a single battle was not a simple matter. After all, it would take a long time for him to recover his burned true energy. The interval between 2 battles cannot exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, the calculation will be recalculated. This was the rule of the troop training field. In this place, one needed both strength and recovery ability. If someone was unable to control the consumption of their true chi and ran out of recovery items, then they would really die of old age here. Out of the 30 or so people, I'm the only one who chose the training ground. That shouldn't be possible. This place should be an independent secret realm. At the same time, there are countless such training grounds. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped into the ring. In the next moment he heard a deep voice. Young man, do you accept the challenge? Yi Xian was startled and immediately reacted. This should be the voice of the Wolf Fang general. At his level he could also preserve his voice for thousands of years. This was nothing. However, a conscious voice was a remnant thought. Yi Xian could not do it at the moment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Next, a large door beside the ring opened and a Wolf Fang mount walked out. This Wolf Fang mount was exactly the same as the one Yi Xian had seen before. It was a combination of human armor and wolf armor. It held a large blade and was full of killing intent. Kacha. 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 After this Wolf Fang mount appeared, it immediately charged towards Yi Xian. 36 overlapping images. 256 layered earth pulse. This Wolf Fang mount was instantly disintegrated and Yi Xian obtained his first victory. Next, this Wolf Fang mount reformed. However, this time it did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, it quietly waited. Young man, you have 10 minutes to rest. The deep voice sounded again. People who had cultivated to Yi Xian's level were not stupid. They all knew that even if they only used one strike of qi, they had to recover. After all, stamina was the most important thing in this training ground. However, this was not necessary for Yi Xian. With the sacred tree of life, he had already recovered all his qi. Even the energy he used to wield his sword had recovered. There's no need. Begin. Yi Xian gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and said coldly. The Wolf Fang general's remnant thought did not say much. In the next moment, another Wolf Fang mount walked out from behind the door. Now it was the second round, 2 against 1. It is impossible to fly in the general's tomb. If you want to pass, you have to quickly defeat these Wolf Fang mounts. Yi Xian immediately attacked and disintegrated 2 Wolf Fang mounts, obtaining victory. Again. He did not waste time and continued to challenge. 3 for 9, 10. Even if 10 Wolf Fang mounts attacked together, Yi Xian could still defeat them in an instant. 10 rounds were 1 round. Yi Xian had already passed 1 round. After 4 more rounds, he would be able to obtain the reward for the 5th round and leave the training ground. However, Yi Xian's goal was not the 5th round but the 10th round. The Bahuang sword was not bad. Although it had been nurtured for a few decades, a quasi-supreme divine weapon was of a higher level than a void divine weapon. If Yi Xian could obtain it, his battle strength would increase significantly. Not only that, the 9th round also had a quasi-supreme divine weapon. This was something he needed very much. In short, he would challenge as many rounds as he could. Peng, peng, peng. Continue. 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 Yi Xian's voice was loud and powerful. In less than 5 minutes, he went from 1 round to 49. Now it was the 50th round. 1 against 50. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult. After going from 1 round to 50, their true qi would be depleted. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, another Wolf Fang mount walked out from the door. 50 just right. Come on. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand shattered again. Against these Wolf Fang mounts, using the Bahuang wind formation was the best method. Boom. As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the 50 Wolf Fang mounts immediately charged. One could not fly in the general's tomb. Even if one jumped, they could only jump a few meters high. If an ordinary person accidentally fell into the charging wave of 50 Wolf Fang mounts, they would definitely be hacked to death. Yi Xian held a high-grade Void God weapon in his hand and suddenly attacked the Wolf Fang cavalry that was charging over. In the next moment, a wave of sword shadows attacked the Wolf Fang cavalry. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Chapter 745. Yi Xian gave it his all. While controlling the 8 sharp blades to attack the Wolf Fang cavalry, he also used the dual space and 36 overlapping shadows to create a hole in the Wolf Fang cavalry while he stood still in the same spot. By the time the 50 Wolf Fang cavalry arrived in front of Yi Xian, only 20 or so of them remained. At this moment, Yi Xian took a step forward and killed his way in. In less than 3 seconds, the 20 over Wolf Fang cavalrymen were all disintegrated. Young man, you have passed the 5th stage. You are rewarded with 100 supreme pills. Just as the Wolf Fang general finished his sentence, a yin and yang ring fell from the sky. There were 100 supreme pills in it. At the same time, the 50 Wolf Fang cavalry regrouped and looked at Yi Xian quietly. 100 supreme pills should be enough for me to break through. Yi Xian quickly went over and picked up the yin and yang ring. Ding. Host has broken through. The current Emperor's intent seal is 10% complete. The system notified. Indeed, 100 supreme pills allowed him to break through once. The Emperor's intent seal could greatly increase one's physique. Even if a peak great Emperor used heaven incinerating flames in front of him, He wouldn't be hurt even if he didn't defend himself. My speed has increased by at least 30%. If I wanted to pass the 10th stage just now, it would have been a little difficult. But now it's a piece of cake. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The 10th stage of the troop training grounds was to face 100 Wolf Fang cavalry at the same time. It wasn't something an ordinary person could pass. However, his attacks could kill the Wolf Fang cavalry instantly, and his speed was several times faster than them. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill 100 Wolf Fang cavalry easily. Young man, do you want to continue or leave? If you continue, you will have to challenge again if you fail, and the reward will not be refreshed. The deep voice sounded again. Hearing that, Yi Xian replied without hesitation, continue. The 5th stage was 100 supreme pills, the 6th stage was 500 supreme pills, and the 7th stage was 1,000 supreme pills. This should be 1,500 supreme pills, which should be enough for Yi Xian to break through again. 1,500 supreme pills. If it was given to others, they could only break through 2 or 3 times. However, Yi Xian had more experience than others, so it was estimated that he could only break through once. 51. 52. 53. Yi Xian, who had broken through, was now even more proficient in killing. Every time he slashed out, he would be able to kill 2 or 3 Wolf Fang cavalry. He wouldn't spend more than 3 seconds in a battle. Young man, congratulations on passing the 6th stage. This is your reward. Another universe ring fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurriedly went over and swallowed the 500 supreme pills inside. Although his realm hadn't increased, his cultivation had improved by a lot. 1 minute later. Young man, congratulations on passing the 7th stage. This is your reward. Another interspatial ring fell to the ground. 15%. Once he got through it, he could cultivate the sovereign golden body and become a true sovereign. Haha, the current me can easily pass through 10 stages. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Continue. 71. 72. 73. Yi Xian killed his way up. Although his realm didn't increase, his strength kept getting stronger. Congratulations, young man. You've passed the 8th stage. This is your reward. Another interspatial ring fell. The reward for the 8th stage wasn't a supreme pill, but a map. A map of the general's tomb. After Yi Xian got the map, he quickly copied it into the engulfment system. Calm Heart Lake, Smelt Building, Training Grounds, and the General's Palace. Yi Xian looked at it. The most valuable thing in the general's tomb should be the general's seal. After all, it was the key to controlling the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry soldiers. Continue. Yi Xian shouted. 81, 82, 83. Soon Yi Xian passed the 9th stage. Young man, congratulations on passing the 9th stage. You can choose a quasi-supreme martial technique. When the Wolf Fang general finished speaking, a list appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was filled with the names of the martial techniques. My 36 overlapping shadows and disintegration esoteric skill are comparable to a quasi-supreme martial technique. My speed isn't bad either. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he finally made up his mind. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. I choose this one. Yi Xian shouted. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force wasn't an offensive martial technique. However, it could increase his strength just like lifting heavy is light and lifting light is heavy. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force first burned one's vital energy, then turned into the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force to increase one's strength. If Yi Xian ran on the ground, the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force would have the same effect. That was why Yi Xian chose it. It could increase one's attack power and speed. It was a good choice. But after Yi Xian answered, a secret manual suddenly fell to the ground. Yi Xian quickly picked it up and copied it into the devouring system. Ding. The host has learned the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. It was good to have the devouring system. Others might need a year or 2 to learn the martial technique, but Yi Xian only needed a second to learn it. Now Yi Xian had passed the 9th stage. There was only 1 stage left. Continue. Yi Xian shouted. In the next moment, another Wolf Fang cavalry walked out from another passage. There were 91 of them. Yi Xian had just learned a quasi-supreme martial technique and wanted to try it out. Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Pulse of the Earth 256 layers. He held the Bahuang sword and slashed out. The Wolf Fang cavalry that had just started charging were instantly split into dozens of pieces. Originally, Yi Xian's attack could only split 3 to 4 pieces at most. Now there were more than 10 pieces. Although he was using the Bahuang sword and not an ordinary high-grade void god weapon, its power shouldn't be so strong. Yi Xian estimated that he could only split 8 pieces at most. After using the Nether Dragon ghostly force, the power doubled. Shio, shio, shio. Sword lights flashed one after another. Before the 90 or so Wolf Fang cavalry could even reach Yi Xian, they were beaten into a mess and completely disintegrated. Not only that, some of the Wolf Fang cavalry's armor cracked under Yi Xian's attacks. The Wolf Fang cavalry's armor was very tough. It was specially refined by the Wolf Fang general. Yi Xian had fought 90 battles before and didn't even break a single piece of armor. Now he could crack the armor with a single attack. Chapter 746. Continue. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. 92, 93, 94, very quickly, Yi Xian defeated 99 Wolf Fang cavalry at the same time. These Wolf Fang cavalry were also in a sorry state. Some parts of them were shattered by Yi Xian and could not be reassembled. These Wolf Fang cavalry are quite strong. Although it's a pity to destroy them, there are less than 100 of them here. Yi Xian thought to himself. His goal was also the general's seal. He estimated that he already had the strength to compete with the other factions for the general's seal. Young man, the last challenge is not easy. Do you want to continue? The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Not easy? What was the difference between 99 Wolf Fang cavalry and 100 Wolf Fang cavalry? I think the last Wolf Fang cavalry is not an ordinary puppet. Yi Xian immediately understood and nodded. Continue. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps came from the pitch-black tunnel in front of him. As expected, these are not ordinary Wolf Fang cavalry. These are human footsteps. Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked ahead. Not long after, a man with a long saber in dark gray armor walked out. This is Deputy Longblade. He can fight 100 alone. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded. No matter what it is, come. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword in his hand. In this situation, the Bahuang wind formation would not be of much use. The Wolf Fang cavalry were no threat to Yi Xian anyway. On the other hand, this Deputy Longblade was not a human. It was just a puppet. It had no aura at all, which made Yi Xian feel quite wary. Boom. Deputy Long Saber shook the saber in his hand. Instantly, the 99 Wolf Fang cavalry charged forward. I'll deal with you trash first. Yi Xian coldly snorted as he dealt with the 99 Wolf Fang cavalry in front of him. In the previous battle, he fought 1 against 99 and defeated all of them before they could even charge over. But this time it would not be so simple. Nether Dragon Ghost Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 256 layered waves. Yi Xian continued his frenzied attacks. Rows after rows of Wolf Fang cavalry were struck and disintegrated. However, some of the attacks were blocked by the Long Blade Deputy General, who suddenly rushed to the front. Could that weapon be a quasi-supreme spirit treasure? Yi Xian widened his eyes, but he didn't have time to think because this Long Saber Deputy General suddenly sped up. What? By the time Yi Xian reacted, his opponent had already raised his long saber above his head and slashed down. With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's right shoulder was chopped off. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, his head would have been split in half. Bahuang sword break. Yi Xian hurriedly activated his Zhen Qi, splitting the Bahuang sword apart and attacking the Saber Deputy General. His right arm and right shoulder were chopped off, but this was not important. What was important was that the Saber Deputy General was right in front of him. If he didn't take this seriously, he would pay the price in blood. Clang, clang, clang. 8 sharp blades clashed with the Saber Deputy General's armor, producing a violent metallic clang. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated at full speed. The Saber Deputy General did not intend to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he slashed at the 8 blades. Crack. One of the blades was split in half by the Saber Deputy General. *CK. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The Bahuang sword he had used for so long was actually destroyed by the Saber Deputy General. What would he use in the future? Bahuang sword go. Yi Xian no longer controlled the remaining 7 blades to attack the Saber Deputy General. Instead, he attacked the remaining Wolf Fang cavalry. The Saber Deputy General turned around and charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. He glanced and realized that the sacred tree of life had not finished healing him. His right arm had only grown to his elbow. He quickly took out an upper virtual god weapon and charged into the Wolf Fang cavalry. The Saber Deputy General suddenly sped up and caught him off guard. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian could still dodge his attack. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. If he did not take care of the Wolf Fang cavalry first and was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he could use the Wolf Fang cavalry to temporarily block the Saber Deputy General. Very quickly Yi Xian's right hand recovered to its original state. He took out another high-grade Void Divine weapon and used both of them to madly defeat the Wolf Fang cavalry. 50, 40, 30. Yi Xian had only charged into the army of the Wolf Fang cavalry for less than 2 seconds, but there were less than 20 Wolf Fang cavalry left. At the same time, Yi Xian was targeted by the Saber Deputy General again. "Let's fight," Yi Xian shouted with the Bahuang sword in his hand. Although one part of the Bahuang sword was cut in half, it could still be reassembled. The difference in attack power between an upper virtual god weapon and the Bahuang sword was as high as 50%. This was the effect of nurturing. Nether Dragon Ghost Force. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Yi Xian was also attacking with all his might. Although the dual space did not have much effect on the Saber Deputy General, it was better than nothing. Whoosh whoosh. The saber in the Saber Deputy General's hand was a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Therefore Yi Xian dared not fight him head-on. Repulsive acceleration, wind acceleration, wings of the wind, ground walking, 5 agility advancements, and windbreaker. These factors made Yi Xian slightly faster than the Saber Deputy General. Otherwise Yi Xian would have been killed by the Saber Deputy General. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xian counterattacked while dodging the Saber Deputy General's attacks. However, the Saber Deputy General's reaction was too fast. Moreover, the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand could split his attacks in half. Therefore if Yi Xian wanted to win he had to catch him off guard. At this moment Yi Xian was regretting it. He had 5 divine bloodlines in his body. The last one was the Gemini bloodline. With the Gemini bloodline, as long as he merged with his clone, his combat power would increase by 10%. However, if Yi Xian had a clone right now, he would definitely be able to easily kill this Deputy General. Unfortunately, his clone was still in the Eastern continent. If I want to win, I have to bleed. I have to fight. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly dashed over. This time he wanted to exchange blood for blood. Swish. The Saber Deputy General raised his saber and chopped off Yi Xian's left shoulder. At the same time Yi Xian's right hand slashed out with his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The Saber Deputy General was struck and was sent flying. Yi Xian had prepared himself for this battle for a long time. After all, if he was not careful he would be cut in half. Chapter 747. Fortunately, the Deputy General's armor wasn't a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian's sword strike still caused cracks to appear on it. It's effective. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although he couldn't finish off the Deputy General in one go, he could do it a few more times. However, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise his head would be chopped in half. Gulp. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and waited for the Tree of Life to heal his left arm. The Deputy General was just a puppet after all. He didn't have any consciousness. This was good news. Taking advantage of the fact that the Deputy General was sent flying, Yi Xian quickly finished off the remaining Wolf Fang cavalry. Kill. The Deputy General charged over again. Yi Xian also went up to meet him. Rip. Yi Xian's newly grown left arm was chopped off again. At the same time he slashed at the Deputy General. Kacha. The cracks on the Deputy General's abdomen armor widened. One more strike and it would shatter. Kacha. 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 The sound of metal shattering echoed. Yi Xian used several arms as bait and finally destroyed the Deputy General's abdomen. As long as he could hold on a little longer, the Deputy General would be chopped in half by Yi Xian. At that time, the Deputy General without legs would be nothing to be afraid of. Hiss. 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 Yi Xian's arms were chopped off again and again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but cry out. If not for the Tree of Life's blood, he would have been chopped off even if he was a tentacle monster. Die for me. After being chopped off 15 times, Yi Xian slashed with all his strength. Kacha. With a crisp sound, the Deputy General's abdomen finally shattered. The upper half of his body fell down. However, in the process of falling down he slashed down fiercely. Swish. Yi Xian only saw a cold flash. Then he felt a chill in his throat. Blood spurted out crazily from his throat. Gulp gulp. Yi Xian hurriedly covered his throat with one hand. He used his Jinqi to block the blood and pressed his head with the other. That slash had almost cut off his entire head. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pressed down on his head, allowing the bloodline of the divine Tree of Life to recover. A second later. Huff huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If his head was chopped off, it would be useless even if he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Of course, it would be fine even if his head was chopped off. After all, he still had a clone in the eastern continent. However, that clone had yet to break through to Half-Shizuan. If the main body were to die, the clone would have to cultivate anew. Damn it, I forgot to leave a supreme pill for my clone. Yi Xian looked at the deputy saber general on the ground and subconsciously took a few steps back. All the supreme pills he had just obtained had been swallowed by his original body, and he had forgotten to keep one. Otherwise, his clone in the eastern continent would also be able to break through to half-supremacy. If something were to happen to the main body in the general's tomb, his clone would be able to make a comeback. Young man, you are very powerful. Congratulations on passing the test. The reward for the 10th test is a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure. What kind of weapon do you want? That voice sounded again. A sword. Yi Xian answered without thinking. What a joke. He had the bloodline of the divine sword in his body, which could increase the power of his sword skills and comprehension by 50%. If he did not choose a sword, would he choose a saber? Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword suddenly fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurried over and picked up the long sword. The name of the sword was Lingxi. Lingxi sword, a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. If he had this quasi-supreme divine weapon just now, the deputy saber general would be nothing. Most likely in less than 3 rounds that deputy long saber would be killed. Quasi-supreme divine weapons, like ethereal divine weapons, could be nurtured by genuine energy. Moreover, a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure would be much more powerful than an upper-grade ethereal divine weapon. Yi Xian compared the Lingxi sword with the Bahuang sword. The Lingxi sword, which had not been nurtured by genuine energy, had already surpassed the Bahuang sword, which had been nurtured for dozens of years. Its combat power had doubled again. I wonder what the realms of Master and Qinghua are, Yi Xian could not help but think. These people were also half-supreme martial artists, but he did not ask. After all, their realms were a secret. Who would tell others? Young man, you have received the reward for the 10th test. You can go directly to the general's palace. Of course, you can also go to the soothing lake or the smelting building. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a door at the side of the training ground suddenly opened. Yi Xian glanced at the Wolf Fang cavalry and the deputy saber general. In fact, he wanted to take the long saber with him. After all, it was also a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, this long saber had merged with the deputy saber general, so he probably could not take it. Moreover, the remnant consciousness of the Wolf Fang general would definitely not allow him to take the long saber. At that moment, Yi Xian held the Lingxi sword and the Bahuang sword and walked into the door. Behind the door there were 3 paths to take. The general's palace was directly ahead, the soothing lake was on the left, and the smelting building was on the right. Yi Xian had passed the 8th test and obtained a map of the general's tomb. There were some markings on it. The Wolf Fang general was decisive in killing. The soldiers under his command were very brave and fierce. They killed without blinking their eyes. Therefore, these soldiers needed to train their state of mind to avoid falling into the path of killing. The soothing lake was to help these soldiers. It was actually an illusion array that could remove the soldiers' inner demons. As for the smelting building, it was indeed a place to forge weapons and mechanisms. There were many mechanisms there which tested one's strength and insight. Yi Xian was very glad that he did not choose the smelting building. Although he was not stupid, he hated this kind of place the most. If he wanted to successfully pass the smelting building, it would definitely be much slower than the troop training ground. This general's palace is another maze. Fortunately, I have the map. It seems that I should be able to reach the main palace and obtain the general's seal. Yi Xian glanced around. His intuition told him that the general's seal must be in the main palace. He immediately walked straight ahead. Before long he came out of the troop training ground. There was a large palace in front of him. It was the general's palace. Someone's there? At this moment Yi Xian raised an eyebrow because he suddenly saw a black figure rush into the general's palace. He remembered that among the 5 major factions, only the people from the Shengguan family wore black cloaks and black face scarves. They looked mysterious. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the other party came out faster than him. Oh right, you can come out of the troop training ground after passing the 5th test. Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. Since someone had entered the general's palace before him, he could not fall behind. He quickly rushed over but lost sight of the black figure. Forget it, I'll follow the map and find the main palace. Chapter 748. There were still some mechanisms and puppets in the general's hall. Yi Xian only had a map, but it didn't indicate where the mechanisms were. Therefore he didn't dare to run too fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xian started to move forward after figuring out the mechanism in one of the passageways. There was a pattern to the appearance of the quiver. It took him a few minutes to figure it out. However, after he passed through the passageway, he heard an unusual sound. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons colliding entered Yi Xian's ears. There's a battle in the corner ahead. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he couldn't guarantee that the people in front were on his side. However, there was a voice in front that he was familiar with. Qinghua. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. When he turned the corner, he saw Qinghua. At this moment, Qinghua was being attacked by 2 people. Yi Xian glanced around. Except for the 6 people from the Shangguan clan who were under the black cloak, he remembered the rest. At least he knew which faction they were from. Of the 2 people attacking Qinghua, one was from the Yang clan, and the other was from the Li clan. They're so fast. Their realms are higher than mine. Yi Xian frowned. These 3 people's speeds were about the same. Yi Xian estimated that their wills were about 30% complete. However, this didn't mean that they were faster than Yi Xian. A Li family expert's eyes flickered as he saw Yi Xian. Not only that, but Qinghua and the other person also noticed him. Kid, run. Qinghua hurriedly shouted. Qinghua and Yi Xian were related. If not for Qinghua, he would probably still be killing in the Heavens prison. In addition, Qinghua was on their side. Yi Xian wouldn't just sit by and watch. Senior Qinghua seems to have a quasi-supreme divine weapon. The experts from the Li and Yang clans are coveting it, so they want to kill and steal it. Yi Xian instantly understood and hurriedly rushed over. Brat, what are you doing? Before Qinghua could finish speaking, he saw the spiritual rhino sword in Yi Xian's hand. The quality of the sword seemed to be in no way inferior to the sword in his hand. Quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian had also obtained a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Let's join forces and kill them. Qinghua immediately changed his mind. Alright. Yi Xian nodded and shouted. At the same time, the experts of the Yang clan and the Li clan discovered that Yi Xian also had a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Now they could divide it equally. In an instant, Yi Xian entered the fray. His opponent was the expert from the Li family. Brat, you actually chose me, you really don't know the difference between life and death. Li Ao coldly shouted. You will be the one to die. Yi Xian waved his left hand, and an ancient longsword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, the ancient longsword shattered into 9 pieces. One of the 8 blades had been destroyed by the Saber Deputy General, so now one of them was not powerful enough. However, the Bahuang sword was only used to distract him. Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth Pulse 256 layers. Double space. The expert from the Li family had already sealed 30% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. His strength was much stronger than the Saber Deputy General. Although the profound meaning did not have much effect on a half-step supreme, as long as it had a little effect, it could determine the outcome of the battle. All in all, Yi Xian's attacks were stronger and faster than his opponent's. His opponent would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Yi Xian was almost certain to win this battle. Crack. Yi Xian had only struck once, but his opponent could not withstand it and was directly sent flying far away. Not only that, but the upper-grade ethereal divine weapon that the Li family expert had nurtured for decades shattered into pieces. This strike will take your life. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he struck again with his sword. After learning the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force, his attack was as fast as lightning. The slash swept past the Li family expert's body in an instant and cut him in half. Although Yi Xian had only used 2 slashes, he was very satisfied with his strength. After the Li family's expert died, he quickly rushed over and took his interspatial ring. Since the Li family expert was here to explore the ruins, there were not many things in the interspatial ring, but it was better than nothing. Yi Xian kept a supreme pill and swallowed the rest. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's clone in the eastern continent swallowed this supreme pill and broke through to the half-step supreme realm. The Li family expert was instantly killed. This scene fell into the eyes of Qinghua and the Yang family expert. They were very shocked. The one who was most surprised was none other than Qinghua. Previously, when Qinghua was wandering in the heavenly prison, he coincidentally met Yi Xian, who used the wind-cutting blade, so he invited him to sit down and chat for a while. At that time, Yi Xian was only a first-stage Great Emperor. But now, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could kill a half-step Supreme Realm expert. This was hard for Qinghua to accept. Senior Qinghua, I'll help you. Yi Xian shouted and immediately turned around and rushed back. The Yang family expert was not stupid. His companion's strength was similar to his, but even he was killed by Yi Xian in an instant. Not to mention Qinghua, even Yi Xian could kill him alone. If he did not leave, would he be courting death? Aha, you think you can escape from me? Yi Xian sneered in his heart and rushed forward with the nether dragon ghostly force. 36 overlapping shadows. 256 layers of earth pulse. His attack was very fast. The Yang family expert who had 30% of his great emperor willpower sealed could not withstand it at all. He was sent flying and his high-grade void god weapon shattered in an instant. The Yang family expert's face was gloomy as he cursed in his heart. However, he did not see Yi Xian attack again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Indeed, Yi Xian didn't attack because he didn't need it. The 7 sharp blades had already flown over before him. Po, po, po. The 7 blades all sank into the Yang family expert's head. In the next moment, the Yang family expert's head exploded, turning into a headless corpse. 2 half-step supremes with 30% of their great emperor willpower sealed were dead. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring. Although his cultivation had only increased a little, it was not bad. Senior Qinghua, are you okay? Yi Xian asked. At this moment, Qinghua was already stunned on the spot. The 2 people that he couldn't fight back at all were actually killed by Yi Xian one by one. In that case, Yi Xian's strength was already stronger than his. I'm fine. Qinghua calmed himself down and laughed dryly. Compared to you, my aptitude is really nothing. Senior Qinghua, you flatter me. Yi Xian smiled and asked, I wonder if the others. Chapter 749. It seems that Master and the others are still in those 3 places. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The map he had obtained had explanations for all 3 stages. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be trapped in the training grounds. If one wasn't strong enough, they would fall into illusions. The smelting building could also be trapped in there. In any case, those who could make it out were all capable. Let's not worry about that for now. I got a map from Soothing Lake. Let's go to the main hall and get the general's seal. Once we get it, we can control the tomb, Qinghua said. Control the tomb? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the seal supposed to control the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry? However, if he could control the entire general's tomb, that would be great. Let's go, Qinghua said, leading the way. Now that Yi Xian was working with him, the 2 of them advanced quickly. They inched closer and closer to the main hall. Yi Xian had a map in his hand as well, but he realized that Qinghua's route was different from his. It also led to the main hall. Qinghua had come from Soothing Lake, while he had come from the training grounds. If that was the case, then the smelting building might have a different map as well. Either way, it led to the main hall. With Yi Xian and Qinghua working together, they reached the main hall in less than half an hour. However, the main hall's doors were closed. If I want to open the door to the main palace, I have to gather all 5 elements? When Yi Xian saw the words on the stone wall beside the main hall's entrance, he immediately rolled his eyes. There were only 2 of them. They definitely couldn't gather all 5 elements. I'm of the fire element, you're of the earth element. As long as we gather metal, wood and water, we can open the doors, Qinghua said. Although that was the case, the wood element was as rare as the earth element. What if none of the 31 came with the wood element? Besides, even if he had the wood attribute, what if he was trapped in those 3 places in the military training ground or died? There's no other way. Looks like we can only wait. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. They were indeed here first, but if they couldn't gather all 5 elements, they wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore they could only wait. There were a total of 3 paths leading to the main palace. Yi Xian and Qinghua were hiding on the path leading to Calm Heart Lake, while Yi Xian had piled up many-peak true profound realm puppets on the other 2 paths. Although these puppets only had a combat strength of 5, if someone came over, they would definitely shatter them. That way Yi Xian and Qinghua would know. Yi Xian and Qinghua waited for an hour. What's going on with this Wolf Fang general? Half-step supremes rarely use profound meanings. Why does he need to gather all 5 elements to open the gate? Bluefire felt helpless as well. Half-step supremes basically relied on their physique and ignition to fight. Profound meanings weren't very useful to half-step supremes, unless they comprehended profound meanings like earth traversal, wind acceleration and dual space. Gotcha. Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian and Qinghua's ears. Their bodies trembled as they immediately darted to the corner to see who had come. The voice came from next door and it was very close. Although Qinghua had an official title, under such circumstances the other party didn't care about that. They would kill him first. Soon, the person who had attracted Yi Xian and Qing Hua's attention appeared, and it wasn't just one person. Xian Zhong Tai, so it's you. Qing Hua immediately darted out. The newcomers were Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Sword God Tai. Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Sword God Tai hadn't expected to encounter their own people. When Qing Hua's voice sounded, they almost attacked. How was it? How was your harvest? Qing Hua asked. Not bad. I passed the soldier training ground and obtained a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, Tai gave it up on the 7th floor of the smelting building, Mountain Man Xian Zhong said. It doesn't matter if you didn't obtain it. Now that we've arrived at the main palace, as long as we obtain the general's seal, we can control the general's tomb. Qing Hua comforted. Sword God Tai asked in astonishment, how do you know that the general's seal can control the general's tomb? There's a remnant will of General Wolf Fang at Soothing Lake, and he told me about it. However, the general's seal isn't something an ordinary person can obtain. There's another test in the main palace. Not only that, but we also need to gather all 5 elements to open the door to the main palace. Qing Hua replied. Yi Xian had already understood when he was with Qing Hua, so he wasn't surprised. We have to open the door and pass the test to obtain the general's seal? Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Sword God Tai glanced at each other. I have the metal and water elements, Mountain Man Xian Zhong has the earth and wood elements, and Qing Hua, you have the fire element. You have all 5 elements. Sword God Tai's eyes lit up as he looked around. Yi Xian and Qing Hua were the first to reach the main palace, but their luck wasn't very good. They were actually stuck here. If they couldn't gather the remaining 2 elements, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door, let alone talk about the general's seal. However, Qing Hua had forgotten that Sword God Tai and Mountain Man Xian Zhong both had 2 elements. The metal element was Sword God Tai, the wood element was Mountain Man Xian Zhong, the water element was Sword God Tai, the fire element was Qing Hua, and the earth element was Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Yi Xian. They had all 5 elements. Let's go in before they get here. The 4 of them immediately rushed over. Yi Xian watched as the 3 of them poured their true qi of different elements into the round hole in the main palace's door. Rumble. The main palace's door finally opened. The 4 of them immediately rushed in. Let's close the door first. Qing Hua suggested. They had gone to great lengths to gather all 5 elements, so they couldn't just let others in. If they wanted to enter, they would have to gather all 5 elements again. Rumble. The door was pushed shut, and the array activated once more. Then the 4 of them began to look around and size up the main palace. The general's main palace only had 16 pillars and a platform in the middle. On the platform were 4 long saber deputy generals. In the middle of the 4 long saber deputy generals was a set of golden armor. The golden armor held a sword in one hand and a square object in the other. It must be the general's seal. Everyone, congratulations on arriving at the main palace. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the main palace. It was General Wolf Fang's voice. Yi Xian and the other 3 listened attentively. They didn't immediately go over to take the general's seal, because General Wolf Fang was proficient in arrays and mechanisms. Who knew if there was a dangerous mechanism on the platform? General Wolf Fang, how do we get the general's seal? Qing Hua asked agitatedly. Chapter 750. Although the Wolf Fang general had been dead for thousands of years, his lingering will had not dissipated. He paused and said, if you want to take the general's seal, you have to defeat my 4 long saber deputy generals and the dragon-patterned golden armor that I spent my entire life building. Gotcha. When General Wolf Fang finished his words, the 5 armors on the stage suddenly moved. As expected, they could move. The one on the left hand of the dragon-patterned golden armor is the general's seal. If anyone can get it, the entire general's tomb will be his, including the dragon-patterned golden armor. General Wolf Fang's voice echoed in the main hall. Dragon-patterned golden armor? It sounds very domineering. Yi Xian murmured. Unexpectedly, these words were heard by General Wolf Fang. Ha, young man, this dragon-patterned golden armor is my life's work. As long as you bind it with your blood, you can keep it in your dantian. At the same time, the dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible and has a special effect. It can withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. General Wolf Fang's lingering will laughed. When he said that, the 4 people present were shocked. Withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation? After breaking through to the peak Great Emperor realm, one would become a half-supreme being. However, there were different levels of half-supreme being. Only those who had sealed 100% of the Great Emperor realms could receive the Supreme Being Tribulation. If they passed the Supreme Being Tribulation, they could condense the Supreme Being Golden Body. Jinghua and the others knew the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. Although they had not seen it before, they had heard of it. If 10 half-Supreme Being peak Great Emperors received the Supreme Being Tribulation, only one could truly become a Supreme Being. However, this dragon-patterned golden armor could withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. It was simply amazing. Haha, now you know the power of the dragon-patterned golden armor? Unfortunately, when I wore this dragon-patterned golden armor, I was still blasted into pieces by the Supreme Being Tribulation. Only a lingering will of mine is left. General Wolf Fang sighed and said, "Alright, if the four of you want the general seal, go ahead." Gotcha. Under the control of General Wolf Fang's lingering will, the dragon-patterned golden armor walked down the stage. The other four deputy generals also looked at Yi Xian and the others, waiting for their attacks. This dragon-patterned golden armor is indeed not bad, but after so many years of cultivation, I have only sealed 30% of my body with the will of the Great Emperor. I am not destined to become a supreme being in this life. Jinghua knew his own worth and shook his head helplessly. I'm already old. Even if I get the dragon-patterned golden armor, it won't be of much use to me. Sword God Tai shook his head. Their intentions were clear. They were giving up on the dragon-patterned golden armor. At that moment, Yi Xian looked at Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan. Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan had the appearance of a middle-aged man and looked slightly younger. Yi Xian, don't look at him, Jinghua reminded. He only got a little bit of the immortal spring by chance when we were roaming the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. He's the oldest among the three of us. What? This gave Yi Xian a fright. He suddenly recalled that the three of them had roamed the world together for several decades. I am indeed the oldest. It would be a waste to give this dragon-patterned golden armor to me. As for Yi Xian, you are only in your early 20s. You have the highest possibility of reaching the peak of half-step Supreme Being and sealing 100% of the will of the Great Emperor. If you use this dragon-patterned golden armor, you might be able to become a Supreme Being. At that time you can establish a kingdom and a sacred dynasty. Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan looked at Yi Xian and said, "This." Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that he would have to compete with Jinghua and the others, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The three of us will help you obtain the general's seal and let you control the general's tomb. When the time comes, we can bask in your glory, Sword God Tai said. The three of them had high hopes for Yi Xian. Although Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan's personal disciple, He Yen was also a half-step Supreme Being, he was already in his 40s. It was just that Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan had given him some of the immortal spring. In terms of aptitude, no one present could compare to Yi Xian. Alright. Since the three of them had reached a consensus, Yi Xian naturally couldn't refuse, so he immediately nodded. Those four deputy saber generals seemed to be more powerful than those in the troop training ground. Sword God Tai and I will hold them back. You and Jinghua will deal with the dragon-patterned golden armor. Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan glanced at him. He had come from the troop training ground, so he had seen how powerful the deputy saber generals were. Although he now had a quasi-supreme divine weapon, he didn't dare to be careless as there were too many of them. The four of you, if you are ready, then take action. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Go. Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan and Sword God Tai looked at each other, then immediately charged out. At the same time, Jinghua also condensed 6 flame doppelgangers to help. Yi Xian also shattered the Bahuang sword, hoping to quickly deal with the 4 deputy saber generals. As long as the 4 deputy saber generals were defeated, it would be time for the 4 of them to besiege the dragon-patterned golden armor. The 4 of them quickly swept out, attacking the 4 deputy saber generals with all their might. However, the dragon-patterned golden armor defeated their attacks first, then went straight for Yi Xian. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The dragon-patterned golden armor was indeed much more powerful than the deputy saber generals. With his current speed he might not be able to defeat it. The 3 of you, give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian hastily shouted in anger. Under such circumstances Yi Xian could no longer hide because if they were defeated they would only end up dead. If they died, what was the use of the interspatial ring? Jinghua and the other 2 were startled when they heard this. They immediately took off their interspatial rings without hesitation and threw them to Yi Xian. At this time, the dragon-patterned golden armor had already swept in front of Yi Xian with the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and slashed down. Clang. Yi Xian raised his spiritual rhino sword high and blocked the attack. In an instant Yi Xian felt immense pressure. The dragon-patterned golden armor was at least twice as powerful as the deputy saber generals. The deputy saber generals could fight against 100 people alone, and the dragon-patterned golden armor was twice as powerful as the deputy saber generals. However, this did not mean that the dragon-patterned golden armor could fight against 200 people alone. Twice as powerful would be infinitely magnified. It was possible for it to be 300, 400, or even 500 people. If Yi Xian had not mastered the nether dragon ghostly force, this attack would have cut him in half. Sevenfold fiery dragon sword. Qinghua and his 6 fire avatars slashed at the dragon-patterned golden armor. The 7 slashes combined into one was extremely powerful. The dragon-patterned golden armor turned around and dispersed the attack with a single slash. However, this also bought him some time. 36 overlapping shadows. Pulsation of the earth 256 layers. Yi Xian seized the opportunity to strike the dragon-patterned golden armor away. Chapter 751. Come. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took the 3 rings. Ding. Host has broken through. Current Great Emperor Intent Seal is at 20%. Qinghua and the other 2 were here to train, so they didn't bring much in their rings. It was only enough for Yi Xian to break through once. However, breaking through once was enough. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth 256 layers. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. He attacked the dragon-patterned golden armor madly. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon-patterned golden armor held the wolf fang sword in one hand and the general seal in the other. It defeated Yi Xian's attacks one by one. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength was about the same as the dragon-patterned golden armor's. Yi Xian, I'll go and help. Qinghua knew he couldn't help much, so he shouted. Yi Xian nodded silently. He could still hold the dragon-patterned golden armor back by himself. On the other side, even if Qinghua didn't join in, the 4 deputy generals couldn't do anything to Hermit Xian Zhongzhong and Tai Sword God. Now that Qinghua had joined in, the 4 deputy generals were all defeated in a few seconds. Scatter their armors and delay them from regrouping. Hermit Xian Zhongzhong shouted. Immediately, the 3 of them disorganized the armors and threw them to the 4 corners of the main hall. Next, it was the 4 of them fighting the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian, this dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible. Seize the general's seal. Tai Sword God shouted. Yi Xian naturally knew this. However, the general's seal was in the dragon-patterned golden armor's hands. It wasn't that easy to seize it. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth 256 layers. Yi Xian and the other 3 launched a group attack on the dragon-patterned golden armor. Hermit Xian Zhongzhong was the strongest among the 3. Like Yi Xian, he used the 36 overlapping shadows as his main attack. At the same time, his throbbing pulse of the earth had also evolved to 128 layers, just one step away from the disintegration profound. He had been stuck at this level for more than 10 years and still hadn't reached the 256th level to comprehend the disintegration profound. Next, the 3rd in terms of strength was Qinghua. His 7-fold fire dragon sword was extremely powerful, and with that quasi-paragon divine weapon, his strength was second only to mountain man Shenzhong. On the other hand, the Tai sword deity was a little more miserable. He did not have a quasi-supreme divine weapon, so his strength was the weakest. As a result, he took the initiative to seize the opportunity, once again defeating those long-blade deputy generals who were preparing to regroup. Now Yi Xian was working with Green Fire and Mountain Man Shenzhong to attack the dragon-patterned golden armor. Unfortunately, the dragon-patterned golden armor's defensive power was so strong that even Yi Xian's all-out attack could not leave a mark on it. Therefore, he could only use his wits to obtain the general's seal. However, right at this moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud noise entered everyone's ears. Yi Xian and the other 3 were startled. They turned their heads and saw that the doors to the main hall had opened again. Not good. Yi Xian and the other 3 shouted in their hearts. At this moment they saw a total of 10 people. The remaining 4 forces had also gathered the 5 elements and opened the doors to the main hall. The Tuoba family, the Li family, the Yang family, and the Shengguan family were all there. Who would have thought that someone would beat us to it? The master of the Li family's eyes flickered as his gaze landed on the dragon-patterned golden armor's left hand. The general seal. That's the general seal. Someone exclaimed. Go. In an instant, the 10 people rushed over together. Retreat. Yi Xian shouted with a solemn expression. This time he had to temporarily avoid the attack. Qinghua and the other 2 did not dare to delay and hurriedly gathered around Yi Xian. Coincidentally, after these people entered, the dragon-patterned golden armor stopped attacking Yi Xian and rushed towards them. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he could only suppress the dragon-patterned golden armor. Now that so many people had come, he might be able to obtain the general seal. Yi Xian, do you have any ideas? Jinghua suddenly turned his head and asked. Yes, I need a large amount of heavenly treasures. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment the three of them finally reacted. After Yi Xian obtained their universe rings, his cultivation level suddenly soared by a level. This battle is unavoidable. Since that's the case, the four of us should join forces and kill all these people first. Jinghua's eyes flickered. Men die for wealth just as birds die for food. They did not have any dealings with the four great families, so it was natural for them to kill all of them for profit. I think so too. However, it's best to pay attention to the cloaked man from the Shangguan family. I feel that something is wrong with them, Hermit Shen Zhongshan reminded. In fact, even without his reminder, Yi Xian would pay attention to them. The 6 people from the Shangguan family were too strange. They wore black cloaks and black face scarves for no reason. Anyone would be suspicious of them. The 4 of them roughly discussed their strategy and immediately rushed over. The dragon-patterned golden armor was very strong, but the family heads of the 4 great families were not weak either. They each held a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure in their hands and were frantically suppressing the dragon-patterned golden armor. They are coming. An expert from the Li family noticed Yi Xian and the other 3 people and hurriedly shouted. You guys go and kill the 4 of them, the Yang family head shouted. There was only one general seal, but there were 5 forces here. Therefore, a bloody battle was bound to happen. Although only one of the 6 people was from the Yang family, they had reached a consensus. The 6 of them quickly charged toward Yi Xian and the other 3 people. You overestimate yourselves. Die. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword tightly and instantly attacked the 6 people. Jinghua and the other 2 people did the same. Boom, boom, boom. Countless saber lights and sword shadows collided, and the air billowed. The movement was so loud that it seemed to shake the entire hall. However, what shocked everyone was that the 6 people could not withstand the charge of Yi Xian and the other 3 people and were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. What a joke. Yi Xian's side, except for the Tai sword god, all had quasi-supreme divine weapons. Yi Xian was the strongest among the 4 people. A mere 6 people would not be able to withstand a round of explosive attacks from them. Interspatial rings, take them. Yi Xian hurriedly took the 6 people's interspatial rings, and his strength soared. However, it was not enough. He frowned. Even if he killed the family heads of the 4 great families, it would not be enough for him to break through again. However, his strength could be further improved. Let's kill them first. Yi Xian did not care so much anymore. At the same time, the Shangguan family head shouted, I will hold the dragon-patterned golden armor. You guys go. The other 3 family heads paused, but then they remembered that the dragon-patterned golden armor was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Even if the Shangguan family head was alone, he would not be able to get the general seal. At that moment, it was better to kill Yi Xian and the other 3 people first. Jinghua, since you are courting death, don't blame me, the Li family head shouted. Chapter 752. Previously, Yi Xian had already surpassed Jinghua in terms of strength. Now that he had made another breakthrough, the 3 family heads were no match for him. You think you can stop me? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he slashed with all his might. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Boom. The Li family head was shocked as he hastily blocked with his quasi-supreme divine weapon. If it was an ordinary high-grade ethereal divine weapon, it would have been shattered by Yi Xian. However, the Li family head was holding a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Even with Yi Xian's disintegration ultimacy, he couldn't destroy it. However, Yi Xian's attack was extremely strong. The Li family head's hands went numb as the quasi-supreme divine weapon suddenly stuck to his chest. A few of his ribs were shattered by Yi Xian's powerful attack, and he was sent flying. The Tuoba and Yang family heads were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be the strongest person on Qinghua's side. While they were still in shock, 7 sharp blades suddenly flew towards the Li family head. Bang, bang, bang. After a few muffled sounds, the Li family head's head exploded and turned into a corpse. At the same time, the Li family head's Chengkuan ring and the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand flew towards Yi Xian. Don't be hasty. The 2 of you will die too. Yi Xian slashed again. The Tuoba and Yang family heads were gloomy. Yi Xian had actually slashed twice at them in an instant. They were already exhausted from blocking Jinghua and Mountain Man Shen Zhongshan's attacks. Now that they had to face Yi Xian's attack, they immediately fled and prepared to leave the main palace. The general seal was no longer something they could get their hands on. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian saw that his 2 attacks had failed and hurriedly chased after them. The Tuoba and Yang family heads had stronger physiques than Qinghua and the other two. 35% of their great emperor intent had been sealed. Even so, they were not as fast as Yi Xian. Yi Xian happened to get his hands on the Chengkuan ring and the quasi-supreme divine weapon, so he devoured them immediately. The value of a quasi-supreme divine weapon was worth at least 10 interspatial rings. After Yi Xian took it to Tainan City, he made a breakthrough. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the great emperor's will is at 25%. The two of you die. Yi Xian's physique was raised to a whole new level, and he instantly slashed out a few times with his sword. The sword light was as fast as lightning and directly struck the quasi-supreme divine weapons of the Tuoba and Yang family heads. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood as they were blasted out of the main hall. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over, but at this moment, a few figures suddenly entered his line of sight. They directly killed the Tuoba family's patriarch and the Yang family's patriarch, and seized their quasi-supreme divine weapons. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be a few people hiding outside the main hall. They were all from the Shangguan family. They were wearing black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. There were exactly 5 of them. How dare you steal my things? You are courting death. Yi Xian did not care how mysterious the other party was and directly attacked. After all, he wanted to give one of the 2 supreme divine weapons to the Tai Sword God, but now it was snatched away. 36 overlapping shadows. 256 layers of earth pulse. A sword light flashed, but what surprised Yi Xian was that his sword was blocked by one of the black-robed men who was holding a quasi-supreme divine weapon. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. His sword was enough to kill the Tuoba family head and the Yang family head, but how could this man from the Shangguan family block it? This was not logical. Tisk. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly laughed dryly, and immediately took off his mask, revealing his face. When Yi Xian saw his face clearly, his body trembled. He knew this person. Jiang Tianjin, it's you? Yi Xian exclaimed. That's right, the person who blocked his sword was Jiang Tianjin, who had injured him with the triple heaven burning flame and caused him to be imprisoned in the heavens prison. He originally thought that Jiang Tianjin was lingering in a corner, but he did not expect to see him again. Moreover, he had broken through to the half-supreme master level and was able to block his sword. Yes, it's me. Jiang Tianjin took off his hood, but there were some strange black patterns on his face, covering half of his face. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong and immediately shouted, I let you escape that day. Today is the day you die. He did not care about anything else and directly attacked. He felt that Jiang Tianjin was a little difficult to deal with now. Boom. Yi Xian's attack was defeated again. However, just as he was about to rush over, the corner of Jiang Tianjin's mouth curled up slightly, and he shouted, Formation! Then the 4 black-robed men behind him spread out, and madly threw out lanterns. Yi Xian recognized these lanterns. They were the Spectre lanterns. Spectre formation trap. In an instant, Yi Xian felt a strong pressure. These were the wills of peak great emperors. What? Now Yi Xian finally understood why Jiang Tianjin had broken through so quickly. It turned out that he had joined the Spectre sect. At this moment, there were more than 100 Spectre lanterns floating in the air, and the wills of more than 100 peak great emperors pressed down on Yi Xian, making it difficult for him to break through. I can't move. Yi Xian was shocked. Although he was already a half-supreme master and had 25% of his body sealed by the wills of the great emperors, he was still not a true supreme. Only the sovereign golden body could completely resist the wills of the great emperors. Tisk tsk. Yi Xian, you didn't expect that you would still fall into my hands, right? Jiang Tianjin walked over with a sinister smile. Swish. But at this moment, a few piercing sounds rang out, and a few of the Spectre lanterns were shattered. You're courting death. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and he quickly slashed at Qinghua and the others. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 of them were sent flying, and Tai Sword God was seriously injured. Oh no. Yi Xian's face darkened. He felt that he was going to be screwed this time. Only now did he remember that Jiang Tianjin had broken through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor realm because of the Great Emperor's will bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God. Then, the 9th Heaven Sword God might be related to the Spectre sect. This time, Jiang Tianjin had gone to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, and he might have joined the Spectre sect. Then, he might have been recognized and broken through to the Half-Supreme Master realm. A speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon? Jiang Tianjin's face suddenly turned cold, and his personality changed. Previously he regretted not killing Yi Xian earlier, causing his father to be tortured. Now he was going to cut Yi Xian down with his sword. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. He really wanted to leave, but the formation formed by hundreds of peak Great Emperor's ghost lanterns trapped him tightly, making him unable to move. Chapter 753. Yi Xian was already prepared to die. It seemed that this time he was really going to die here. However, things were not as bad as he thought they would be. The Nether sect? I didn't expect them to survive until now. Kid, I'll make a deal with you. The General's seal is yours. Destroy them. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the main hall. It was General Wolf Fang's voice. In the next moment, the hundreds of floating spirit lanterns suddenly exploded. Bang, bang, bang. As the spirit lanterns exploded one by one, the pressure on Yi Xian disappeared bit by bit. Oh no! Jiang Tianjin's expression changed. He hurriedly swung his sword, preparing to kill Yi Xian. However, his attack was blocked by the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian was shocked. General Wolf Fang was helping him at this critical moment. However, from what General Wolf Fang's lingering consciousness said, the Nether sect had existed for thousands of years. I agree. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly replied loudly. Hearing his reply, the dragon-patterned golden armor waved its hand and threw the general's seal at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already reduced his speed. He hurriedly ran over and caught the general's seal. In the next moment, a notification rang out in his mind. Ding. Discovered the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Will the host learn it? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately confirmed. Ding. Host has learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. The general's seal was actually just a tray. With the general's seal, one could control the entire general's tomb. However, if one learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, one could control the entire general's tomb even without the general's seal. While Yi Xian was still rejoicing, the dragon-patterned golden armor appeared in front of him. Bind it with blood. General Wolf Fang's voice rang out in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian hurriedly cut open his finger and lightly tapped on the dragon-patterned golden armor. In the next moment, the dragon-patterned golden armor was absorbed into his body through his wound, leaving only the Wolf Fang sword behind. The dragon-patterned golden armor has successfully bound you. Come out. Yi Xian caught the Wolf Fang sword and immediately activated the dragon-patterned golden armor. Gotcha. Jiang Tianjin and the others only saw a flash of golden light before Yi Xian was enveloped by the dragon-patterned golden armor. The dragon-patterned golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Even his eyes were hidden, but Yi Xian could see his surroundings through the armor. At this moment, Yi Xian was in his Ultraman form. His defense was impenetrable. Damn it, get into formation. Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the four people behind him, as well as the master of the Shangguan family who had held the golden dragon-patterned armor back, threw out lanterns after lanterns. However, this time, these spirit lanterns were completely useless against Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword in his left hand and the Wolf Fang sword in his right. He slowly walked towards Jiang Tianjin and the other five. It's useless. Let's go. Jiang Tianjin's expression changed greatly, and he immediately turned around. However, at this moment, boom! The door of the main hall suddenly closed. Isn't it too late to leave now? Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, slowly walked towards the six people. At this moment, Jiang Tianjin felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. He regretted it again. If he had known earlier, he would have directly attacked and killed Yi Xian when he trapped Yi Xian. He originally wanted to torture Yi Xian once, but he didn't expect that the Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness would shatter all the spirit lanterns, allowing Yi Xian to escape. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to give the general's seal to Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was no longer someone they could fight against. What should we do, division leader? The master of the Shangguan family asked with a frown. Jiang Tianjin's face was livid. Now they only had one choice, and that was to kill Yi Xian. Kill? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianjin led the other five people and charged towards Yi Xian. You overestimate yourselves? Yi Xian snorted coldly and met them head-on. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he didn't need to defend at all. He only needed to attack with all his might. Among the six people, apart from Jiang Tianjin, the other five weren't very strong. Yi Xian could kill them in 2 strikes. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the earth, 256 layers. Jiang Tianjin's great emperor intent had reached 40%, which was 15% higher than Yi Xian's. However, he only suppressed Yi Xian in terms of cultivation level. Yi Xian now had 2 quasi-supreme divine weapons and the dragon-patterned golden armor. He could also control 4 Changdao deputies. Together with Qinghua and the other 2, Jiang Tianjin's chances of victory were close to 0. Bang, bang, bang. In this 1 versus 6 battle, Yi Xian alone was enough. He didn't need the help of Changdao deputies or Qinghua and the other 2. With the Wolf Fang sword and spiritual rhino sword in hand, he blocked Jiang Tianjin's attacks and killed the other 5 helpers. After the 5 other black-robed men died, Jiang Tianjin was in despair. He was like a cornered beast fighting. He couldn't hurt Yi Xian. Was there any suspense in this battle? Devour. Yi Xian took the 5 interspatial rings and the 2 quasi-supreme divine weapons. There were many peak Great Emperor intent in the 5 interspatial rings. In total there were 500 of them. These things helped Yi Xian break through his cultivation level again. At this moment Yi Xian's Great Emperor intent had reached 30%. Ding. The host has broken through. The current Great Emperor intent has reached 30%. Hearing the notification, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he slashed with his sword. This time Jiang Tianjin couldn't block it and was sent flying. He crashed into the stone pillar of the main palace and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Tianjin, did you think this day would come? Yi Xian walked over slowly. Jiang Tianjin leaned on the pillar with a pale face and said coldly, I regret not killing you. Hehe, it's too late to regret now. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he smiled. The winner takes all. Kill me if you want. Jiang Tianjin didn't plan to resist anymore. He knew he wouldn't survive today. However, he had another plan in mind. If he didn't die today, he would kill his way back to the eastern continent and kill Yi Xian's entire family. Alright, as you wish. This time Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more words, because things would change if he delayed. He was too slow last time, which gave Jiang Tianjin a chance to take advantage of him. Yi Xian didn't want to make the same mistake again, even though the outcome was already decided. A cold light flashed and Jiang Tianjin's head was separated from his body. His head rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Yi Xian. Finally he had his revenge. Wei Zhenqian could finally rest in peace. Jiang Tianjin's death also resolved the hatred in Yi Xian's heart. The hatred that he'd been thinking about all this time was quietly resolved. Although Jiang Tianjin had tortured him twice, he was still Jiang Xinyan's nephew. Moreover, Tai Sword God was also present. He couldn't torture his corpse. Crack. After Jiang Tianjin's death, Yi Xian retracted the dragon-patterned golden armor and revealed his true appearance. Chapter 754. Qinghua and the other 2 walked over in astonishment. They thought that Yi Xian was going to die, but the Wolf Fang general made a move. Kid, now that the general's seal is in your hands, my general's tomb is yours. However, I hope that you can agree to one condition of mine. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Senior, please speak. Yi Xian raised his head and said, in the past I was in charge of eradicating the Nether cult, but I didn't expect it to be completely eradicated. Therefore, I want you to uproot it to prevent it from growing again. This is my request and also my last wish. The Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness said. Alright, I agree. Yi Xian directly replied without the slightest hesitation. This time, if it wasn't for the Wolf Fang general, Yi Xian's original body would have fallen. That was why the Wolf Fang general had saved his life. Now, how could he not agree to such a small request from the Wolf Fang general? Young man, don't underestimate the Nether cult. The Nether cult has a secret technique that can forcefully seal one's body with the will of a peak Great Emperor. As a result, there are countless experts in the Nether cult. Jiang Tianjin, whom you killed just now, was raised using this method. The Nether cult played a large part in the destruction of the ancient Saint dynasty. If the current ancient Saint dynasty is unable to suppress the Nether cult, I'm afraid that the ancient Saint dynasty will follow in its footsteps. Yi Xian nodded solemnly after hearing that. Senior, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The ancient Saint dynasty that the Wolf Fang general was from was the predecessor of the Sunflame Sacred dynasty. The royal family had the same surname. Since that's the case, I can leave in peace. The current owner of the general's tomb is you. Young man, I hope that you won't let me down. The Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness's voice became softer and softer. Yi Xian knew that the remnant consciousness had dissipated on its own accord. Yi Xian also understood the Wolf Fang general's expectations. The Wolf Fang general hoped that he could destroy the Nether cult and break through to the Supreme Being realm. Now that he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, if he still couldn't break through to the Supreme Being realm, he would be letting down the Wolf Fang general. Yi Xian, congratulations on taking down the general's tomb. Hermit Xian Zhong congratulated. In fact, even Yi Xian had not expected things to turn out this way. He had wanted to seize the general's seal with his own strength, but in the end, it was General Wolf Fang who saved the day. Let's go take a look at the general's tomb. Yi Xian took out the general's seal again. Although he'd learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and could control the general's tomb, there were many mechanisms in the general's tomb. Only with the general's seal would one know where the mechanisms were. In fact, there was another path in the main hall which was very well hidden. With the general's seal in hand, Yi Xian opened the door. There were several other doors inside. Calm Heart Lake, Training Grounds, Smelting Building, and the Treasure Vault. Yi Xian already knew about the first three. There were also some doors in the middle that led to various places in the general's tomb. As for the treasure pavilion, needless to say, it was used to store treasures. At the same time, there were some mirror-like images beside these doors. The people in the picture were the people from the 4 great clans. They had not successfully left the 3 great dilemmas yet. How should we deal with these people? Yi Xian asked. Kill them. We can't let them go, Jianghu said flatly. Okay. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Then one of the experts from the 4 great clans in the Calm Heart Lake let out a loud roar. Then he held the long sword in his hand in a reverse grip and stabbed it into his own heart. At the smelting building, the traps suddenly became chaotic. An expert from the 4 great clans was cut in half by a sharp blade. As for the training grounds, one person had just reached the 8th level when 4 saber lieutenants appeared. Shortly after, he was hacked to death by a flurry of sabers. As for Qiu Yuanjie, Hong Wenming, and Hermit Xian's disciple, He Yin, who had come with Qinghua, they survived unscathed. At this time, only the 7 of them were left in the general's tomb. Just as Yi Xian was about to take a look at the treasure vault, Qinghua and the other 2 refused to go with him. Yi Xian, we won't go to the treasure vault. You go in yourself. Hermit Xian said. Although they had helped Yi Xian, their help was actually very small. Even without them, Yi Xian could easily handle it. Most importantly, they trusted Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not say much and sent them to the entrance of the main hall to meet up with He Yin and the other 2. As for himself, he entered the treasure vault. TSK, General Wolf Fang must have a strong background to be able to take out so many quasi-supreme divine weapons. There must be a lot of things in the treasure vault. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he walked into the treasure vault. The general's tomb was built in a secret realm. These doors could lead to any place, and only this place could lead to the treasure vault. Yi Xian went through the door and arrived at the treasure vault. There were 3 levels here. The first level was filled with martial arts. Yi Xian did not say anything and copied the martial arts into the devouring system. Most of the martial arts were upper heaven level, and there were only a dozen quasi-supreme martial arts. Then he went to the second level. There were only a dozen quasi-supreme divine weapons here. Take them all. Yi Xian did not hesitate and kept all the quasi-supreme divine weapons. Yi Xian had already given Jiang Tianjin's quasi-supreme divine weapon to Tai Sword God. There were still 3 people outside the main hall empty-handed, so Yi Xian left a few for He Yin and the other 2 as well as his own parents and friends. As for the rest, he devoured them all. Just a little more and I will be able to break through again. Yi Xian estimated in his heart and went up the stairs to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the treasure vault was filled with miscellaneous items, such as treasures with various effects, heavenly treasures, supreme pills, and General Wolf Fang's mechanical skills and formations. If these items were to spread to the outside world, it would cause a huge uproar. However, Yi Xian was interested in the heavenly treasures and supreme pills. There were a total of more than 50,000 supreme pills. Yi Xian kept 20,000 supreme pills, then devoured the rest of the supreme pills and heavenly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently the Emperor's will is at 40%. This time Yi Xian broke through 2 shackles and went from 30% to 40%. Even so, Yi Xian still cursed the devouring system. More than 30,000 supreme pills were enough for a person to seal 50% of the Emperor's will. And he could only go from 30% to 40%. Chapter 755. If he wanted to increase the strength of the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 10 deputy generals, he would need a large amount of precious forging materials. Fortunately, as long as he had the materials, the devouring system could be modified in batches. Yi Xian did not think about this for the time being. He sat down cross-legged and began to think. After obtaining the Wolf Fang sword and spiritual rhino sword, Bahuang sword could retire. Not only that, but so could Feng Xingxia. At his current level, ultimacy was useless, and its effect on the enemy was negligible. Although the dual space was good, it had no effect on the enemy and him. Although it was a pity, it was the truth. The 256 layers of earth-throbbing technique combined with the 36 overlapping shadows was powerful, but it could only be used for a while. It's a pity that I still can't use the special devouring sword intent. Otherwise, why would I need the quasi-supreme martial arts? Yi Xian had a headache. After obtaining the sword intent, he would try the special devouring method every time he devoured a treasure. Not only that, he would also try to refine it occasionally, but he was not talented enough and would always fail. Bahuang's sword god was really a super genius. A mere void god realm great emperor had actually comprehended the sword intent. If he had comprehended the sword intent, Yi Xian's attack would probably be able to injure a real supreme being with the supreme being golden body, not a half-supreme being. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now that he had obtained the general's tomb, he could bring Yi Chong and the rest here to cultivate. After all, the Yuan Qi in the secret territory was more than 100 times higher than in the eastern continent. The general's tomb was probably created by a supreme being expert, and was later discovered by the Wolf Fang general. There was a large area behind the secret territory. The 4 keys to open the door to the general's tomb had all failed. Now, only the general's seal could open the door. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to let his doppelganger hold the general's seal and guard the general's tomb. This way, if he provoked a strong enemy in the future, the general's tomb would be a good place to hide. As long as a true supreme being expert did not come, the general's tomb would be safe. Yi Xian put away everything in the treasure pavilion then left. When he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, he found Qinghua and the rest already waiting there. Senior brother He. Yi Xian shouted and threw 3 quasi-supreme divine weapons to He Yan and the others. Apart from that, he also threw a cloth bag containing 20,000 supreme pills to mountain man Xian Zhongshan. Master, there are 20,000 supreme pills here. You can divide them among yourselves, said Yi Xian. Now, Qinghua and the other 5 all had quasi-supreme divine weapons, so this trip was not in vain. Other than Yi Xian, there were 5 other parties. If the 20,000 supreme venerable pills were to be divided evenly among them, each party would get 4,000 supreme venerable pills. One had to know that even after so many years, they only had a few hundred supreme sovereign pills. Even when Qinghua was at his richest, he didn't have more than 1,000 supreme sovereign pills. 4,000 supreme pills was already a huge amount of wealth. Also take these quasi-supreme martial arts too. I've already made 6 copies. Yi Xian threw out another 6 Zhenkuan rings, which landed in the palms of the 6 people. Martial arts were transferable, so they could make as many copies as they wanted. The 6 of them used upper-tier void god martial arts before, but now each of them had quasi-supreme martial arts, and there were many more for them to choose from. The 6 of them were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Then they prepared to stay here and cultivate, while Yi Xian sent his clone to bring his family and friends over. He still left some heaven and earth treasures, which were enough for them to cultivate. By the time these heaven and earth treasures were used up, Yi Xian might have gotten more. After all, as long as Yi Xian was here, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. Within a few days, Yi Xian's clone arrived with a group of people. The clone and the original body merged again and their realms soared. Then Yi Xian taught the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to control the general's tomb to Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique was a special martial art that allowed the user to multitask. It was similar to the 8 Baron Wind formation, but it was much more powerful. It could be used to control the general's tomb's construction mechanisms, but most importantly, it could be used to control the 10 deputy generals and the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Now Yi Xian had some free time, so he stayed here for a while and got engaged with Guan Yulan. As for getting married, Yi Xian felt that it would be better to wait until he became a supreme. This would be a big motivation for him. Song Suijing and Guan Yulan didn't have any objections. A man naturally had to prioritize his career. Moreover, Yi Xian had a clone here to accompany them. Half a month later, Yi Xian's original body left. Now he had another mission, which was to find the ghost sect and eliminate them. If it wasn't for the help of the Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness, he would probably be dead. Therefore he had to fulfill the Wolf Fang general's wish. At this time he had already passed through the desert of death. It wasn't that he didn't have any clues. When the 4 great clans came, Jiang Tianjin was among the Shangguan clan's troops. Therefore Yi Xian went to the Shangguan clan to find out what was going on. The Shangguan clan is in the heavenly vast city. Yi Xian found out the location of the Shangguan clan from Qinghua and immediately rushed over. With 40% of the great emperor's will sealed, he was very fast. In less than 2 days he arrived at the heavenly vast city. However, he had also heard that the Nether Ghost sect was like a rat running across the street in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Shangguan clan must have covered up the matter very well. It wouldn't be easy to investigate. The Ghost sect needs a large amount of Great Emperor's will to spread across the 10 heavenly prisons. They must have a big figure behind them. It seems that they will send the Great Emperor's will to a certain place regularly. Yi Xian arrived at the heavenly vast city, thinking as he looked for the Shangguan clan. However, along the way he heard some things. For example, there were cases of experts going missing in the heavenly vast city. Many of them went missing, including Void God Realm Emperors and Void God Realm Kings. Yi Xian knew that the Shangguan clan must have done it. In order to cover up, they even killed Void God Realm Kings. Previously, the 9th Heaven Sword God had given Jiang Tianjin the 3rd stage Great Emperor's will, allowing him to break through to the 3rd stage Great Emperor realm. Yi Xian's clone had personally questioned the 9th Heaven Sword God, who was only a 5th stage Great Emperor. However, the 9th Heaven Sword God didn't know the truth. He had obtained the Ghost Lantern by chance when he was traveling in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Yi Xian didn't suspect anything. After all, the 9th Heaven Sword God was only a 5th stage Great Emperor. Any member of the Ghost sect could kill him instantly. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Even the Shangguan clan's patriarch is dead. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Xian didn't think about it anymore. He took out the Wolf Fang sword and walked towards the Shangguan clan. The Wolf Fang sword was the Wolf Fang General's sword. Although it was a quasi-supreme divine weapon like the spiritual Rhino sword, its quality was much better. Yi Xian walked straight towards the Shangguan clan. Before he got close, a guard at the entrance shouted, "Who goes there?" The guard was shocked because he couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura. This meant that Yi Xian should be a half-step supreme being. Moreover, Yi Xian was holding a weapon. It seemed like he was here to seek revenge. "I want to see your patriarch." Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You wait. Chapter 756. In fact, the Shangguan family's patriarch had already passed away. These 2 guards were only tasked to guard the entrance of the Shangguan family. Their status wasn't high, so they didn't know that the Shangguan family's patriarch wasn't in the Shangguan family. Soon the guard who left came back with another person. Yi Xian sensed the aura of a half-step supreme being. However, he estimated that the person was only at 20%, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "I'm Shangguan Xiong. May I ask who you are?" When the middle-aged man saw the weapon in Yi Xian's hand, he was also very wary. "Shangguan Xiong, what's your relationship with Shangguan Lai?" Yi Xian looked at him and asked. "Shangguan Lai is my elder brother." Shangguan Xiong replied. "I see." Yi Xian nodded. Then he strode forward and slapped Shangguan Xiong's shoulder. At the same time he shouted, "Come with me." Shangguan Xiong was shocked. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't weak, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. "Sir, you dare to fight in the vast sky city?" Shangguan Xiong asked in horror. "He with my great emperors will seal to 40%, no one in the vast sky city is my match." Yi Xian said softly. "Sealed to 40% with great emperor's will." Shangguan Xiong's body trembled. One had to know that the strongest person in the Shangguan family could only seal to 35%. However, this young man Yi Xian managed to seal to 40%. He definitely had a strong background. Such an expert was enough to slaughter the current Shangguan family. After all, the family patriarch Shangguan Lai and a few other experts weren't in the Shangguan family. "Okay, I'll go with you," Shangguan Xiong replied. "Forget it, I'll stay in your Shangguan family." Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind and said, "Bring me in. If you do anything you'll die in my hands." Okay. Shangguan Xiong wasn't strong enough, so he could only compromise. He glanced at the 2 8th Order Great Emperor guards and said, "You 2 continue to guard the door. Pretend that nothing happened." "Yes." The 2 guards immediately nodded. They were scared to death. How could an expert with 40% of great emperors will come to the vast sky city? After that, Shangguan Xiong led Yi Xian into the Shangguan family's house. On the way, Shangguan Xiong met some people from the Shangguan family, but Shangguan Xiong explained Yi Xian's identity as a friend. Soon he brought Yi Xian to his study. "Very good. As long as you cooperate, your Shangguan clan will be fine." Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Although the Wolf Fang general had put away his sword with his realm, he could still kill Shangguan Xiong in one move. "Sir, what do you want to do?" Shangguan Xiong immediately asked. There was no one around, so Yi Xian didn't need to pretend anymore. He went straight to the point and asked, "What's the relationship between the Shangguan clan and the Ghost sect?" Boom. This question was like a blow to Shangguan Xiong's mind, blowing him up. How did Yi Xian know that the Shangguan family was related to the ghost cult? Your Excellency, what are you talking about? How could my Shangguan family? Shangguan Xiong immediately quibbled. Don't deny it. Since I dared to come here, I'm 100% sure. Yi Xian snorted. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately. After that, I'll slaughter the Shangguan clan and leave in a swagger. Gulp. Shangguan Xiong swallowed his saliva. After pondering for a while, he answered, the Shangguan clan is a division of the ghost cult. When he saw that Yi Xian wasn't joking, he had no choice but to compromise. After all, there were thousands of people in the Shangguan clan. Yi Xian could kill him and the 2 guards at the door. With Yi Xian's realm, he could kill without spilling blood or leaving behind a corpse. The Shangguan clan would disappear without a trace. Very good. The disappearance of the high-level empty god realm Great Emperor in Heaven Vast City should be related to the Shangguan clan, right? Where did you send the ghost lanterns? Yi Xian asked again. Every month, the ghost cult will send a special envoy to patrol and collect the ghost lanterns, Shangguan Xiong answered honestly. When will the ghost cult's special envoy come again? Yi Xian continued to ask. Tonight. Shangguan Xiong answered without hesitation. Tonight? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked for more details. The ghost cult's special envoy had a special identity. His combat power was at 40% and his whereabouts were uncertain. Tonight, Shangguan Xiong would arrive outside Heaven Vast City and hand the items to the ghost cult's special envoy. The Shangguan clan was just a division of the ghost cult. Since they didn't know where the branch was, Yi Xian had to follow the ghost cult's special envoy. Coincidentally, the ghost cult would occasionally come to recruit geniuses. Yi Xian could impersonate the special envoy since his realm was higher than the special envoys. However, just in case, Yi Xian asked Shangguan Xiong about the other divisions. He didn't want Shangguan Xiong to reveal the truth and cut off his trail. Shangguan Xiong didn't agree at first. If the special envoy discovered something strange about Yi Xian, the Shangguan clan would be implicated. However, if he didn't agree, Yi Xian would slaughter the Shangguan clan on the spot. Therefore, he could only compromise. Soon night fell. Shangguan Xiong brought Yi Xian to the designated location outside Heaven Vast City. Don't give yourself away. Otherwise, I'll have to kill both of you, Yi Xian reminded again. Yes. Shangguan Xiong didn't dare to object. The lives of the entire Shangguan clan were in his hands. There was no moon tonight. It was pitch black. Yi Xian and Shangguan Xiong stood under a tree and waited. Before long, a black figure flew over. Shangguan Xiong and Yi Xian were on guard at first. When Shangguan Xiong saw the other party's face, he relaxed. Greetings, Lord Special Envoy. Shangguan Xiong hurriedly bowed and greeted him. The special envoy was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore a black cloak. Who is this? The special envoy of the Nether sect asked directly after he approached. This is a genius of the Shangguan clan. He has just sealed his body with 20% of the Great Emperor's will, so he wants to. Shangguan Xiong hurriedly explained. Oh, give me the item. The special envoy understood his meaning and didn't ask further. He only came here to collect items every month. He didn't know much about the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Xiong hurriedly took off an interspatial ring and handed it over. Yi Xian had checked this interspatial ring before. There was nothing strange in it, only 100 nether lanterns. Very good. Kid, follow me. The special envoy of the Nether sect turned and left without another word. Yi Xian glanced at Shangguan Xiong and followed him. After Yi Xian disappeared from his sight, Shangguan Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. What he wanted to do now was to return to the Shangguan clan. If Yi Xian's matter was exposed, the Shangguan clan would be implicated. They would have to migrate secretly. However, just as he was about to return to Heaven Vast City, someone had stopped him. Chapter 757. Gotcha. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in Shangguan Xiong's ears. He stopped in his tracks and immediately shouted, "Who is it?" However, the person blocking the way did not speak and continued to charge forward. Swish. The person blocking the way was very fast. He instantly chopped off Shangguan Xiong's head without any hesitation. The person blocking the way was actually not a human. He was the deputy saber general that Yi Xian had taken out from the devouring system when Shangguan Xiong was not paying attention. The deputy saber general's strength was comparable to an expert who had sealed 30% of his body with Great Emperor will. With a quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand, it was not a problem for him to kill Shangguan Xiong. Yi Xian had cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He had left a remnant consciousness in the deputy saber general's body to control him. Not only that, but the two gatekeepers of the Shangguan clan had also disappeared. After dealing with Shangguan Xiong, the deputy saber general quickly left and returned to the general's tomb. Yi Xian's clone was guarding the general's tomb. Since the devouring system of the main body and the clone were connected, the main body could still retrieve the deputy saber general after the clone put it away. Is he dead? Yi Xian, who was following the Nether Sect's envoy, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, the Nether Sect's envoy suddenly turned around and asked, "Kid, how old are you?" 22. Yi Xian replied without thinking. The Nether Sect's envoy paused for a moment and muttered, 22 years old, and you have sealed 20% of your body with great emperor will. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt helpless. However, compared to the true geniuses of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, his aptitude was indeed not worth mentioning. "Lord Envoy, where are we going?" asked Yi Xian. "Back to the Sixth Heaven prison," replied the Nether Sect's envoy casually. This answer gave Yi Xian a fright. The Nether Sect's branch was in the Sixth Heaven prison? However, he felt that it was normal. There were many experts in the Heaven prison. It was very suitable for collecting great emperor will. Unfortunately, even if he killed a half-step supreme being, he could only collect the peak great emperor will at most. Jiang Tianjin's physique seal 40%. He must have consumed a lot of peak will. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. To create Jiang Tianjin, one would need to kill at least 10,000 peak great emperors and half-step supremes. No wonder the ghost church was wanted by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. 2 days later, Yi Xian arrived at one of the entrances to Heaven Prison No. 6 with the Nether Cult's envoy. Entering the Heavenly Prison didn't require anything, but leaving the Heavenly Prison required green luck. However, the 6th Heaven's Prison was of a much higher level than the 10th Heaven's Prison that Yi Xian had been in before. The twin fruits that could only be exchanged for with purple providence were worthless here. After all, the main fighting force of the 6th Heaven Prison was a half-step supremacy. After Yi Xian followed the ghost cult's envoy into Sky Prison No. 6, he traveled for another 2 days and finally arrived at a mountain range. "Lord Envoy, how strong is our branch leader?" Before entering the mountain range, Yi Xian could not help but ask. "Body seal 50%. The ghost cult's envoy replied casually. Body seal 50%, this was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had always challenged those with higher realms, so he was not afraid at all. After many twists and turns, Yi Xian finally arrived at the ghost cult's branch. As soon as he entered, he felt several powerful auras. At least a half-step supremacy with emperor will sealed 40%. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, a ghost cult's expert suddenly flew over. "He's a genius I brought back from the hall. 22 years old, 20% physique seal." The ghost cult's envoy replied casually. 20% physique seal? Not bad. "What's your name?" the ghost cult's expert asked. "Yi Xian." Yi Xian answered instinctively. "Oh?" This answer surprised the ghost cult's envoy. He asked, "Isn't your surname Shangguan?" After being reminded by the ghost cult's envoy, Yi Xian realized that he had given himself away. However, since the ghost cult's branch was here, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He immediately took out the Wolf Fang sword. Swish! The ghost cult's expert's head flew into the air. It was an instant kill. "You!" The ghost cult's envoy who brought Yi Xian here was stunned. His companion who had also sealed 30% of his physique seal was killed by Yi Xian in an instant. It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap and brought an expert here. "It's over." "Thank you." Yi Xian grinned. With a sweep of his sword, the ghost cult's envoy's head flew into the air. The two of them died silently. No one in the ghost cult's branch noticed it. However, since his aura had been exposed, someone might come over. Dragon-patterned golden armor appear. Yi Xian took out the dragon-patterned golden armor. Although he was very strong, the dragon-patterned golden armor's defense was very high. It would greatly increase his chances of survival. At this moment he was like an unkillable cockroach. How could the dragon-patterned golden armor, which could withstand the supreme tribulation, be destroyed by a mere 50% physique seal expert? Yi Xian immediately charged in. The people in the ghost cult's branch were not to be trifled with, so Yi Xian did not hold back. In an instant, a bloodbath broke out in the ghost cult's branch. Those people only saw a flash of golden light, but they could not see who it was. There were hundreds of people in the ghost cult's branch. They usually went out in groups to hunt others. At this moment there were about 200 people in the branch. Yi Xian killed everyone he saw. His cultivation base was also continuously increasing. B****, who's the impudent one? A deafening roar sounded. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 40% physique seal expert of the ghost cult rushing toward him. How dare a mere 40% physique seal expert shout in front of me? Yi Xian directly slashed his sword towards this expert of the ghost cult. Quasi-supreme martial technique, firmament splitter. Rip. The ghost cult expert did not have time to react. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was not a quasi-supreme divine weapon, so he was cut in half. Swish.